Chapter 1. Blue Silver Grass, Black Iron Sickle. Saint Spirit Village. Just as everyone might expect, this is the very village where Tang San resides. And today is the day of the annual Spirit Awakening. Currently, inside the Spirit Hall's village office at the center of the village, which was actually just an ordinary little wooden shack, the famous, blind god king, Su Yuntao, was helping the children of Saint Spirit Village awaken their spirits. Su Yuntao, dressed in white athletic attire and already transformed into a werewolf form with one white and one yellow spirit ring rising beneath his feet, called out to the 6-year-old children before him to step into the awakening formation formed by awakening stones one by one. Under Su Yuntao's guidance, the children of Saint Spirit Village awakened their spirits one after another, some awakened vegetable spirits, others awakened tool spirits. However, without exception, after being specifically tested by Su Yuntao, none of these children who had awakened their spirits possessed any spirit power. On the Douluo continent, even with only half a rank of spirit power, one could rely on daily meditative cultivation to gradually increase their spirit power. Upon reaching rank 10, by hunting any spirit beast and absorbing the spirit ring it produced, one could become a respected spirit master. But without spirit power, it was all over. No spirit power meant remaining an ordinary person for a lifetime, with no hope of changing one's fate. As the spirit awakenings continued, a hint of fatigue appeared on Su Yuntao's face. Looking at the last two remaining children, he immediately beckoned the thin, ordinary-looking one to enter the awakening formation. This thin, small, and ordinary-looking child was, naturally, the original protagonist of the Douluo continent, Tang San. Tang San stepped into the awakening formation, and under Su Yuntao's guidance, successfully awakened his spirit, a deep blue, delicate-looking little grass. Looking at this little grass spirit, a clear look of disappointment appeared on Su Yuntao's face. Blue silver grass, a trash spirit. This blind god king performed as consistently as ever. Tang San's blue-silver emperor was mistaken by him for blue-silver grass. Of course, he couldn't be blamed, as a white-clothed deacon's knowledge was limited. Next, Su Yuntao followed the routine and tested Tang San's spirit power. Tang San placed his hand on the crystal ball, which suddenly erupted with brilliant light, revealing Tang San's innate full spirit power. Su Yuntao's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief, before he spoke with a sense of immense pity. Innate full spirit power. It's actually innate full spirit power. Child, what a shame. You have innate full spirit power, but unfortunately, your spirit is just blue-silver grass. This standard trash spirit has no attack or defense capabilities, it really has no future. Here, this is your spirit certificate. Go wait to the side. After I awaken the spirit for the last child, you all can leave. Unlike the other children, Tang San didn't show any sign of disappointment. He took the spirit certificate and calmly walked to the side to wait. At this moment, Su Yuntao looked at the last child, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He said warmly, "Child, step into the awakening formation. I will awaken your spirit for you. Looking at your tall and sturdy build, you'll surely awaken a powerful beast spirit." The protagonist, of course, makes his appearance last. Hearing Su Yuntao's call, the final child strode into the awakening formation. This child's name was Lu Chen. While other 6-year-olds were at most 1.2 meters tall, he stood at a full 1.6 meters. Beneath his thin clothes, the outlines of his muscles were extremely distinct. This was definitely a case of extraordinary natural talent, so even Su Yuntao was full of expectations for him. A look of anticipation also surfaced on Lu Chen's youthful face. Spirit awakening. This was undoubtedly the most exciting moment. Seeing Lu Chen enter the array, Su Yuntao extended a wolf claw and placed it on the awakening formation, pouring his own spirit power into it. In an instant, the awakening formation burst into light, and the radiance surged into Lu Chen's body, causing a certain power within him to begin awakening. Lu Chen thought with surprise and joy. I can feel the power surging up. Is that my spirit? Time ticked away bit by bit. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Soon, 3 minutes had passed. Although the aura around Lu Chen grew stronger and stronger, his spirit was slow to appear. Su Yuntao's face turned pale. He felt the spirit power in his body being completely drained. Oh no, this spirit is too powerful. My spirit power is being sucked dry. He cried out in alarm. As his spirit power was exhausted, his spirit returned to his body. Then, Su Yuntao's legs gave way. He stumbled back several steps before finally collapsing onto the floor. His face was full of frustration. If the awakening failed because of this and a good prospect was ruined, the loss would be too great. However, Lu Chen's spirit awakening did not fail. The process was still continuing. Su Yuntao had already helped him break through the initial barrier. The rest of the spirit awakening process was being driven by Lu Chen's own spirit power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong sense of pressure emanated from Lu Chen's body, enveloping the entire room. At this moment, everyone's attention was fixed on him. Lu Chen felt the power surging from within him. There were actually two types, one relatively soft and the other quite sharp. This made his heart skip a beat. Could he have twin spirits? He subtly clenched his right hand into a fist, then raised his left hand, completely releasing the power that was about to burst forth from within. In the next instant, a deep blue little grass, brimming with the breath of life, grew out from his palm. Seeing this little grass, Su Yuntao's composure shattered, and all his expectations vanished into thin air. He screamed in disbelief. How is this possible? It drained all my spirit power, yet it only awakened a trash spirit, blue-silver grass. Looking at the blue-silver grass in his left palm, Lu Chen didn't feel disappointed. Instead, he thought, so my first spirit is blue-silver grass. Then the second martial soul in my body should be the black iron sickle. Lu Chen was a transmigrator. In this life, his mother's spirit was blue-silver grass, and his father's spirit was a black iron sickle. Both were the most ordinary of spirits, and his parents didn't have even a shred of spirit power. Actually, before the spirit awakening, Lu Chen had already anticipated that his awakened spirit would either be blue-silver grass or a black iron sickle. Now, he had awakened both simultaneously. If nothing went wrong, this was all thanks to his golden finger. Since birth, he had discovered that with every breath, he could absorb the energy of heaven and earth into his body, turning it into streams of warm current that nourished him. He owed his current strong physique to this golden finger of getting stronger through breathing. It seemed those warm currents hadn't just nourished his body, but his spirits as well. That was why two of the most ordinary spirits had actually awakened at the same time. Chapter 2. Strength to drag a bull. After successfully awakening his spirit, Lu Chen thought the word, return, in his mind, and the blue-tinted blue-silver grass in his palm was withdrawn back into his body. Next, Lu Chen stepped out of the awakening formation, came before Su Yuntao, blinked, and said, Grandmaster Su Yuntao, it's time to test my spirit power. Su Yuntao's face was full of disappointment, and he responded weakly. Draining all of his spirit power had only resulted in the awakening of a trash spirit like blue-silver grass. His heart was currently in a state of collapse. Raising the crystal ball like a matter of routine, Su Yuntao held it before Lu Chen and said with utter helplessness, Place your hand on it. Lu Chen followed the instruction and placed his hand on the crystal ball. Instantly, a suction force emanated from the crystal ball, drawing a portion of the spirit power from his body into it. In an instant, the crystal ball burst with light, causing the group of children to stare wide-eyed, and even Su Yuntao was left dumbfounded. Another innate full spirit power. Su Yuntao's composure truly broke. What kind of situation was this? A trash spirit like blue-silver grass could actually produce innate full spirit power, and both blue-silver grass martial soul possessors were actually innate full spirit power. One must know that he possessed the dignified lone wolf spirit, yet after his own spirit awakening, his tested spirit power was only at the second rank. Heaven is unfair. Su Yuntao shouted inwardly with grief and indignation. At this moment, Lu Chen felt incredibly fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, the natural laws of this Douluo continent dictate that before obtaining a corresponding spirit ring, even if I possess rank 30, rank 40, or even higher spirit power, it will only manifest as rank 10 before I absorb my first spirit ring. This is for the best. If I were actually measured at innate rank 30 or even rank 40 spirit power, those higher-ups in Spirit Hall would probably drag me off for dissection and research. Lu Chen's belief that he possessed rank 30 or even rank 40 spirit power was not wishful thinking, but a conclusion he had reached through careful deduction. His current physical fitness was extremely powerful. In a fight, 4 or 5 adults would be no match for him. When plowing the fields, even the efficiency of the old yellow bull at home could not compare to his. Without the support of an extremely massive amount of spirit power, it would be impossible for him to develop such a powerful physique at the age of 6. His golden finger allowed him to absorb heaven and earth energy just by breathing. From his birth until now, a total of 6 years had passed. Lu Chen breathed every single moment, which was equivalent to cultivating every single moment, and he had been cultivating for a full 6 years. Tang San claimed to have cultivated the mysterious heaven skill since childhood, but he couldn't possibly be cultivating every single moment. On average, being able to cultivate for 4 hours a day was already the limit. Compared to Tang San, Lu Chen's daily cultivation time was more than 6 times longer. If Tang San had rank 13 spirit power after 6 years, then his own estimate of rank 30 or 40 after 6 years was already a conservative one. At the same time, Tang San, standing among the group of children, looked at Lu Chen with eyes full of shock. Deep in his gaze, a hint of envy and jealousy emerged that even he hadn't noticed. Is this a true genius? I know my own situation. My innate full spirit power was cultivated through the mysterious heaven skill. Lu Chen, however, doesn't have the mysterious heaven skill. Lu Chen possesses innate divine force. I once saw him grab an old yellow bull that was eating crops in the field by the tail and drag it dozens of steps. That old bull had no power to resist at all. I'm so envious. Even with the enhancement of the mysterious heaven skill I've cultivated, I don't have such terrifying strength. On Su Yuntao's side, after finishing the test of Lu Chen's spirit power, he quickly hand-wrote a spirit certificate and handed it into Lu Chen's hand. Child, take this. This is your spirit certificate. Sigh, such a strong body and the talent of innate full spirit power, yet it's not a beast spirit but the trash spirit blue silver grass. It's truly a pity. While speaking, Su Yuntao packed up his belongings and strode out of the wooden house. Outside the wooden house, seeing Su Yuntao come out, village head Old Jack stepped forward with a face full of smiles and spoke in a respectful tone. Lord Spirit Master, how are the children of our Saint Spirit village who awakened their spirits this year? Su Yuntao shook his head and replied with a face full of helplessness. 2 children have excellent talent, both with innate full spirit power, but their spirits are both the trash spirit blue silver grass. What kind of future can such garbage spirits have? Even if they absorb spirit rings to become a spirit master, they will be the most garbage of spirit masters. After speaking, Su Yuntao headed toward the next village without looking back. Meanwhile, Old Jack stood dazed on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. 2 children had the best talent, yet they possessed the most garbage spirits. This gave Old Jack the urge to cough up blood. Soon, all the children walked out of the wooden house, with Lu Chen and Tang San walking at the very back. Old Jack looked at Lu Chen and Tang San at the back. His heart stirred, and he hurriedly asked, Little Chen, Little San, the Lord Spirit Master just said that 2 children have excellent talent but both awakened the most garbage blue silver grass spirit. He wasn't talking about you two, was he? Lu Chen glanced at Tang San and replied, Grandpa village head, he was talking about us. Tang San followed with a nod after Lu Chen finished speaking. Old Jack felt his vision go dark, once again feeling the urge to cough up blood. The 2 children he favored most had indeed lived up to expectations by having excellent talent, yet they hadn't awakened good spirits. Old Jack beat his chest and stamped his feet for a while. Only after a good long moment did he frown and say with a face full of distress, Little Chen, Little San, you both possess the talent to become spirit masters. Even the most garbage blue silver grass spirit master is still a spirit master, something us ordinary people cannot compare to. Unfortunately, our Saint Spirit village has only one quota for a work-study student. Between the 2 of you, only one can use this work-study student quota. Come with me, I will discuss it with your parents. We'll all draw lots together to see who gets to use this work-study student quota. As for the other person, we'll think of other ways. If it really comes down to it, I'll swallow my pride and ask other villages if they have any vacant work-study student quotas. Old Jack's voice was firm. He was determined to support Lu Chen and Tang San's development. Even being the most garbage blue silver grass spirit master was better than remaining in the village as an ordinary person. In the time that followed, Old Jack, Tang San, Lu Chen, and Lu Chen's parents went to Tang San's home together. Lu Chen had both parents, and although they were the most ordinary of farmers, his parents were not like that drunkard Tang Hao. Lu Chen's parents had accompanied him to participate in the spirit awakening. As for that drunkard Tang Hao, after getting drunk, he was probably still at home snoring away, so the group could only go to his house to discuss. Chapter 3. The Struggle for the Quota. At Tang San's house, even in broad daylight, bursts of snoring could be heard. Hearing the sound, old Jack was fuming with rage. On such an important day as the spirit awakening, Tang Hao could actually still sleep. He raised his palm and pounded on the wooden door of Tang San's house with a series of bangs, shouting angrily while knocking. Tang Hao, get out here right now. After a good while, the snoring coming from the room stopped abruptly. Then came a series of heavy footsteps. The sound drew closer until, with a creak, the wooden door was opened. A tall man stood behind the door. He was sloppily dressed in patched clothes, his hair was as messy as a bird's nest, and beneath that nest was a rugged face covered in stubble. He spoke irritably. "Old Jack, what's with all the knocking? You're about to smash the door. I need to sleep in the morning. If you want farm tools made, come back in the afternoon." This tall man was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Though he dressed unkemptly, his powerful physique still gave off a massive sense of impact. In front of him, most people would find their aura weakening. However, as the village chief, old Jack maintained his full aura even in front of Tang Hao. Old Jack's eyes widened as he looked at the unmotivated Tang Hao. He was so angry his beard trembled as he scolded him grumpily. "Tang Hao, how can you sleep? Do you know what day it is today? Today is the annual Spirit Awakening Day. For the children of the village, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to change their fate. If they can awaken a powerful spirit and become a noble spirit master, they can leave this village." Hearing old Jack's words, Tang Hao reached out a broad palm and scratched his head nonchalantly, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "Spirit Master, hey, Spirit Master, is that so impressive? It's not as practical as a good drink. Little San, what are you still doing outside? Hurry back and cook for me." As a successor of feudal values, Tang San was submissive toward figures like monarchs and fathers. Hearing Tang Hao's command, Tang San obediently went back to cook. This was simply Tang San's personality. When facing his father or a ruler, he never dared to show any resistance from beginning to end. Later, when he became a god king and a father himself, he would manipulate his subordinates and children at will, completely disregarding the thoughts of others. Only old Jack was hopping mad at Tang Hao. Their village was named Saint Spirit Village precisely because a spirit saint had once come from it, which was old Jack's pride. Old Jack dreamed of another spirit saint emerging from the village. Hearing Tang Hao belittle spirit masters like this made him furious. Old Jack had already given up hope on a piece of rotten wood like Tang Hao, but for Tang San, he was still willing to provide an opportunity. Old Jack glared at Tang Hao, his spit flying as he spoke. "Tang Hao, you can be a drunkard for the rest of your life, but Little San is still young. He can't become a drunkard like you." Little San and Little Chen from the village, even though they only awakened blue silvergrass, even the spirit master in charge of the awakening said their talent is excellent. Both have innate full spirit power. The village has one work-study student quota. I've decided to have Little San and Little Chen draw lots to see who gets to use it. A strange light flashed in Tang Hao's eyes upon hearing this, but he quickly returned to his nonchalant attitude. "Blue silver grass is a trash spirit. Even pigs would reject it if you fed it to them. So what if it's innate full spirit power? You can give that work-study student quota to whoever you want, we don't care for it. Besides, Little San still has to cook for me. If he goes to school, there'll be no one to cook for me in the future." After saying that, Tang Hao slammed the door shut with a bang, ignoring old Jack completely. Even though old Jack was fuming, there was nothing he could do. After all, Tang Hao was Tang San's father, he couldn't make decisions for Tang San in Tang Hao's place. As a result, there was no longer a need to draw lots for the work-study student quota. Old Jack turned around to look at Lu Chen's family of 3. His face still carried some anger, but his tone had softened compared to before. "Little Chen, since Tang Hao doesn't care for the work-study student quota, then our village's quota belongs to you. Go back and prepare well. When Nuoding Academy in Nuoding City starts its term, I will personally take you to school." After old Jack gave the work-study student quota to Lu Chen's father, Luan, and his mother, Rose, both looked extremely happy. Their son was going to make something of himself. Even if he was just a blue-silver grass spirit master, he would still be a noble spirit master and would no longer be an ordinary person in the village. With a smile on his face, Lu Chen thought playfully to himself. Does this count as me snatching Tang San's luck? If Tang San can't go to Nuoding Academy, he'll just be an ordinary person in the village from now on. This development is quite interesting. After the quota's ownership was settled, old Jack and Lu Chen's family of 3 left together. But before they could get far, with a creak, the door to Tang San's house opened again. Tang Hao led Tang San out, and the father and son duo caught up with them in great strides. Old Jack and Lu Chen's family all turned back in confusion. After catching up, Tang Hao's eyes were wide like bronze bells as he spoke in a rugged voice. Old Jack, you said the Saint Spirit Village's work-study student quota would be decided by drawing lots, right? I agree to it. Old Jack frowned and scolded him loudly. Tang Hao, what kind of madness is this now? You were the one who didn't care for the quota just now. Now that I've already given the quota to little Chen, you come asking for it. I'm telling you, it's too late. The quota had already been given to someone else. Tang Hao's brow furrowed immediately. Earlier, he thought Tang San had only awakened the trash spirit blue silver grass, so he was disinterested and didn't care for the quota. Now he knew that Tang San had also awakened his clear sky hammer, twin spirits and innate full spirit power. This gave Tang Hao hope for revenge, so naturally, he wanted to fight for the work-study student quota. Thinking of this, Tang Hao turned to look at Lu Chen's family. His eyes glared, and a fierce, violent aura suddenly swept out. Luan and Rose were just ordinary farmers, how could they withstand Tang Hao's aura? Their bodies went limp, and they collapsed to the ground. Even though Lu Chen's body was stronger and he could barely remain standing, his consciousness went blank for a moment, and his thoughts seemed to freeze. After all, the opponent was the clear sky Douluo, holder of the slaughter god domain. Bullying Lu Chen's family of ordinary people was simply too easy. After intimidating Lu Chen's family, Tang Hao spoke in a flat tone. Old Jack, since they haven't said anything, you should reconsider the ownership of this work-study student quota. Chapter 4. Suppressed Rage. Tang Hao, you. Old Jack was so angry that he began to stutter. Tang Hao hadn't cared for the work-study student slot just a moment ago, but now he was forcibly seizing it. He changed his mind in an instant and wouldn't allow anyone to refuse, he was unreasonably overbearing. This made old Jack fly into a rage. He was also stubborn by nature. At this moment, he stiffened his neck, refusing to give the slot to Tang San no matter what. Seeing this, Tang Hao's brow furrowed even deeper. This old Jack was being a bit too tactless. Given his status, asking for a work-study student slot was a complete honor for the other party. In the past, he would never have even spared a glance for a mere work-study student slot. It was only because he was down and out now. The Clear Sky sect was living in seclusion, and he was unwilling to leave the back mountain of Saint Spirit Village. After all, Yin was hidden there. If it weren't to give Tang San a place to receive a spirit master's education, he wouldn't bother speaking such nonsense to old Jack. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to go back, drink, and sleep? At this time, Lu Chen, whose mind had been blanked by Tang Hao's aura, gradually began to recover. His consciousness cleared as he gasped for air, cold sweat continuously pouring down his forehead. In that instant just now, he had the illusion of facing death directly. Perhaps Lu Chen's talent was transcendent, and as long as he didn't die, he would surely become a powerhouse of his generation in the future. But there was a prerequisite: he had to not die. Currently, he was still too weak. Facing Tang Hao's threat, he had no means of resistance whatsoever. He slowly turned his head and looked at his parents. Lu Chen's father, Luan, was an honest farmer who had lived a dutiful life. Now, he was slumped weakly on the ground, his face flushed red and veins bulging on his forehead. Luan felt so aggrieved. Tang Hao was here to snatch his son's work-study student slot, yet he was so frightened he couldn't even stand up. This filled him with intense shame. Lu Chen's mother, Rose, was a warm and generous village woman who was kind to others and friendly with the neighbors, never having raised her voice or argued with anyone. When Tang Hao first arrived at Saint Spirit Village with Tang San, she thought it was pitiful for a grown man to be raising an infant alone and had given them quite a lot of food. Now, her kindness was being met with ingratitude. Rose was trembling all over, her eyes red as tears flowed down her cheeks, her mental state seemed somewhat unstable. In Lu Chen's heart, a flame was instantly ignited. An indescribable fury surged in his chest, rising all the way to the crown of his head, causing a violent glint to appear in his eyes, a desire to cut someone into 1,000 pieces. Right now, he was like a powder keg with a lit fuse, liable to explode at any moment. However, in the next instant, the thought of Tang Hao's terrifying strength, that cruel reality, was like a bucket of cold water poured over Lu Chen, completely extinguishing the fuse. If he were to clash with Tang Hao, it would be no different from an egg striking a stone. He had to be calm. Calm. Lu Chen kept telling himself this in his heart, but he also made a vow within. Tang Hao, you can act tough now only because you rely on being a titled Douluo. Just you wait, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. With my talent for becoming stronger just by breathing, I will soon catch up to you, or even surpass you. When that time comes, I will cripple your spirit and break your legs, making you kneel before my parents to atone for what you've done today. I will cut off your son's head right in front of you and crush it under my foot until it's a bloody mess. I want you to truly feel what regret is. I'll let you live in endless regret before I finally cut you into 1,000 pieces and scatter your remains. After making his vow, Lu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions and fury deep into the bottom of his heart. In the end, only a carefully disguised fear remained on Lu Chen's face. Like a normal child who had been severely frightened, Lu Chen spoke with a trembling voice. Grandpa Village Chief, I don't want this work-study student slot anymore. Let's think of another way. After speaking, Lu Chen turned around somewhat stiffly to help his parents. Supporting Lu and Rose on either side, the family of 3 left the place with staggering, pathetic steps. Old Jack looked at the retreating, despondent backs of Lu Chen's family. He opened his mouth to say something, but his throat felt blocked, and not a single sound came out. He tried to move his legs, but he stumbled and nearly fell to the ground himself. After finally steadying himself, old Jack looked at Tang Hao and said fiercely. Fine, Tang Hao, consider it my bad luck for letting you stay here back then. If you want this work-study student slot, then take it. With those words, old Jack turned and walked away, as if staying near Tang Hao for even a moment longer would bring him misfortune. Having secured the work-study student slot, Tang San, who had been standing silently behind Tang Hao the whole time, followed old Jack with an obedient expression. Grandpa Village Chief, let me see you out. Looking at the obedient Tang San, old Jack's emotions were very complicated. He had always sympathized with this precocious and sensible child, so he had always looked after him. But this time, seeing Tang San standing behind Tang Hao, watching Tang Hao bully others without saying a single word, he sighed inwardly. They really are biological father and son. No matter how well I treat him, he won't feel grateful, nor will he have the courage to stand up and say a word of justice. In the end, old Jack said in a low voice, Little San, take care of yourself in the future. Then, old Jack strode away without looking back, hurrying to catch up with Lu Chen's family. Once old Jack was far away, Tang San returned to Tang Hao's side and said with a face full of admiration. Thank you, Father, for getting the work-study student slot for me. After coercing old Jack and Lu Chen's family to get the slot, Tang Hao immediately put the matter out of his mind. This was the confidence he had in his own strength. Tang Hao then swaggered back, saying as he walked, Little San, go back and cook for me. I'm hungry. Tang San immediately replied obediently. Yes. The father and son walked toward their home, one behind the other. This was Tang Hao and Tang San. They were a true community of interests. For Tang San's sake, Tang Hao could recklessly bully others and snatch a work-study student slot. For Tang Hao's sake, Tang San could turn a blind eye to injustice and remain a cold bystander from beginning to end. Tang Hao, a true scoundrel who relied on his strength. Tang San, a hypocrite who appeared righteous. One could only say that these two were truly father and son. Chapter 5. Exchanging grain for a spot. On a small country road, Lu Chen supported Lu An with his left hand and Rose with his right, as the family stumbled along the road home. Lu An's face was flushed red, his eyes filled with grievance and resentment. He opened his mouth and, after a long while, finally managed to say, "Xiao Chen, I'm truly useless." Rose's collar was already soaked with tears. After distancing herself from that malevolent god Tang Hao, her mental state gradually calmed down. With red-rimmed eyes, she said, "Now that Xiao Chen's work-study student spot has been snatched away by that accursed Tang Hao, what will Xiao Chen do in the future?" Having left that place of trouble, the fear on Lu Chen's face had long since vanished, replaced only by a deep, composed calm in his eyes. He comforted his parents, saying, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. Grandpa Village Chief will definitely help me. Let's just head back for today. Tomorrow, I'll go see Grandpa Village Chief and we'll figure something out together, like exchanging for a work-study student spot from another village." Just then, old Jack caught up with them, panting for breath. Hearing the noise, Lu Chen's family of 3 turned around to look. Old Jack caught up to them, stopped to catch his breath, and then rubbed his waist with both hands, saying with a hint of guilt, "Lu and Rose, Xiao Chen, I've let you down. We agreed the spot would go to Xiao Chen, but now Tang Hao has snatched it away. Don't worry, I'll stand up for Xiao Chen and find a way to get him a work-study student spot. I can swallow my pride and go to the village chiefs of the neighboring villages to ask for a vacant work-study student spot. However, you'll need to prepare some compensation for them. After all, one's mouth is soft when eating others' food and one's hand is short when taking their things. With compensation, this will be much easier to handle." Hearing old Jack's words, Lu Chen's family was very happy. Lu and Rose thought joyfully that their son still had a chance to study at a Spirit Master Academy, which meant a chance to make something of himself. In their simple worldview, as long as one could enter a Spirit Master Academy, they would emerge as a noble Spirit Master. With the status of a Spirit Master, they would completely turn their lives around. No matter where they went, they could find a well-paying job. They might even join the City Lord's Knight Order, gaining noble status and city residency. For their entire family, this was a once-in-a-century opportunity. Lu and Rose glanced at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes, and then Lu spoke respectfully. "Lord Village Chief, then we'll leave everything to you. We'll weigh out 300 caddies of grain when we get back and have Xiao Chen take it with you to the other villages." 300 caddies of grain was no small amount. That Lu Chen's family could easily produce 300 caddies was all thanks to Lu Chen. Because of Lu Chen's golden finger that made him stronger just by breathing, he developed very quickly and was born with divine force. Even at a few years old, he could work in the fields. With his muscular build, he was more efficient than the family's old ox. Thus, over the past few years, their family had a bumper harvest every year. Even after paying taxes to the city lord, the remaining grain nearly filled their warehouse. Producing 300 caddies of grain was absolutely no problem for their family. Old Jack nodded in satisfaction. With these 300 caddies of grain, he would have more confidence when speaking to the other village chiefs. Old Jack waved his hand and said with some indignation, "All right, you all go home first. You were quite frightened by that bastard Tang Hao today. That bastard, I must have been blind back then to let that pair of ungrateful wolves stay in the village." HMPH. Thinking of what had just happened, old Jack's face was still full of anger, and he kept cursing under his breath. Hearing old Jack mention Tang Hao, fear surfaced on the faces of Lu and Rose. The glare Tang Hao had given them truly scared Lu and Rose half to death. Ordinary, law-abiding people like them simply couldn't withstand the aura of a malevolent god like Tang Hao. Lu lowered his head, and thinking of the humiliating scene earlier, he could only mumble, "All right, Lord Village Chief, we'll be going now." As they turned to leave, Lu Chen politely bid farewell to old Jack. "Goodbye, Grandpa Village Chief. I'll come find you first thing tomorrow morning." Looking at the sensible and polite Lu Chen, old Jack's mood improved significantly. He waved with a smile and said, Good, goodbye, Xiao Chen, you're strong, so help your parents a bit more." After saying their goodbyes, Lu Chen supported his parents as they walked toward their home. Along the way, Lu Chen's mood improved, and a spark of excitement danced in his eyes. His golden finger was very powerful, making his future promising. He was 100% certain to become a powerhouse of his generation. There was even the possibility of becoming a god. However, For now, as an illiterate village boy who couldn't read a single word and didn't know how to identify the types and ages of spirit beasts, he didn't dare to hunt them recklessly. Absorbing the wrong spirit ring would definitely severely diminish Lu Chen's potential. His talent didn't lie in his spirit truly was just the most ordinary kind. Therefore, every spirit ring Lu Chen absorbed in the future would have to be meticulously selected to ensure that his spirit could undergo the correct evolution. From a low-rank spirit to an intermediate spirit. From an intermediate spirit to a high-rank spirit. From a high-rank spirit to a super spirit. From a super spirit to a divine rank spirit. As long as every spirit beast spirit ring he absorbed perfectly matched his spirit's attribute, then everything he envisioned would become reality. At that time, he would be able to take his revenge. Lu Chen thought fiercely to himself. After Lu Chen's family returned home, they immediately went to their grain warehouse and weighed out 300 caddies of grain. After discussing it among the three of them, they weighed out another 100 caddies as a thank you gift for Old Jack. Old Jack had been busy working on Lu Chen's spot, so they couldn't fail to show some appreciation. The next day, Lu Chen, whose strength was enough to pull an ox, easily hoisted the 400 caddies of grain onto his back and headed to Old Jack's house early in the morning. Upon seeing Old Jack, Lu Chen moved the extra 100 caddies of grain into Old Jack's house while expressing his gratitude. Although Old Jack said there was no need for such gestures, the smile on his face grew wider and wider. He looked at Lu Chen with eyes full of kindness, thinking to himself that this was truly a good child. After accepting the 100 caddies of grain, Old Jack wasted no time and led Lu Chen briskly out of Saint Spirit Village. They visited all the villages surrounding Saint Spirit Village. After Old Jack's inquiries, they found that only Luobo village still had a work-study student spot. After Lu Chen presented the 300 caddies of grain, the village chief of Luobo village decided on the spot to formally exchange their village's work-study student spot to Lu Chen. Lu Chen finally obtained the ticket to the Spirit Master Academy. Chapter 6. Nuoding Academy. 3 months after Lu Chen obtained the work-study student quota for Luobo village, Nuoding Academy in Nuoding City was about to begin its school year. After 3 months of breathing exercises, Lu Chen's strength had grown even more. Now, carrying his luggage, he arrived at the village entrance under the farewell of Luan and Rose. Old Jack and a villager driving an ox cart were already waiting for them at the village entrance. He saw the family of three, Lu Chen, Luan, and Rose, walking toward them. Old Jack reached out to pull Lu Chen over, then waved to Luan and Rose, saying, "Luan, Rose, leave little Chen to me. You can rest easy and head back now. I will definitely deliver little Chen safely to Nuoding Academy in the city." Hearing Old Jack say this, Luan and Rose were immensely grateful, repeatedly voicing their thanks before finally leaving the village entrance reluctantly, looking back with every few steps. After seeing off Luan and Rose, Old Jack pulled Lu Chen onto the ox cart, followed by another long wait. It was only then that Tang San, carrying just a small bundle, arrived late. He was wearing old clothes covered in patches, and inside his small bundle were only a few more sets of the same old clothes. He was completely unlike Lu Chen, who carried a massive pack containing a soft quilt, brand new clothes, a wash basin, towels, and dozens of silver coins stuffed in by his parents. From this, it was clear that Tang Hao had completely failed in his responsibilities as a father, yet Tang San happened to be foolishly filial. He truly was a worthy successor of feudalism. Seeing Tang San again, Old Jack's attitude was much colder. He didn't reach out to pull Tang San up, only speaking in a casual tone. "Little San is here. Get on the cart first, we're departing immediately." Tang San, possessing a deep and calculating mind, noticed the change in Old Jack's attitude. He frowned slightly before suppressing all his emotions deep within his heart. He nodded in agreement and then climbed onto the ox cart, sitting in a corner. Looking at Lu Chen's massive luggage and then at his own small bundle, Tang San lowered his head deeply, his thoughts unknown. After picking up Lu Chen and Tang San, Old Jack signaled to the villager driving the cart. The villager cracked his whip, lightly striking the old ox's rump. The ox flicked its tail and pulled the cart toward Nuoding City. Nuoding City, though only a small city, was located at the border of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Its geographical location was relatively important, with merchant caravans traveling north and south passing through, making the city quite prosperous. Nuoding Academy, as an elementary spirit master academy, recruited children who had just undergone spirit awakening and possessed spirit master talent, training them for 6 years. After 6 years, as long as their spirit power reached level 10, they could hunt any spirit beast, absorb its spirit ring, and become a one-ring spirit master to graduate successfully from Nuoding Academy. After graduation, whether they advanced to an intermediate spirit master academy to continue their studies or went out to find work, they would be sought after by various factions. For children from poor families, this was a golden opportunity to change their fate. After more than 2 hours of travel, Old Jack and his group arrived outside Nuoding City. Old Jack had the villager wait outside the city with the ox cart while he personally took Lu Chen and Tang San to queue for entry into Nuoding City, eventually finding his way to Nuoding Academy after asking for directions. At the main gate of Nuoding Academy, Old Jack took out Lu Chen and Tang San's spirit certificates and work-study student certificates. With a face full of smiles, he walked toward the gatekeeper standing outside Nuoding Academy and said very politely, "Young man, these are the spirit certificates and work-study student certificates for these 2 children. They are both students enrolling in Nuoding Academy this year." The young gatekeeper, whose brow carried a hint of arrogance, took the spirit certificates and work-study student certificates and looked them over. He suddenly sneered, tossed the spirit certificates and work-study student certificates onto the ground, and said with a face full of mockery, "Blue silver grass martial soul. Innate full spirit power. And 2 of them. Do you take me for a fool? Do you know what innate full spirit power even means? In the history of our Nuoding Academy, such a genius has never appeared. I think you're just beggars and scammers trying to sneak into Nuoding Academy for free food and drink. Get lost now before I'm forced to get rough." As he spoke, the gatekeeper waved his hand impatiently. Old Jack, looking pained, bent down to pick up the spirit certificates and work-study student certificates that had been thrown on the ground. He patted the dust off them as if they were precious treasures, then looked up at the gatekeeper, preparing to argue his case. However, Lu Chen, who had long expected this to happen, didn't say a word. He stepped forward, reached out a hand as strong as iron pincers, and grabbed the gatekeeper's wrist, forcibly dragging him outward. As Lu Chen walked, he said, "Those spirit certificates were personally issued to us by Grandmaster Su Yuntao of Spirit Hall. If you don't believe it, I'll take you to confront him right now." The gatekeeper was completely stunned. Lu Chen's strength was terrifyingly high. By grabbing his wrist, the boy sent him stumbling, unable to even put up a fight. Seeing Lu Chen's piercing gaze, his youthful face filled with seriousness and determination, his sturdy physique with well-defined muscles, and hearing his booming voice, the gatekeeper's face turned green with fear. Is this kid really 6 years old? At this moment, the gatekeeper's mind was filled with disbelief. In the next instant, he was dragged along by Lu Chen without any power to resist. The gatekeeper realized he couldn't break free from Lu Chen's grip and immediately panicked. If they truly went to confront someone from Spirit Hall, even a single frown from the other party would surely cost him his job. So he cried out in a panic, all right, I believe you. Let go of me. You can enter Nuoding Academy. Go straight to the Academic Affairs office in the teaching building to register." Hearing this, Lu Chen let go. Caught off guard, the gatekeeper fell flat on his backside. Lu Chen ignored him, turned to take his spirit certificate and work-study student certificate from Old Jack's hand, and said with a grin, "Goodbye, Village Chief Grandpa. You don't need to walk us any further. I'm going inside Nuoding Academy to register." Old Jack glanced at the young gatekeeper with a sense of triumph. Hearing Lu Chen's words, he gave a kind exhortation. "Little Chen, after you enter Nuoding Academy, you must take good care of yourself and study hard. You'll be a noble spirit master when you come out. Grandpa is proud of you." Beside them, watching the deep bond between Old Jack and Lu Chen as they played out their reluctant farewell, Tang San's forehead was covered in black lines. His heart churned with a sense of discomfort. Then Tang San approached and said in a low voice, "Village Chief Grandpa, I'm going to register as well." Hearing Tang San speak, Old Jack seemed to only just notice him. He handed Tang San his spirit certificate and work-study student certificate and dismissed him casually. "Little San, go register yourself." Having dismissed Tang San, old Jack took another deep look at Lu Chen before turning and leaving with a satisfied heart. Leaving Tang San standing there alone, tightly clutching his spirit certificate and work-study student certificate. Chapter 7. Familiar faces appear one after another. After bidding farewell to old Jack, Lu Chen carried his luggage and walked toward the academic affairs office. At that moment, a tall, thin middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a poker face walked toward Lu Chen. This person was none other than Yu Xiaoging. Known as the Grand Master, he had once proposed the 10 great core competitive theories of the Spirit Master's world. He knew nothing about the world of truly powerful experts, he merely summarized the ancient texts written by seniors and claimed them as his own theories. He had been nearby just now and witnessed the entire farce at the entrance of Nuoding Academy. He had developed a strong interest in the tall and strong Lu Chen and wanted to study him. Walking up to Lu Chen, Yu Xiaoging forced a smile and was about to introduce himself. Child. Having guessed his identity and knowing what he wanted to say, Lu Chen immediately spoke in a loud voice. Hello, excuse me, I need to go to the academic affairs office to register. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoging's expression froze. The words he hadn't had time to say were completely stuck in his throat, and his already stiff face looked even more gloomy. Yu Xiaoging was someone who cared a lot about face, otherwise, he wouldn't have given up being the second young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to travel all over the continent. His strong yet fragile self-esteem wouldn't allow him to continue acting humble after being rejected. Then, with a dark face, Yu Xiaoging stepped aside to clear the path. After Yu Xiaoging made way, Lu Chen continued walking forward with a normal expression. After walking a few dozen steps, he glanced back and saw Yu Xiaoging and Tang San whispering something. This master and disciple from the original plot had, as expected, become entangled again. Lu Chen quickly looked away and strode forward nonchalantly. It was nothing more than adding Yu Xiaoging to the list of people to kill when he eventually sought revenge by killing Tang San. It just so happened that Yu Xiaoging's fallacious theories could lead Tang San completely astray. For instance, a plant spirit absorbing an animal spirit ring was quite ridiculous. It wasn't a question of whether it could be absorbed. But what was the point? A plant spirit should properly absorb plant spirit rings, which could also grant spirit beast skills and even strengthen the spirit origin. If Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul had honestly absorbed plant spirit rings, it might have undergone a second awakening and evolved into the blue-silver emperor martial soul long ago. For the transmigrator Lu Chen, these were familiar faces appearing one after another, but he didn't want to have too much contact with Tang San and Yu Xiaoging at all. Once he enriched his knowledge of culture and spirit beasts, he would leave this place immediately. At that time, the sky would be high for the birds to fly, and the sea would be wide for the fish to leap. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at the academic affairs office. He took out his spirit certificate and work-study student certificate, handed them to the director of the dean's office responsible for student recruitment, and introduced himself. Hello, teacher, I am a student registering this year. My name is Lu Chen. The director of the dean's office and the other teachers were very surprised by Lu Chen, this 6-year-old big guy. After carefully checking his spirit certificate and work-study student certificate, they found no issues. Although they were surprised by him, they registered him as required. The director of the dean's office said, Lu Chen, I've registered you. Your dormitory is room 7. You can go settle in now. Tomorrow morning is the opening ceremony in the first class. Remember not to be late. Lu Chen smiled and expressed his thanks. Thank you, teacher. I'll head over now. After saying that, Lu Chen turned and left. When he reached the door, he heard the discussion of the director of the dean's office and the other teachers. What a strong child. Why isn't it a beast spirit, but rather the trash spirit blue-silver grass? What a pity, such a pity. Hearing these discussions, Lu Chen just smiled and moved on. His two spirits were indeed the most ordinary spirits, but he believed that one day, his two spirits would be able to evolve into divine rank spirits. Then Lu Chen strode away to find his dormitory, room 7. Nuoding Academy covered a vast area. It took Lu Chen quite some time to find the crudely decorated room 7 in a corner of Nuoding Academy. Walking into room 7, Lu Chen found the dormitory conditions were even worse than he had imagined. In the entire dormitory, there were no separate cubicles, and crude wooden beds were scattered haphazardly. Lu Chen took a deep breath, gaining a profound understanding of the harsh living conditions of work-study students once again. He told himself in his heart to endure it, as it would eventually pass. Meanwhile, several boys in the dormitory who were originally scuffling together stopped their hands in unison after noticing the newcomer. They all stood in a row and surrounded him under the lead of a little fatty. Looking at the tall and strong Lu Chen, a hint of hesitation and fear appeared on the little fatty's face, but after looking at the group of underlings around him, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "I haven't seen you before. Are you new this year?" Seeing these future roommates, Lu Chen answered as if he didn't know the situation, even though he did. "My name is Lu Chen, I'm new. Is there something you need?" Hearing this, the little fatty plucked up his courage and said, "My name is Wang Sheng, Spirit War Tiger, and I am the boss of Room 7. We have a rule in Room 7, newcomers must fight the boss. Whoever wins is the new boss. Don't misunderstand, this isn't to bully anyone. It's to choose a boss strong enough to protect us. Our status as work-study students is very low, and we are often bullied in the academy. If we don't want to be bullied, we have to stick together. The boss is respected by everyone, but also has to stand at the front for everyone." Lu Chen smiled, smiling very happily. This was a perfect excuse to openly deal with Tang San, he must seize it. So Lu Chen agreed. "I understand. Go ahead and attack. I will go easy on you." Wang Sheng looked at himself and then at Lu Chen. The huge difference in their sizes made him completely lack the confidence to win. Hearing that Lu Chen would go easy on him, Wang Sheng even felt a sense of relief. He let out a loud shout to embolden himself, then clenched his fists and rushed toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen had the strength to pull an ox. He looked at the attacking Wang Sheng with a smile, and his hands, like iron pincers, quickly reached out. One hand gripped Wang Sheng's wrist, and the other grabbed Wang Sheng's collar. With a little force, Lu Chen lifted Wang Sheng into the air, kindly giving him a lifting treatment. With his feet off the ground, Wang Sheng immediately panicked and shouted, "I surrender. From now on, you are the new boss." Hearing Wang Sheng surrender, Lu Chen gently set him down. Once his feet were back on the ground, Wang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and approached Lu Chen with a fawning expression. "Boss Lu Chen, your strength is so great. You must have a powerful beast spirit." Lu Chen smiled and said, "No, I have the blue-silver grass martial soul. My strength is great because I was born with divine force." While talking to his newly acquired underling, Lu Chen placed his luggage on the bed, waiting for Tang San with full anticipation. Chapter 8. Isolating Tang San. Lu Chen didn't have to wait for long. Tang San, who had already taken Yu Shaogang as his master, walked into Room 7 with a smile on his face. Looking at the environment of Room 7, Tang San's smile vanished, and his expression shifted repeatedly before he finally frowned and endured it. Then, Tang San looked at Lu Chen, who had arrived at Room 7 ahead of him, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery. He really wanted to tell Lu Chen loudly exactly what a massive opportunity he had missed. Yu Shaogang. He was simply the most knowledgeable elder he had ever met. Based solely on the innate full spirit power of his blue-silver grass martial soul, he had deduced that he possessed twin spirits. Based on this judgment alone, there was not a single teacher in this entire academy who could compare to Yu Shaogang. Tang San felt incredibly lucky to have been able to take such a knowledgeable and talented elder as his teacher. It was truly a blessing earned over 2 lifetimes. At this moment, Tang San thought to himself, "I need to keep a low profile and not let Lu Chen perceive teacher's wisdom as deep as the abyss. He also has the blue-silver grass martial soul and innate full spirit power. According to the knowledge teacher shared, blue-silver grass has no variability, so it is highly likely that he also has twin spirits. Now that Lu Chen has missed his chance with teacher, if he were to learn of teacher's wisdom, he would surely be shameless enough to beg to become his disciple. Given teacher's broad heart and desire to educate the world, he might actually succeed. I absolutely cannot let that happen." In Tang San's heart, perhaps out of envy or jealousy toward Lu Chen, he didn't want to share the teacher Yu Shaogang with him at all. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly strode toward Tang San, which gave Tang San a fright. He took 2 steps back, thinking Lu Chen could guess what he was thinking. Tang San frowned and asked vigilantly, "Lu Chen, do you need something?" Lu Chen stood not far in front of Tang San, his face showing a hint of eagerness. As he loosened up his limbs, he said excitedly, "Tang-san, Room 7 has a rule. Every newcomer has to fight the boss. Whoever wins becomes the new boss. I just defeated the previous boss, so I am the new boss now. You're the newcomer, so come and have a fight with me." After Lu Chen finished speaking, the senior students of Room 7, led by Wang Shang, crowded around Lu Chen, cheering for him with excited expressions. "Go, Boss Lu Chen. Show this freshman what for." Tang-san possessed memories of 2 lives, so he naturally had no interest in this kind of fighting. He rejected him outright, saying, "Boring. If you want to be the boss, then be the boss. I have no interest in being any boss." In truth, deep down, he was a bit afraid to fight Lu Chen. His mysterious heaven skill still hadn't achieved a breakthrough past the first tier. In the mysterious heaven treasure record, the mysterious heaven skill is the foundation of foundations. Without deep enough cultivation, the mysterious jade hand, ghost shadow perplexing track, controlling crane catching dragon, purple demon eye, and 100 explanations of hidden weapons cannot exert their full power. Facing a guy like Lu Chen who possessed innate divine force, Tang-san truly felt a sense of dread and could only resort to life-risking methods. He adjusted the sleeve arrows beneath his sleeves. This was his current greatest trump card. If it ever came to a point where he absolutely had to use them, he wouldn't mind letting the sleeve arrows taste blood. Hearing this, the excited expression on Lu Chen's face stiffened. If Tang-san didn't agree, it wouldn't be easy for him to start a fight. Now that Tang-san was at Nuoding Academy, that shameless fellow Tang Hao was surely lurking in the shadows watching. If he forcibly beat Tang-san and provoked Tang Hao, that old dog might strike out recklessly, which was not something the current him could withstand. Lu Chen thought it over, and the excitement on his face faded. Since he couldn't fight, he would use words to provoke Tang-san. "Hey, if you're scared, just say so. Why make excuses?" Wang Shang explained to him why the work-study students stick together. "Since he won't accept the rules of Room 7, we won't include him when we group up in the future." Since he couldn't beat Tang-san up, Lu Chen would lead the other companions of Room 7 to isolate this guy, making sure he suffered a bit. After giving his orders, Lu Chen turned back to tidy his bed. Receiving the command, Wang Sheng walked up to Tang-san with his chest out and recounted the instances of work-study students being bullied at the academy one by one. He crossed his arms and said gloatingly, "Hee, kid, Boss Lu Chen said that since you won't follow the rules of Room 7, don't expect us to stand up for you when you get bullied later. Brothers, follow me. Let's go over to Boss Lu Chen's side. From now on, no one talk to or play with this kid. Let him taste what it's like to not follow rules and be bullied." The surrounding senior students all responded in unison. Yes. Then all the senior students ran over to Lu Chen's side, leaving Tang-san completely isolated. Tang-san's expression darkened. This kind of isolation was effectively a form of bullying. Watching Lu Chen's side being so lively while his own side was so cold and lonely. That feeling was hard to put into words. But Tang-san, believing himself to have memories of 2 lives, didn't want to mess around with these children anyway. He snorted coldly and thought to himself, "Just children playing house. With my skills, I'm more than capable of protecting myself from being bullied. It's just as well that I don't have to associate with these people. Instead of wasting time with them, I'll use it to learn real skills from teacher." The isolated Tang-san could only choose a bed in a corner of Room 7, but it was then that he realized with a shock that he didn't even have a set of bedding. Thus, he could only sleep on the hard wooden boards. At this thought, the good mood Tang-san had from just becoming Yu Shaoging's disciple was completely ruined. His fists clenched tightly, clearly trying his best to suppress his emotions. After a long while, his mood finally began to settle. "For now, I must continue to endure. Once I've learned real skills from teacher and integrated the Tang sect secret arts I stole in my previous life into this spirit master system, I will surely be able to bring glory to the Tang sect's arts in this other world. When that time comes, everything I'm experiencing now will be nothing more than mere wind and frost." Just as Tang-san was constantly building himself up psychologically, a crisp, tender voice came from the direction of the Room 7 door. "Is this Room 7? This will be my dormitory from now on." After this voice was heard, it instantly drew the gaze of everyone in Room 7. They saw a young girl with a scorpion braid ponytail, wearing a pink top and white pants, her face as rosy as a red apple, standing prettily at the entrance of room 7. Looking at this exquisite little girl, for some reason, Tang San's originally heavy mood began to gradually lighten. He stared at her without blinking. With his past and present lives combined, Tang San, whose mental age was nearly 40, actually felt a slight flutter in his heart. Chapter 9. The Clown. Another newcomer has arrived in room 7. The older students, like Wang Sheng, immediately began egging on Lu Chen. Boss Lu Chen, another newcomer is here. Let her learn the rules of our room 7. In truth, the only person Lu Chen wanted to teach a lesson was Tang San, but unfortunately, Tang San wasn't taking the bait. His hatred was reserved only for the father and son duo, Tang Hao and Tang San. As for this young girl, who was actually Xiao Wu, Lu Chen didn't have any particular thoughts about her. However, due to the rules of room 7, Lu Chen still stepped forward and said indifferently, "My name is Lu Chen. My spirit is blue silver grass, and I am currently the boss of room 7. We have a rule here. Every newcomer must fight the boss. Whoever wins becomes the new boss." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, before the girl could even react, Tang San immediately jumped out and said righteously, "Lu Chen, what kind of skill is it to bully a little girl? You don't know your own strength. I will never allow you to bully the weak. If it comes down to it, I'll fight you in her place." At this moment, Tang San was brimming with righteous indignation, looking like a hero from a wuxia novel saving a damsel in distress. Whenever Tang San imagined this delicate, doll-like girl being bullied by Lu Chen, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Therefore, he stood forward fearlessly. He wanted to take the girl's place, defeat the bully Lu Chen, and restore peace to the dormitory of room 7. Seeing Tang San jump out, Lu Chen's interest was immediately piqued. He rubbed his hands together, eager to start. This was an unexpected harvest. Since Tang San wanted to fight in Xiao Wu's place, he could finally teach Tang San a lesson. He agreed without a second thought. "Fine, if you're looking for a beating, I'd be more than happy to oblige." But at that moment, the young girl became unhappy. Her willow-like eyebrows shot up as she strode forward and pushed Tang San aside. "Who are you? What right do you have to take my place? Did I ask you to stand up for me? Get out of the way, don't stop me from becoming the boss." Tang San was pushed aside by Xiao Wu, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was trying to help her. Even if she wasn't grateful, she shouldn't be so cold. It made him look incredibly stupid, like a complete and utter clown. After pushing Tang San away, the girl put her hands on her hips and walked up to Lu Chen. She looked up at him and said with an eager expression, "My name is Xiao Wu, Wu, as in, dancing. My spirit is a rabbit. Is it true that if I defeat you, I'll be the boss of room 7 from now on?" At this moment, Lu Chen was full of helplessness. Why was it so hard to get a chance to beat up Tang San? Hearing Xiao Wu's question, he nodded perfunctorily and said casually, "That's right. As long as you defeat me, you'll be the new boss of room 7. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled. When she was in the Stardow Great Forest, she was the big sister to Daming and Erming. Now that she had transformed and come to the human world, for someone like Xiao Wu, who was used to being the boss, wasn't it only natural for her to become the boss of room 7? Xiao Wu's petite frame tensed up. She leaned forward with her legs bent in a pouncing stance and whispered, "Then you'd better be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu's legs exerted sudden force. Her entire body leapt into the air, and using the momentum of her descent, she kicked toward Lu Chen. Because Lu Chen didn't care about winning or losing, he seemed a bit distracted. Facing Xiao Wu's kick, he reached out to grab her ankle, intending to throw her out once he caught her. Xiao Wu reacted quickly. Seeing through Lu Chen's intention, she actually managed to twist her waist in midair to change her posture. With extreme agility, she dodged Lu Chen's grasping hand, stepped onto his arm, and used the leverage to close in, flashing behind him. She placed both feet on Lu Chen's shoulders, her insteps hooking his neck. Xiao Wu's waist seemed as soft as if she had no bones, bending backward into a C shape like a powerful bow drawn to its limit. Xiao Wu exerted her full strength and gave a soft shout. "Go down." It had to be said that Xiao Wu's offensive was very sharp, fast, flexible, and fluid. An ordinary person caught off guard would have been thrown by her at this point. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was a powerhouse capable of dragging a bull. His naturally powerful physique gave him an extremely stable lower body. He simply tightened his muscles suddenly, neutralizing the explosive force Xiao Wu used to try and throw him. Xiao Wu was completely stuck. She hadn't expected Lu Chen's strength to be so great. Because of the massive power gap, even though she used all her strength, she couldn't throw him. Lu Chen smiled calmly. This time, he quickly reached out and grabbed Xiao Wu's ankles, preparing to toss her away. Xiao Wu still wanted to be the boss of Room 7, how could she possibly be willing to admit defeat? Moreover, her competitive spirit had been ignited by Lu Chen. She was determined to throw him no matter what. With her insteps still tightly hooked around Lu Chen's neck, she suddenly gave a low shout. Martial soul possession. In an instant, a startling transformation occurred. Xiao Wu's legs grew longer, reaching an exaggerated proportion relative to her body, filled with explosive power. Her originally black pupils turned red after the possession, and a pair of furry rabbit ears grew from the top of her head. But that wasn't the most shocking part. What was truly stunning was the bright yellow spirit ring that rose up around her body. A yellow spirit ring, a century soul ring. Seeing this scene, whether it was Tang San or Wang Sheng and the others, everyone was dumbfounded. They never imagined that this cute-looking girl was already a one-ring spirit master. Tang San had just entered the academy this year and didn't yet know exactly what a yellow spirit ring signified. He was merely shocked that Xiao Wu was already a one-ring spirit master. Wang Sheng and the others, having attended school for several years, knew perfectly well how precious a yellow spirit ring was. As they looked at Xiao Wu now, their faces were filled with envy and awe. As for Xiao Wu, her face was full of unyielding stubbornness as her yellow spirit ring suddenly flared with light. First spirit ability, waist bow. Xiao Wu's first spirit ability could increase her waist strength by 100%, allowing her to unleash even more terrifying power. Under the enhancement of waist bow, the staggering power Xiao Wu unleashed caused even Lu Chen to feel significant pressure. A hint of seriousness appeared on Lu Chen's face. He responded quickly, sinking his shoulders and elbows, spreading his legs into a horse stance, and gripping the ground firmly as if he had grown roots. Xiao Wu was stuck once again. Even after her martial soul possession and using her first spirit ability, the total power she unleashed was still not enough to throw Lu Chen. Just how massive was Lu Chen's strength? Xiao Wu simply couldn't imagine it. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the moment Xiao Wu's explosive power reached its limit, Lu Chen exerted force with his hands on her ankles. He lifted her into the air, swinging her in circles, then side to side, then up and down, saying as he shook her, "Do you yield? Do you admit defeat?" Chapter 10. The Clown, an Encore. Room 7. Everyone around was dumbstruck. Ever since Xiao Wu revealed that she was a one-ring spirit master and one who possessed a century soul ring. Whether it was Tang San or Wang Sheng and the others, they all assumed Xiao Wu would definitely be able to defeat Lu Chen and achieve the final victory. But who could have imagined that Lu Chen, without even using his spirit, had lifted Xiao Wu, who had already used martial soul possession and her first spirit ability, into the air and was swinging her back and forth using only his raw strength. Just watching it felt unbelievable to everyone, yet it was truly happening. People like Wang Sheng were now looking at Lu Chen with eyes full of admiration. Defeating a one-ring spirit master barehanded. Lu Chen's status in their hearts had already reached mythical proportions. As for Tang San, seeing Xiao Wu being bullied by Lu Chen filled him with immense rage, causing him to cast aside his recent experience of acting like a clown. Once again, he stepped forward without hesitation, exuding an air of righteousness. Secretly gripping the sleeve arrow hidden beneath his cuff, he sternly rebuked Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, put Xiao Wu down. You bastard who only knows how to bully the weak, fight me instead." Lu Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He tossed Xiao Wu aside and looked at Tang San with ill intent, saying, "Fine, you've managed to dodge me several times, but you won't escape this time." After being tossed by Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, being a one-ring spirit master after all, twisted her body to maintain balance and landed somewhat unsteadily but safely. Although her steps were a bit staggered, she didn't fall to the ground. Seeing this, Tang San walked over with a face full of concern. A smile he considered heartwarming appeared on his face as he reached out to support Xiao Wu, comforting her. "Xiao Wu, are you all right? This Lu Chen is too despicable, only bullying newcomers. I will definitely vent your frustrations for you and take him down. However, in the next instant, Tang San's outstretched hand was slapped away mercilessly by Xiao Wu. From her eyes to her expression, she was the picture of annoyance toward Tang San, as she snapped irritably. Get lost. Can't you see this is a fight between him and me? What kind of madness has possessed you to come running over? Can you please stop bothering me? As soon as those words were spoken, Tang San seemed to petrify. That heartwarming smile froze on his face, and he stood there motionless, like a clay statue. Tang San had played the clown once again. He could almost hear the sound of his own heart breaking. For the first time he had felt a spark of attraction, he had lost so miserably. His expression was dazed. With the right background music, it would surely become a classic, schadenfreude-inducing scene. Meanwhile, having dismissed the simp like Tang San, Xiao Wu ran toward Lu Chen with great interest. She wasn't angry about what had just happened. Instead, her eyes sparkled as she asked, Lu Chen, is your spirit really blue silver grass? You're like a human-shaped spirit beast, or rather, a beast-to-human transformation. Otherwise, how could you have such terrifying strength without even using your spirit? Xiao Wu was full of curiosity, her eyes shining as she looked at Lu Chen. She was treating him as one of her own, thinking he was also a beast-to-human transformation, specifically, a strength type 1 like a wild bull. Otherwise, how could a mere human erupt with such terrifying power? Lu Chen didn't answer Xiao Wu immediately. He looked at the simp Tang San standing not far away, who had been utterly crushed by Xiao Wu's words, and sighed. His wish to beat up Tang San had fallen through once again. Extremely disappointed, Lu Chen turned back to Xiao Wu. He could tell from her question that she considered him one of her kind, but he really wasn't. Lu Chen explained, my spirit really is just blue silver grass. My strength is great because I was born with divine force, it's just my talent. After all, my spirit power is also innate full spirit power, so it's normal for me to be a bit special. And, I understand, expression appeared on Xiao Wu's face. In this human society, beast-to-human transformations like them certainly couldn't expose themselves. Xiao Wu retracted her possessed spirit. She couldn't beat Lu Chen and was willing to accept her loss, so she immediately shouted, I admit defeat, Boss Lu Chen. After speaking, Xiao Wu turned to Wang Sheng and the others, placing her hands on her hips and announcing loudly, I can't beat Boss Lu Chen, but I definitely won't have any problem beating you guys. From now on, Lu Chen is the boss of Room 7, and I am the second in command. You all have to call me Sister Xiao Wu. How could Wang Sheng and the others have any objections? With the naturally divinely strong Lu Chen as their boss and a one-ring spirit master like Xiao Wu with a century soul ring as their second in command, why would they, the work-study students, fear any bullying? They could practically walk tall and unchallenged in the academy from now on. At this thought, Wang Sheng and the others all looked excited. They puffed out their chests and shouted in high spirits, Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded with satisfaction, a smile on her face. She finally felt a bit of that big sister vibe she had back in the Stardow Great Forest. Just then, a teacher wearing dark green robes entered Room 7 carrying a set of bedding. He spoke in a low voice. Tang San. Is Tang San here? Hearing someone call his name, Tang San, who had been petrified for a long time, finally regained some animation in his face. He turned around and said in a very hoarse voice, Teacher, I'm here. Is there something you need? Hearing the response, the teacher looked toward Tang San, walked over, and thrust the bedding into his hands, explaining, Tang San, this is the bedding your teacher, Grandmaster Yu, asked me to bring to you. I am the teacher in charge of logistics. You can come to me for anything regarding your daily lives. The three work-study students who arrived today, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Lu Chen, are required to clean a portion of the academy. You three will be responsible for cleaning the academy's garden. You'll get 10 bronze coins a day, which is enough for your food and drink at the academy. After making the arrangements, the teacher in dark green robes didn't stay long and soon turned to leave Room 7. Holding the soft bedding in his arms, Tang San forced a smile. In this cold academy dormitory, it seemed only his teacher could provide him with a sliver of comfort. After seeing Tang San receive his bedding, Xiao Wu looked at the others in the dormitory and noticed that everyone had their own bedding except for her, and she didn't know what to do. She whispered, Does the academy not provide bedding? Tang San's ears were very sharp, a skill he had developed through thousands of practice sessions with hidden weapons to locate sounds. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San's mind became active again. If he shared his betting with her now, would it make her happy? Would she smile at him? Tang San's simp soul began to burn once again. Chapter 11 Tang San's hostility. However, reality was incredibly cruel. Before Tang San could even open his mouth to offer to share his betting with Xiao Wu was already looking at Lu Chen pitifully and saying, "Boss Lu Chen, you have to help me. How about we squeeze together tonight?" Hearing this, Tang San's heart was completely shattered. His eyes widened instantly, staring straight at Lu Chen. If Lu Chen really dared to agree, he would risk his life against Lu Chen right now. Tang San would never allow it. The goddess in his heart must not suffer any defilement. Lu Chen noticed Tang San's gaze. If it were just Tang San, Lu Chen might have actually agreed to Xiao Wu just to spite him. But now it wasn't just Tang San. That old dog Tang Hao was watching from the shadows. From the moment Xiao Wu, this 100,000-year soft bones rabbit, appeared at Nuoding Academy, she had likely already been designated by Tang Hao as Tang San's spirit ring and spirit bone. If he had too much contact with Xiao Wu, it would likely provoke that old dog, causing him to act early and eliminate Lu Chen as a potential threat. To save his own life and allow himself a chance for revenge in the future, he could only keep a respectful distance from Xiao Wu for now. Facing that death god Tang Hao, he couldn't save Xiao Wu, at least not for now. He could only lie low and wait for the future. Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu, a trace of pity appearing in the depths of his eyes, but it vanished without a trace in an instant. He smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, you're different from us. We are just spirit scholars without a spirit ring, but you are a one-ring spirit master. I've heard that after becoming a spirit master, as long as you register at the Spirit Hall in Nuoding City, you can receive subsidies issued by the two great empires. A one-ring spirit master can receive 1 gold coin every month. 1 gold coin is a lot of money, enough for you to buy a good set of bedding." Hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She had just come out of the Stardow Great Forest and didn't have a concrete concept of human world currency yet. But since Lu Chen said 1 gold coin was a lot of money and enough to buy a good set of bedding, it must be true. Xiao Wu said joyfully and excitedly, "Boss Lu Chen, thank you for the reminder. I'll go register at the Spirit Hall right now. Haha, I'm going to be rich." As she finished speaking, Xiao Wu rushed outside impetuously. This drew a lot of envy from Wang Sheng and the others. They also wanted to become spirit masters and receive the Spirit Hall's subsidy. However, given their spirits and talent, it was unknown how long it would take them to cultivate to rank 10 spirit power, hunt a spirit beast, and absorb a spirit ring to become a spirit master. After watching Xiao Wu leave, Lu Chen said to Wang Sheng and the others beside him, "Wang Sheng, let's go for a walk too. You guys show me around the academy and tell me about the dean and the teachers. While we're at it, let's go to the cafeteria for lunch." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Sheng agreed with a face full of admiration, patting his chest as he promised. "No problem, Boss Lu Chen. I'll definitely tell you everything I know." After they finished discussing, Wang Sheng and the others crowded around Lu Chen and walked outside together. As they walked, Wang Sheng stayed closest to Lu Chen and complimented him with envy. "Boss Lu Chen, I heard you say you have innate full spirit power talent. That means as long as you absorb a spirit ring soon, you can immediately become a one-ring spirit master just like Sister Xiao Wu." Lu Chen nodded and answered calmly, "That's true, but I didn't inherit a good spirit. I only have the trash spirit, blue silver grass. Even the battle spirit master from the Spirit Hall didn't think much of it back then. If I'm going to absorb a spirit ring, I must choose carefully. After all, in my career as a spirit master, I might only ever absorb 1 spirit ring." Lu Chen's words were half true. Every spirit ring he wanted to absorb did indeed need to be carefully selected, but that was for the purpose of evolving his spirit. But with his talent for growing stronger just by breathing, his spirit power would naturally rise as time passed. There was no such thing as only being able to absorb 1 spirit ring. But hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Sheng and the others still nodded repeatedly. Finally, Wang Sheng spoke the thoughts of everyone. "Children from ordinary families like us simply can't inherit good spirits. If we can have 1 or 2 ranks of spirit power when our spirits awaken, it's already a huge blessing. In the future, even if we give it our all, we can only cultivate to the rank of Spirit Master or Spirit Grand Master and absorb 1 or 2 spirit rings. It's true that every spirit ring needs to be chosen carefully, but most of the time, we don't have a choice. Wang Sheng and the others crowded around Lu Chen, talking as they left room 7. The large room 7 now became empty, leaving only Tang San alone. He silently placed his bedding on his bed. Then, a trace of hostility shot out from his pupils as he spat out a name through gritted teeth. Lu Chen. Thinking of Xiao Wu's coldness toward him and her enthusiasm toward Lu Chen, Tang San felt a pang of heartache, as if his heart were being torn apart. He used to be a very calm person, until he met Xiao Wu. Tang San felt as if he had lost his soul, becoming unlike himself. He stepped forward to defend Xiao Wu time and again, even if it meant making a fool of himself. He even fawned over her just to get her to smile. Why was it like this? Tang San didn't know himself. He just felt that if he didn't have Xiao Wu, it would definitely be a major loss for him. On the other side, under the guidance of Wang Sheng and the others, Lu Chen soon toured the entire academy. Wang Sheng gave a detailed introduction of every building in the academy. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng and the other work-study students chimed in to give Lu Chen a detailed introduction of the academy's dean, the dean of students, and all the teachers. Naturally, this included Yu Xiaogang. Wang Sheng and the others even gossiped about Yu Xiaogang, saying he held the title of Grand Master but didn't lead classes or teach in the academy, acting like a freeloader. Lu Chen wasn't Tang San, and he nodded in deep agreement. There was indeed something wrong with Yu Xiaogang. Although the 10 core competencies of spirits he proposed were things that hadn't been proven. He had read many ancient texts and knew a lot of precious knowledge. If he were willing, he could completely spread it so that more spirit masters from the bottom could benefit from it. But Yu Xiaogang didn't do that. The dean of Nuoding Academy took him in probably only for the sake of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's face. Otherwise, a freeloader like Yu Xiaogang, who neither led classes nor taught, would have likely been kicked out of Nuoding Academy long ago. With the detailed introductions from Wang Sheng and the others, Lu Chen gained a comprehensive understanding of Nuoding Academy in a short amount of time. Chapter 12. Meditation Method, 1.5 times Cultivation Speed. After a tour of the academy, it was noon. Growing boys like Lu Chen and Wang Sheng already had stomachs growling with hunger. Thus, in groups, they swarmed into the cafeteria. The cafeteria was divided into the first and second floors. The first floor served communal meals. For just a few bronze coins, one could eat well. While the food wasn't fancy, it was enough to fill one's stomach. As for the second floor, it was no different from a restaurant outside. One could order individual dishes, with all sorts of stir-fries and stews available. It was where the academy's teachers and noble students ate. Lu Chen, Wang Sheng, and their group were all work-study students. With empty pockets, it was naturally impossible for them to eat on the second floor, so they had the communal meals on the first floor. During the meal, a small incident occurred. A group of noble students who had finished eating on the second floor saw Wang Sheng as they came downstairs and habitually began to provoke him. Wang Sheng clenched his fists, feeling incredibly furious. Lu Chen understood that in the face of such campus bullying, backing down was useless. One had to strike back fiercely to make the bullies feel fear, otherwise, this kind of thing would never end. So, under Lu Chen's direction, Wang Sheng made an appointment with the group of noble students to have a fight in the small woods on the academy's back mountain after school the next afternoon. The losers of this fight would have to steer clear of the winners whenever they encountered them in the academy from then on. Those noble students held themselves in high regard. Facing Wang Sheng's initiative to challenge them, how could they possibly refuse? They agreed without a second thought. After the challenge was set, Wang Sheng and the other work-study students looked at Lu Chen with burning eyes, clearly placing all their hopes on him. In truth, Lu Chen didn't want to cause trouble either, but he knew even better that if he didn't show a tough attitude, he would only face more trouble in the future, not less. After finishing lunch, all the work-study students returned to room 7. In room 7, Lu Chen didn't see Tang San, but he did see Xiao Wu, who had returned from Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu had collected her gold coin stipend from Spirit Hall and bought a brand new set of pink bedding. At that moment, she was lying on the bed eating snacks, speaking with a charming smile. "Boss Lu Chen, you're all back. Look, This is the brand new bedding I bought with the gold coins I got from Spirit Hall. I also bought lots of snacks. Xiao Wu showed off to everyone with great pride. Looking at Xiao Wu, Lu Chen suddenly had an idea. Xiao Wu's century soul ring seemed quite capable of intimidating people. If he brought her along for the fight tomorrow, it would surely have a better effect. So, Lu Chen encouraged Xiao Wu, saying, Xiao Wu, we just made an appointment in the cafeteria with a bunch of provocative noble students to have a fight in the woods on the back mountain after school tomorrow. You're also one of us work-study students. Do you want to come and join us tomorrow? Hearing the words, have a fight, Xiao Wu's eyes instantly lit up. She sat up on the bed, patted her unremarkable chest, and said with immense bravado, of course I'll join. I'm Room 7's sister Xiao Wu, how could I miss out on something like this? Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and flattered Xiao Wu, saying, as expected of Xiao Wu. Then tomorrow we'll make a name for the work-study students together and let those noble students know how powerful we are. Xiao Wu couldn't handle being praised. Under Lu Chen's flattery, she put her hands on her hips and raised her small head high, her pink face full of smugness. No one can resist repeated praise. Even if Xiao Wu was 100,000-year soft bones rabbit, she couldn't entirely escape worldly vanity. After winning Xiao Wu over, Lu Chen felt even more confident about tomorrow's fight. Defeating those noble students would certainly make them afraid, but it would also make them harbor resentment and eventually lead to endless trouble. Therefore, compared to defeating them, it was more important to intimidate them. Xiao Wu's century soul ring was a precious spirit ring that even the city lord's son, Xiao Chanu, did not possess. Although this seemed more like an original book bug, that the dignified son of a city lord's first spirit ring wasn't a century soul ring, but merely a 10-year spirit ring. Tomorrow, as long as Xiao Wu showed that century soul ring, it would 100% intimidate those noble students, and they wouldn't dare cause trouble again. In the time that followed, these work-study students in Room 7 showed an extremely diligent side. There was no horsing around or playing. Instead, they began to meditate and cultivate their spirit power. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately asked Wang Sheng for guidance on the meditation method for cultivating spirit power. After all, the one who knows more is the teacher. He felt no embarrassment at all. Wang Sheng didn't hold anything back either. He introduced the meditation method in great detail, along with some of his cultivation experience. After all, this kind of basic meditation method would be taught by teachers in the very first class after new students enrolled. Wang Sheng was simply teaching the meditation method to Lu Chen one day early. After being taught, Lu Chen sat on his bed. Following Wang Sheng's description, he calmed his mind, communicated with his spirit, used his spirit to sense the energy between heaven and earth, and absorbed that energy into his body. The circulation of spirit power involved several major meridians, which Wang Sheng had also introduced in detail. Lu Chen quickly mastered them. For Lu Chen, his golden finger meant that every breath could absorb heaven and earth energy into his body. However, in the past, his spirit had not reached awakening, and spirit power could not be circulated, so he could only passively absorb energy. Now that Lu Chen had successfully awakened his spirit and learned the basic meditation method, he began to actively guide the circulation of spirit power. With every breath, he continuously absorbed heaven and earth energy into his body, then actively guided this energy through several major meridians into his dantian. Lu Chen had two spirits in his dantian. The first spirit was blue silver grass, and the second spirit was the black iron sickle. After these two spirits absorbed the energy, it was purified and refined by the spirits, turning into his spirit power and settling in his dantian. At this moment, Lu Chen discovered to his surprise that his spirit power accumulation speed had increased by about 1.5 times compared to before. This made Lu Chen feel very excited. Even if I don't deliberately meditate, my spirit power will continue to rise. But if I can increase the cultivation speed by 1.5 times, it seems I can't be slack in my cultivation in the future. With this thought, Lu Chen focused all his attention and threw himself into meditation. Feeling the accelerated rate of spirit power accumulation gave him even more motivation to cultivate. This meditation lasted for an entire afternoon. It wasn't until Lu Chen's stomach growled with hunger that he was pulled back from the meditative state. Lu Chen opened his eyes and woke up, sat up from the bed, and stretched his limbs. He was very satisfied with the results of the afternoon's cultivation. He then called out to a few companions who had also woken up, and they went to the cafeteria together for dinner. By the time they returned to room 7, the sky had turned completely dark. Lu Chen and his companions in room 7 washed up and went to bed to rest. Chapter 13. Authentic Teaching. The next day, at the crack of dawn, a rustling sound woke Lu Chen from his slumber. Dazed, Lu Chen opened his eyes and saw that Tang San had already gotten up and was currently dressing and folding his quilt. He was stunned for a moment before it clicked. It seems Tang San is going with his teacher, Yu Shaogang, to the spirit hunting forest to hunt spirit beasts and absorb his first spirit ring. Hee, go ahead. A plant blue-silver grass martial soul absorbing a datura snake's spirit ring. Even if it grants temporary strength, a datura snake can never allow blue-silver grass to undergo a proper evolution. The future is long. As long as I find the opportunity to eliminate the blue-silver king of the blue-silver forest first, Tang San will never be able to awaken as the blue-silver emperor. Sooner or later, he will pay for his current mistake. With this thought, Lu Chen rolled over, pulled the quilt over his head, and drifted back into a deep sleep. In the distance, Tang San, who had already dressed and folded his quilt, glanced back toward Lu Chen. Tang San had cultivated the purple demon eye, giving him terrifying vision. Lu Chen's subtle movements just now had been fully observed by him. At this moment, his heart was filled with malicious thoughts. Lu Chen, we were once the same, possessing the same blue-silver grass martial soul and the same innate full spirit power. But now, we are different. I have taken a famous master. Under his guidance, I am about to hunt a spirit beast and obtain my very own first spirit ring. As for you, without anyone to lead you, trying to obtain a suitable spirit ring will be as difficult as reaching the heavens. One step ahead, always ahead. I will surpass you bit by bit. When your divine force can no longer play a role, that will be the time I trample you under my feet. Xiao Wu, wait for me. I will definitely let you know who the most reliable person in room 7 truly is. Thinking of this, the corners of Tang San's mouth curled up into a foolish grin, as if he were immersed in some fantasy. Immediately after, Tang San shook his head vigorously, took a deep look at Xiao Wu's spot, and finally left room 7 alone without looking back. About an hour after Tang San left, the sky had fully brightened. The work-study students in room 7 began to crawl out of bed one after another. Though some were puzzled by Tang San's disappearance, no one truly cared. Under Lu Chen's interference, all the work-study students had isolated Tang San. They didn't speak or play with him, treating him entirely like a transparent person. Even Xiao Wu, though Lu Chen hadn't had much contact with her, had not ended up sleeping in the same bed as Tang San by chance as she had in the original plot. Lu Chen, the transmigrated butterfly, had begun to affect more and more things with the air currents stirred by his wings. Lu Chen put on the brand new school uniform issued by the academy, which caused his entire temperament to undergo an earth-shaking change compared to before. He was originally a village boy, but now he looked not a bit inferior to those noble youths. Because of Lu Chen's golden finger that made him stronger just by breathing, his physique was naturally tall and straight. At only 6 years old, he stood 1.6 meters tall with a body of lean muscle that looked extremely masculine and full of power. Lu Chen had thick eyebrows and large eyes. Although there was still some boyishness in his face, one could see he was quite the handsome fellow. His was not a feminine beauty. It was a masculine, steadfast, and decisive aesthetic filled with power. After changing into his uniform, the completely transformed Lu Chen went to the cafeteria to eat with Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and the others, then headed to the playground for the opening ceremony. The opening ceremony was nothing unusual, consisting of the principal's speech, reminiscing about the past, looking to the future, and encouraging all students to cultivate hard to reach rank 10 spirit power, absorb a spirit ring, and become a spirit master as soon as possible. After the opening ceremony ended, all students returned to their respective classes. Lu Chen and Xiao Wu, the two first-year freshmen, were led by a teacher to the first-grade classroom. In the first lesson of the term, the teacher taught the meditation method for cultivating spirit power. Spirit power is the absolute priority for a spirit master. Even if a spirit is poor, it mostly affects a spirit master's future prospects. However, if spirit power increases slowly, it determines whether a person even has the qualification to be a spirit master. Even in an elementary Spirit Master Academy, the standard for graduation is whether a student possesses rank 10 spirit power and has absorbed a spirit ring to become a Spirit Master. Therefore, the cultivation of spirit power must begin as soon as these students enter the school. The first lesson taught by the teacher was the meditation method for cultivating spirit power. Lu Chen had learned a meditation method from Wang Sheng yesterday, but hearing the teacher explain it again today gave him many new insights. Although Wang Sheng had taught him earnestly, giving Lu Chen everything he knew, Wang Sheng himself had only mastered at most 60% of the method. The meditation method he taught Lu Chen was incomplete. After hearing this authentic teaching from the teacher, Lu Chen felt he benefited greatly and gained much more insight into the meditation method. After the teacher finished the lecture, he let everyone practice freely. Lu Chen was exceptionally gifted. He easily entered a meditative state in class. With every breath, worldly energy entered his body. Under his active guidance, the energy traveled along the major and minor meridians, eventually converging in the dantian. It was absorbed by the two great martial souls in Lu Chen's body, and after being purified and refined, it turned into his spirit power, settling within the dantian. Sensing carefully, Lu Chen was suddenly overjoyed beyond measure. After learning the complete meditation method, his own cultivation speed had actually reached twice that of his usual free-breathing state. Discovering this, Lu Chen couldn't help but secretly criticize Wang Sheng in his heart. That guy really was a poor student. A perfectly good meditation method had its effectiveness greatly reduced after he learned it. It seemed that once he returned, he could mock that guy a bit, and while he was at it, tell him all his cultivation experience. After all, that guy hadn't kept any secrets from him. In the classroom, Lu Chen was an exception. He entered the meditative state very easily, which might be related to his golden finger. After all, every breath he took could absorb worldly energy. As for the others, they all had their own problems. Some were lively and active, unable to quiet their hearts. Some were slow-witted and couldn't grasp the knack of it for a long time. Many students were scratching their heads, unable to enter that meditative state. The teacher on the podium shook his head helplessly at the scene. He really wanted to shout to all the students, "You are simply the worst class one have ever taught." Except for Lu Chen. The teacher on the podium looked at Lu Chen, who had entered the meditative state early, his eyes full of praise as he nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned his head and saw Xiao Wu sleeping soundly, and he was so angry he almost pulled his own beard off. The other students couldn't enter the meditative state, but at least they were trying. Only Xiao Wu wasn't even pretending, she had simply fallen asleep in class. In fact, this wasn't Xiao Wu's fault. As a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form, her body already had a massive accumulation of energy. She didn't need to meditate at all. She only needed to blend into the human crowd and gradually absorb human aura to slowly tap into the massive energy within her body. Chapter 14. The Victory of the Work-Study Students. The last moments of the morning quietly slipped away amidst the chaotic classroom. Regarding today's teaching effectiveness, the instructor could only shake his head helplessly. Class dismissed. Go and eat. Remember to practice diligently on your own in the future. If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask me. Meditation is the only way to increase spirit power. Only by mastering the meditation method early can you reach spirit power level 10 sooner. After the instructor finished speaking, those academic slackers who hadn't been able to enter a state of meditation throughout the entire class clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Because the instructor hadn't left yet, these students all sat obediently in their seats. Not a single student dared to leave without permission. With his hands behind his back, the instructor walked down from the podium and came to stand before Lu Chen. Looking at Lu Chen, who had exited his meditation state and opened his eyes, he spoke in a praising tone. "Child, your talent is very good. After I taught the meditation method, you were the first one to enter the meditation state so quickly. Although your talent is excellent, you must not slack off in your cultivation in the future. If you encounter any problems you don't understand, you can come find me. I will definitely answer you patiently. Cultivate well. I have high hopes for you." Hearing this, Lu Chen rose from his chair. He was not someone who lacked gratitude. The instructor's goodwill was so obvious that he naturally felt it. Facing the instructor, Lu Chen gave a deep bow and said with a look of gratitude, "Thank you, teacher. I will certainly cultivate diligently." If I have any questions in the future, I will come to ask you immediately. I hope teacher can resolve my doubts. Lu Chen's humility and eagerness to learn made the instructor increasingly satisfied with him. He patted Lu Chen's shoulder as a sign of encouragement. Before turning to leave, the teacher gave Xiao Wu a harsh glare. She was still snoring away. Finally feeling helpless, the instructor walked out of the classroom with his hands behind his back. As soon as the teacher left, the other freshmen in the classroom cast complex looks toward Lu Chen. Among them were mixtures of envy, jealousy, and even a bit of defiance and resentment. Clearly, they wished they could replace Lu Chen, the guy who was so favored by the teacher. Resentment from the academic slackers toward the top student. Facing the complex gazes of these freshmen, Lu Chen was completely composed and didn't feel any discomfort. After leaving his seat, he went straight to Xiao Wu's desk. Xiao Wu was sitting by the window. Golden sunlight streamed through the pane, shining on her profile as she lay snoring on the desk. Her pinkish cheeks were flushed with health and luster, like a ripe red apple. Seeing this, Lu Chen shook his head and chuckled. No wonder the teacher had given her such a harsh glare at the end, she was truly sleeping soundly. He reached out and banged loudly on the desk, which finally woke Xiao Wu up. Awakened, Xiao Wu rubbed her bleary eyes and spoke while still somewhat dazed. "What's wrong? Is it time to eat?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and replied with a light smile. "Yes, class is over. Let's hurry up and eat. This afternoon, we work-study students have a fight scheduled with the noble students. Xiao Wu, as the second in command of Room 7, you are a main figure for us work-study students. Don't be late because you were sleeping." At the mention of this, Xiao Wu immediately perked up. She bounced up from her chair, waving her little fists that lacked any real intimidation. Her eyes were full of eagerness as she said excitedly, "Boss Lu Chen, don't worry, I definitely won't be late. HMPH, a bunch of little punks daring to bully us work-study students. The work-study students are covered by Sister Xiao Wu. Just watch me beat them until they're looking for their teeth on the ground." After waking Xiao Wu, Lu Chen went to the cafeteria with her. Lu Chen ate on the first floor, while Xiao Wu went to the second floor. Lu Chen was a poor work-study student with little money of his own, so he could only eat the communal meals on the first floor. As a one-ring spirit master, Xiao Wu had already received her gold coin subsidy from Spirit Hall. Having money, Xiao Wu began a life of lavish spending, eating only the best food, so she went to the second floor of the cafeteria. Around 2 in the afternoon, in the small woods behind Nuoding Academy. 2 groups of student factions from Nuoding Academy had already gathered in the woods. Both sides were rubbing their palms and hurling insults at each other, ready to fight at any moment. On the work-study students' side, Xiao Wu stood with her hands on her hips, her expression serious like a female general commanding thousands of troops. She turned to ask Wang Sheng. "Wang Sheng, is everyone here?" Hearing the question, Wang Sheng immediately stood up straight and replied with his chest out. "Basically all the work-study students are here. Only Tang San hasn't shown up, but he doesn't follow the rules of our Room 7, and we've never counted him as one of us." Xiao Wu's brows furrowed slightly, thinking even less of Tang San. She waved her hand and said, "Forget it. A coward like that wouldn't be of any use even if he came. Boss Lu Chen and I are here. Boss Lu Chen, we can start." Lu Chen nodded upon hearing this, then looked at the leader of the noble students, Xiao Chanu, the city lord's son. He spoke in a loud voice. "How do you want to compete?" A glint flashed in Xiao Chanu's eyes. As the city lord's son, he wasn't a total waste, he had his own little schemes. This time, these work-study students actually dared to challenge them, which meant they must have something to rely on. Xiao Chanu wouldn't blindly engage in a chaotic brawl. After a moment's thought, he proposed his terms. "We will each send out 3 people to fight one-on-one in turns. The loser leaves the field, and the winner stays to accept the next person's challenge until all 3 people from one side are defeated. The side with the last person remaining on the field is the winner of this match." Xiao Chanu had his little schemes, but unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, any scheme is powerless. Lu Chen agreed to Xiao Chanu's terms. The first contestants sent by each side were Wang Sheng for the work-study students and Lu Long for the noble students. Wang Sheng's spirit was the war tiger, with level 8 spirit power. Lu Long's spirit was a long staff, also with level 8 spirit power. Although their spirit power was equal, in the absence of spirit abilities, Lulong's long staff spirit was used more flexibly. After a bout of fighting, Lulong successfully defeated Wang Sheng. Losing the first battle caused the morale of the work-study students to drop. Seeing this, Xiao Wu couldn't wait and stepped out as the second contestant. Her movement was extremely agile. Her actions were swift, clean, and decisive. In the fight, she threw Lulong out in just a single exchange. The work-study students won this second battle, which boosted their morale again as they cheered loudly for Xiao Wu. On the noble students' side, Xiao Chanu saw that Xiao Wu's strength was extraordinary. Originally, he wanted to be the final act. But Xiao Chanu felt that no one on their side besides himself was a match for Xiao Wu, so he had to step up as the second contestant. After Xiao Chanu entered the field, he immediately performed martial soul possession. He grew taller, his muscles expanded, his body became covered in gray fur, fangs grew in his mouth, claws sprouted from his hands, and his eyes turned into emerald green vertical pupils. Furthermore, a white spirit ring slowly rose from beneath his feet. This represented his status. He was a one-ring spirit master. However, after his martial soul possession, the work-study students didn't feel fear. Instead, they all looked at Xiao Wu with anticipation. At this moment, Xiao Wu also performed martial soul possession. Her legs grew longer, reaching an exaggerated proportion to her body. Her black eyes turned red, and a pair of fluffy rabbit ears grew on her head. What terrified the noble students even more was that a yellow spirit ring gradually rose from beneath Xiao Wu's feet. A yellow spirit ring, a century soul ring. Compared to Xiao Chanu's decade soul ring, a century soul ring was clearly much rarer and more precious. The outcome of this battle held no surprises. With the crushing advantage of a century soul ring over a decade soul ring, Xiao Wu easily defeated Xiao Chanu. After Xiao Chanu's defeat, the noble students could no longer send out a third contestant. After all, even Xiao Chanu had been defeated, and the noble students had completely lost their nerve. This scheduled fight ultimately ended in a complete victory for the work-study students. Chapter 15. Xiao Wu's Dog Training Chronicles. Lu Chen's plan was a resounding success. The moment Xiao Wu revealed that century soul ring, she didn't just defeat Xiao Chanu physically, she crushed him mentally as well. Even as the son of the city lord, Xiao Chanu didn't possess a single century soul ring. Yet, he had seen a bright yellow century soul ring manifest on Xiao Wu's body. Filling in the blanks himself, he concluded that Xiao Wu must be the descendant of some hidden family, and her attendance at Nuoding Academy was merely a trial imposed by her clan. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Chanu accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. He no longer dared to act arrogant in front of the work-study students, and whenever he saw Xiao Wu, he would respectfully call her sister Xiao Wu. Ever since their duel where Xiao Wu displayed her divine might, Xiao Wu was no longer just the sister Xiao Wu of Room 7, she had become the sister Xiao Wu of the entire academy. Even Lu Chen benefited from this shift. During the 3 matches back then, although Lu Chen never actually stepped onto the field from start to finish, even Xiao Wu, the possessor of a century soul ring, had to call him Boss Lu Chen. As a result, Lu Chen had become synonymous with being unfathomable within the academy. This left Lu Chen somewhat amused and exasperated. How could he, a spirit scholar who didn't even have a spirit ring yet, be considered unfathomable? Still, this worked out well. With no one daring to provoke him for no reason, he could focus on his studies at the academy in peace. Some time passed after that, and the master-disciple duo of Tang San and Yu Xiaoging finally returned to Nuoding Academy. Lu Chen happened to run into them when they arrived. Yu Xiaoging's face was deathly pale, showing signs of excessive blood loss, and he looked significantly weaker than before. This led Lu Chen to guess that, just like in the original plot, they had encountered that 400-year-old datura snake. After Yu Xiaoging was poisoned, Tang San must have bled himself to treat him, resulting in his current state of severe blood loss. Following this logic, Tang San's first spirit ring would, without a doubt, come from that 400-year-old datura snake. Lu Chen felt like laughing. The further Tang San strayed down the wrong path, the more advantageous it would be for him. When Tang San saw Lu Chen, his expression was quite a sight. A hint of provocation would occasionally flicker in his eyes, as if he viewed Lu Chen as a rival, specifically, a rival for Xiao Wu's favor. Consequently, after Tang San escorted his teacher, Yu Xiaogang, back to his quarters, the first thing he did was go look for Xiao Wu. He wanted to share the news of absorbing his first spirit ring and becoming a one-ring spirit master with her, hoping to make her see him in a new light. To his surprise, Xiao Wu's reaction was cold. She scolded Tang San for being a coward and had no desire to interact with him much at all. This left Tang San completely bewildered. How on earth had he become a coward? After asking around, Tang San finally learned that during his absence, a duel had broken out between the work-study students and the noble student faction. Every single work-study student had been present except for Tang San, who was away hunting a spirit beast and thus failed to participate. Because of this incident, Tang San became a coward in Xiao Wu's eyes. Tang San found it impossible to clear his name. The stereotype had already set in, and any explanation seemed weak and hollow. He wanted to tell Xiao Wu that he was away hunting a spirit beast, not intentionally avoiding the fight between the work-study students and the nobles. However, Xiao Wu wouldn't listen at all, maintaining a cold expression toward Tang San throughout. Tang San was helpless, but driven by his infatuation with Xiao Wu, he acted like an irredeemable sycophant, playing the clown over and over again in an attempt to win her favor. Meanwhile, while Tang San was wasting time and effort trying to please Xiao Wu, Lu Chen poured all of his energy into acquiring knowledge. Lu Chen was incredibly dedicated to his studies, possessing what could be described as a thirst for knowledge. In class, he was always the most attentive student. Literacy, history, geography. Lu Chen's progress was rapid, earning him nothing but praise from all his teachers. Beyond these basic courses, what Lu Chen studied most diligently was knowledge regarding spirit beasts, as this was what he needed most. Details like spirit beast species, distribution, talents, and skills. Lu Chen studied these with the utmost care. Every day after class, he would make a special trip to the teachers' offices to politely ask for guidance. Most of the teachers at Nuoding Academy were responsible and dedicated. Since Lu Chen was proactive in asking questions, they taught him everything they knew. They introduced Lu Chen to the spirit beast knowledge they possessed in great detail, especially knowledge concerning plant-type spirit beasts. Since Lu Chen's spirit was the plant-type blue-silver grass, the majority of his inquiries were focused on plant-type spirit beasts. Aside from the teachers, Lu Chen had another source of information, Xiao Wu. As the incarnation of a 100,000-year soft-bones rabbit, Xiao Wu could be considered one of the old ancestors of the spirit beast world. Her understanding of many spirit beast habits even surpassed that of the Academy's teachers. Despite having lived for a long time, Xiao Wu had likely been protected too well. She didn't have a calculating or scheming bone in her body. With just a few words of praise from Lu Chen, Xiao Wu would get all dizzy with pride and tell him everything she knew about spirit beast habits. Under Lu Chen's thirsty pursuit of knowledge, his daily progress was remarkably evident. Time passed quickly in this manner, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. After 3 years of growth, Lu Chen had reached the age of 9, and his transformation was immense. First was his height. He had grown from 1.6 meters to 1.8 meters. Aside from a lingering hint of youth in his face, his physique was indistinguishable from that of an adult. Next was his spirit power. Because he had yet to obtain a first spirit ring, his spirit power remained stuck at rank 10. However, during these 3 years, he had cultivated diligently every day. With his golden finger that made him stronger just by breathing, combined with the meditation method, he achieved a 2x cultivation speed. This allowed his accumulation of spirit power to reach an incredible level. Just looking at his burly 1.8 meter frame at the age of 9. One could infer that the spirit power accumulated in his body must be a terrifying figure. As for exactly what rank of spirit power he had reached, that would only be known after he obtained a spirit ring. Lu Chen had used 3 years to complete 6 years' worth of knowledge. Literacy, history, geography, he knew these basic courses by heart. Regarding knowledge of spirit beasts, especially plant-type ones, Lu Chen had studied with the most heart, and he had now accumulated a staggering amount of information. He might not know every single spirit beast on the continent, but he could recognize the vast majority of them, especially plant types, on sight, and could list their attributes, habits, talents, and skills. Now that everything was ready, all that remained was to hunt a spirit beast. To that end, Lu Chen sought out the dean to apply for a leave of absence, citing the need to go out and hunt a spirit beast. Chapter 16. Stardow Great Forest. At the main gate of Nuoding Academy, Lu Chen, standing at 1.8 meters tall, carried his pack and walked out of the academy. Behind him was Xiao Wu, who had come to see him off, and Tang San, the #1 simp under Xiao Wu's command. It must be said, Tang San really had perseverance. Even after being turned into a clown time and time again, he still shamelessly clung to Xiao Wu's side, managing to become the ultimate simp among her followers. The scorpion braid behind Xiao Wu fluttered as she enthusiastically waved at Lu Chen, her voice crisp and pleasant, filled with youthful vitality. "Boss Lu Chen, come back early after you absorb your first spirit ring. We'll be waiting for you in the academy." After all, they had been roommates and partners for 3 years. At this moment of parting, Lu Chen turned to look at Xiao Wu and said in a gentle tone, "Hunting spirit beasts is fraught with danger, and I don't know how long I'll be gone. However, as long as fate allows in the future, we will surely meet again one day." Xiao Wu truly had an innocent and romantic nature. She wasn't nervous at all and even said with great anticipation, "We'll definitely meet again. Look at little San. He's already absorbed 2 spirit rings and become a spirit grandmaster, and he hasn't lost any arms or legs." Little San was Tang San. As Xiao Wu's simp, Tang San had already lost his own name in front of her. Even though Xiao Wu called him Little San, Tang San grit his teeth and accepted it with a face full of smiles. It must be said, a simp is truly a terrifying creature. At this moment, a look of surprise intertwined with malice appeared in the eyes of the simp Tang. He was surprised because once Lu Chen left, he would be the closest person to Xiao Wu. Even if he was just a simp, as long as he stayed by Xiao Wu's side all day, there might come a day when he could walk into her heart. He thought maliciously that it would be best if Lu Chen died completely. While hunting spirit beasts this time, that way, he would have no more competitors. Tang San thought back to his own 2 spirit beast hunts. The first time hunting the datura snake and the second time hunting the ghost vine. Even with sufficient preparation, he had narrowly escaped death each time. Lu Chen was all alone. If he went to the spirit beast forest to hunt, he would most likely die inside. This was the darkest thought in the depths of Tang San's heart. The way he looked at Lu Chen was as if he were looking at a dead man. Lu Chen wasn't blind. Tang San radiated malice toward him from head to toe, so how could he not sense it? It just wasn't the time to have a falling out yet. To him, this trip was like the high sky for birds to fly and the wide sea for fish to leap. Once his wings were full grown, it would be time for a final showdown with the father-son duo, Tang Hao and Tang San. The pain and humiliation that Tang Hao and Tang San had brought upon him and his parents back then were things he could never forget. Every day, his only thought was to grow strong quickly and then take revenge on Tang Hao and Tang San. He had to make this father and son regret ever coming into this world. This was a major motivation for Lu Chen's desire to become stronger. Thinking of this, Lu Chen turned and strode away, his booming voice echoing back, "Goodbye, I'm leaving now." After bidding farewell to Xiao Wu, Lu Chen left Nuoding City. He didn't go to hunt spirit beasts immediately but instead rushed back to Saint Spirit Village. This departure could likely last several years, unlike attending Nuoding Academy, where he could at least return once a year. Since he would be gone for a long time, Lu Chen returned to Saint Spirit Village to properly say goodbye to his parents, Luan and Rose, as well as the village chief, Old Jack, who cared about him. After 3 days, Lu Chen had no more worries, so he shouldered his pack once again and set out resolutely on his journey to hunt spirit beasts. Lu Chen held a tattered map in his hand, which he had purchased in Nuoding City. On that tattered map, the major cities of the 2 great empires and some famous spirit beast forests were roughly marked. For example, the Sunset Forest and the Stardow Great Forest. Where Lu Chen was headed this time was the Stardow Great Forest, located in the center of the Douluo continent and sandwiched between the 2 great empires. The Stardow Great Forest is currently the most vast spirit beast forest on the continent, divided into 3 parts, the outer area, the mixed zone, and the core area. It contains countless spirit beast resources but is also exceptionally dangerous. In the outer area, there are many 100-year and 1,000-year spirit beasts. In the mixed zone, there are many powerful spirit beasts between 10,000 and 50,000 years old. In the core area, there are only terrifying spirit beasts over 50,000 years old, and there are even top-tier spirit beasts over 100,000 years old. The Douluo Great Forest was the place Lu Qian chose to hunt spirit beasts. He believed that by relying on the abundant resources of the Douluo Great Forest, he would surely be able to rise in a short time. As for his two spirits, the blue silver grass and the black iron sickle, how should they be developed in the future? During these 3 years, Lu Qian had already considered it countless times. First of all, he definitely couldn't follow Tang San's example. The most important thing for twin spirits is to complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul started on the control path, and in the late stage, it gained power attack skills, becoming a control plus power attack path. This resulted in a certain overlap with his second spirit, the clear sky hammer, failing to fully utilize the advantages of twin spirits. In Lu Qian's vision, his blue-silver grass martial soul needed to continuously improve its life attribute, following the support system to restore health and mana, provide shields and buffs, and finally be able to bring the dead back to life. Relying on the life attribute of his first spirit, the blue-silver grass, his second spirit, the black iron sickle, could then be imbued with attributes like destruction, darkness, and devastation. The more brutal, the better; the more domineering, the better. As long as the power was great enough, he wouldn't even hesitate to perish together with the enemy. Only in this way could he fully exploit the advantages of twin spirits, the first spirit being ultimate life and the second spirit being ultimate destruction. With the two spirits complementing each other, it would be enough to turn him into a killing machine. Once the twin spirits' paths he envisioned both reached an extreme, he believed that on this Douluo continent, he would be invincible under heaven. After half a month of travel, the travel-worn Lu Qian finally arrived outside the Douluo Great Forest. Thinking about the experiences of the past half-month, Lu Qian was also filled with emotion. Traveling far from home was not easy. When away from home, there was too much to guard against. Bandits, wild beasts, shady inns. With just a slight lapse in attention, one would not only lose their money but even their life. Lu Qian was very lucky. With his golden finger that made him stronger just by breathing, at only 9 years old, he had a 1.8-meter frame and possessed immense strength, which allowed him to overcome crises time and again. With a fair amount of blood on his hands, Lu Qian's eyes became indifferent and his expression more mature. He believed that anyone who had experienced life and death peril could be reborn and grow up quickly. At this moment, Lu Qian looked at the endless dark forest before him and spoke in an excited tone. Douluo Great Forest, I, Lu Qian, have finally arrived. Chapter 17. Thousand-Year Crimson Blood Grass. Douluo Great Forest, at the edge of the outer perimeter. Carrying his pack, Lu Qian walked through the forest with a vigilant gaze, wary of any danger that might appear from the surroundings at any moment. In his right hand, he gripped a black iron sickle, which was his second spirit, the black iron sickle. The handle was about 2 feet long and 2 fingers thick. At the tip of the handle was a crescent moon-shaped blade, about 1 foot long and 3 fingers wide, sharpened on one side, and currently gleaming with a chilling, cold light. Compared to his first spirit, blue silver grass, his second spirit, the black iron sickle, although merely a farming tool, possessed at least some offensive capability. Especially since this was Lu Qian's spirit, it could carry his immense spirit power. Under the infusion of his vast spirit power, the sharpness of the black iron sickle far exceeded that of weapons forged from refined iron or steel. In the Douluo Great Forest, the black iron sickle was even more versatile. Not only could it be used for self-defense, but it could also be used to clear a path. In this kind of primeval forest, there was an abundance of obstructing grass and vines. Within these patches of grass and vines, snakes, insects, rats, and ants would often hide, requiring extra vigilance. Lu Qian's black iron sickle was originally meant for harvesting wheat and rice, but for cutting through grass and vines, it worked perfectly fine. Just then, a rustling sound rang out. A dark shadow darted out from a tree nearby, pouncing straight at Lu Qian. Before Lu Qian could even see what creature it was, his body instinctively reacted, and he quickly swung the black iron sickle to strike. As a sharp, cold light flashed through the air, the black shadow that had darted out was instantly split in two. Thud, thud. The creature Lu Qian had split in two had its head and body fall to the ground separately, with blood quickly flowing out and staining the ground crimson. Only then did Lu Chen see the creature's true form. It was a brocade-bellied snake, a highly venomous type of snake spirit beast. If he were bitten by it, he feared he would hardly be able to walk out of the Stardo Great Forest alive. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "This Stardo Great Forest is truly fraught with danger." Even at the edge of the outer perimeter, there are spirit beasts like the brocade-bellied snake. The next instant, streaks of yellow light radiated from the corpse of the brocade-bellied snake. After changing several times, they gradually condensed into a yellow spirit ring. This brocade-bellied snake was actually a 100-year spirit beast. Lu Chen glanced at the yellow spirit ring, but quickly withdrew his gaze, not intending to absorb it. He lifted his foot, stepped on the head of the brocade-bellied snake, then bent down to pick up its body, intending to roast it later to eat with his dry rations for lunch. After doing this, Lu Chen continued walking forward without looking back. What he was looking for was a plant spirit beast, specifically one with auxiliary effects. With a clear goal, naturally, there was no hesitation. Unknowingly, Lu Chen had already spent over 10 days in the Stardo Great Forest, and both his mind and body had been tested to the extreme. Almost every day, Lu Chen had to encounter spirit beast attacks several times. Although he was able to turn danger into safety every time due to his vigilance, it kept his mind tightly strung, and he barely had a good night's sleep. Hunting spirit beasts was indeed a dangerous business. Just today, Lu Chen swung his black iron sickle, cutting through the grass and vines blocking his path. After spending time, he finally hacked out a road. Suddenly, the view before him opened up. He saw a valley ahead, and within that valley grew vast patches of red plants. Lu Chen's pupils constricted, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Crimson blood grass. Crimson blood grass, also known as life-restoring grass, would flow with a bright red, blood-like juice when crushed, which had an extremely powerful effect in treating external wounds. Upon seeing this large patch of crimson blood grass, Lu Chen first felt a surge of surprise, then quickly became vigilant. For a plant spirit beast like crimson blood grass that could restore injuries, there were usually accompanying animal spirit beasts in its vicinity. The world of spirit beasts was extremely cruel. Once an injury was sustained in a fight, leaving one in a state of blood loss and weakness, one would be targeted by other predators. Crimson blood grass could restore injuries, so it easily formed a symbiotic relationship with some powerful spirit beasts. Therefore, after seeing the crimson blood grass, Lu Chen quickly became vigilant, his gaze like lightning, his pupils like torches, as he scanned that patch of crimson blood grass. Sure enough, he saw a variegated fierce tiger slowly walk out of the valley. The opponent also discovered Lu Chen, and a pair of beastly eyes, flickering with bloodthirsty light, were staring at him without even blinking. Lu Chen's heart sank. This was a great king tiger. The name was quite domineering, but the opponent truly lived up to it. The great king tiger, the king of the forest, possessed terrifying strength and endurance. It was a natural-born hunter. A single tiger roar was enough to suppress and kill some weak spirit beasts. Lu Chen took a deep breath, then walked forward fearlessly. For the sake of his first spirit ring, even if he had to face the great king tiger, he would absolutely not retreat. Roar! Seeing Lu Chen dare to approach, the great king tiger opened its mouth and let out a tiger roar. Then, a searing white energy ball was shot from its mouth, blasting toward Lu Chen's position. Seeing this, Lu Chen widened his eyes. Fortunately, his reaction was quick enough. He immediately threw himself down and rolled, dodging the energy ball. The great king tiger took this opportunity to launch a fierce attack. It was as fast as lightning, pouncing toward Lu Chen. As it approached Lu Chen, it leapt up, opened its blood-stained maw, and bit toward Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen knelt on one knee, seeing the huge tiger maw so close at hand. His heartbeat began to accelerate, but unexpectedly, he did not feel a shred of fear. All he had was a surging, vigorous battle intent and killing intent. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, his muscles tense all over. He pushed hard with his feet, sliding underneath to get close to the great king tiger's abdomen. He swung the black iron sickle with his right hand, continuously pouring his spirit power into it, causing the black iron sickle to flash with unprecedented sharpness. Rip! Accompanying the sound of flesh being torn, Lu Chen's black iron sickle, which didn't yet have a spirit ring, actually managed to tear open the great king tiger's abdomen under his full force swing. Drip! Drip! Streams of blood flowed out, and the big tiger let out a cry of pain. It was provoked into ferocity by the pain, and in its pair of beast eyes, there was nothing but a gaze that wanted to devour a person. However, Lu Chen was completely unafraid. He stood up from the ground, turned to look at the great king tiger, opened his mouth to roar, and stared directly into the great king tiger's pupils with wide eyes, assuming a stance of fighting to the death. Whimper. For spirit beasts, the more afraid you are, the more aggressive they become. If you are more aggressive, they will become afraid instead. Facing Lu Chen, who seemed determined to fight to the death, the great king tiger whined. Not wanting to fight Lu Chen to the bitter end, it finally tucked its tail and turned to flee. Seeing this, Lu Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he didn't have a single spirit ring yet, and relying solely on his immensely powerful body, he didn't have absolute certainty that he could deal with the great king tiger. Now that the great king tiger had run away, it was time for Lu Chen to inspect his gains. He turned around and walked into the valley, looking at the vast patches of crimson blood grass. 10-year crimson blood grass. 100-year crimson blood grass. 1000-year crimson blood grass. Deep in this valley, there was actually a stalk of 1000-year crimson blood grass. Lu Chen's pupils constricted, and a look of hesitation appeared on his face. Chapter 18. 4000-year cloud mist tea tree. I've decided to choose you, 1000-year crimson blood grass. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Chen finally made up his mind. The bold are stuffed, the timid starve. Relying on his formidable physique, which had allowed him to beat away a 1000-year great king tiger with his bare hands, Lu Chen refused to believe he could not absorb a 1000-year spirit ring. Having made his decision, Lu Chen walked up to the 1000-year crimson blood grass, swung the black iron sickle in his hand, and severed the 3-meter-tall crimson blood grass along with its roots. Drip, drip, drops of red liquid flowed from the severed roots of the crimson blood grass. It looked exactly like fresh blood, yet it emitted a strange fragrance. Even though the 1000-year crimson blood grass, as a plant spirit beast, possessed extremely vigorous vitality, its life reached its end after its roots were severed. As the 1000-year crimson blood grass trembled, waves of rich purple light drifted out from its roots, stems, and leaves. After several transformations, it finally condensed into a purple spirit ring. A purple spirit ring, a 1000-year spirit ring. This was a powerful spirit ring that normally required one to reach level 30 in spirit power to absorb, but Lu Chen, confident in his strong physical constitution, decided to use it as his first spirit ring. While other spirit masters were still absorbing 10-year spirit rings or century soul rings as their first spirit ring, Lu Chen dared to use a 1000-year spirit ring as his first. It must be said, this was an attempt to break convention. Afterwards, Lu Chen hoisted the 1000-year crimson blood grass onto his shoulder and turned to walk out of the valley. He dared not absorb the spirit ring here. In the process of absorbing a spirit ring, he would be unable to move freely. If that great king tiger returned while he was absorbing the spirit ring and he could not move freely, he would be done for. To absorb the spirit ring, he still needed to find a safe place. Carrying the 1000-year crimson blood grass, Lu Chen traveled forward quickly while vigilantly scanning his surroundings, guarding against sudden attacks from spirit beasts, searching for a place to absorb the spirit ring. About half an hour later, Lu Chen found a towering tree with a hollow in it, which seemed to be a nest abandoned by some spirit beast. Lu Chen climbed up to test it. If he curled up his body, it could barely accommodate him, so he decided to absorb the spirit ring there. He curled up and entered the tree hollow, using the pack he carried with him to block the opening tightly. After making full preparations, Lu Chen closed his eyes, activated his meditation method, communicated with his blue-silver grass martial soul, and began to absorb the purple spirit ring of the 1000-year crimson blood grass. After being summoned, the purple spirit ring suddenly floated toward Lu Chen, settled over the blue-silver grass in his palm, and then rapidly shrank until it merged into it. In an instant, a burst of vigorous spirit power, filled with the aura of life, spread outward. Nourished by that life force, Lu Chen's blue-silver grass martial soul trembled gently, growing taller, stronger, and more vibrant at a speed visible to the naked eye. That immense spirit power also fed back from Lu Chen's blue-silver grass martial soul into his own body. The massive spirit power traveled through his meridians and finally arrived at his dantian, seemingly wanting to wreak havoc, but sleeping within Lu Chen's dantian was an unimaginably vast amount of spirit power. Under the suppression of this vast spirit power, the spirit power of the 1,000-year crimson blood grass spirit ring acted like a mouse seeing a cat, obedient and afraid to run wild. Under the refinement of Lu Chen's blue-silver grass martial soul, that external spirit power was finally completely dispersed and integrated into his own spirit power. The entire process was exceptionally smooth. Lu Chen's absorption of the 1,000-year spirit ring was actually somewhat risky, but the result was better than he had imagined. He had absorbed this spirit ring without suffering any harm. The process of absorbing the spirit ring lasted about 40 minutes in total. Just after 40 minutes, Lu Chen's absorption ended. Inside the tree hollow, Lu Chen opened his eyes, which shone with joy. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing an irrepressible smile. He thought with great delight. Absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring was actually so easy. It seems I underestimated my own body. After absorbing the first spirit ring, my spirit power has directly surged to level 20. Next, I should go look for the second spirit ring I need. My first spirit ring is a 1,000-year spirit ring from the crimson blood grass. I am also very satisfied with this skill. Blue-silver recovery. After using the first spirit ability, I can release blue light mist. Anyone bathed in the blue light mist can quickly recover from their injuries. After completing the absorption of the first spirit ring, Lu Chen pushed aside the pack blocking the tree hollow, crawled out of the narrow space, and leapt from the towering tree to the ground. With a thought, he summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul, and a stalk of blue-silver grass grew out of thin air above his palm. Beneath his feet, a magnificent purple spirit ring rose up. Compared to his original spirit, this blue-silver grass was taller, stronger, and more vibrant. On the leaves of the blue-silver grass, one could see streaks of blood-red patterns, as if they were blood vessels. This was the blue-silver grass after completing one round of evolution. Lu Chen believed that as long as he persisted in absorbing the spirit rings of plant spirit beasts, his blue-silver grass would eventually evolve into the variant blue-silver emperor. Lu Chen laughed aloud and said, "My blue-silver grass has evolved, and the first spirit ring I absorbed perfectly meets my expectations. With this recovery skill, I won't have to fear getting injured in battle while in the Stardew Great Forest." As his voice fell, Lu Chen retracted his blue-silver grass martial soul, shouldered his pack again, chose a direction at random, and walked forward, preparing to search for the second spirit ring he needed. Finding a suitable spirit beast in the vast Stardew Great Forest is no easy task. More than a month has passed since he absorbed the 1,000-year crimson blood grass spirit ring. Lu Chen had been searching tirelessly in the outer area of the Stardew Great Forest for over a month. Although he had encountered quite a few plant spirit beasts, none were suitable for him. Either the species was wrong, or the age was inappropriate. After searching painstakingly for over a month, Lu Chen was exhausted. Today, he arrived at the edge of a lake, intending to wash his face and calm down. However, upon reaching the lake, Lu Chen looked toward the island in the center of the lake and widened his eyes. He saw a massive tea tree growing on the island in the center of the lake. Its branches and leaves were lush and verdant, and a faint tea fragrance drifted over, making Lu Chen feel refreshed. Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise, "A cloud mist tea tree. I actually found a cloud mist tea tree, and judging by its size, this cloud mist tea tree is about 4,000 years old. Heaven is truly helping me." The tea leaves harvested from the cloud mist tea tree are a top-tier luxury item in high society. The tea brewed from them has the miraculous effect of eliminating fatigue and restoring energy. In high society, there is a saying, "An ounce of tea is worth an ounce of gold." If Lu Chen were to bring this cloud mist tea tree back intact, the great nobles of the imperial capital would spare no expense to purchase it. A 4,000-year-old cloud mist tea tree would not be priced lower than 400,000 gold coins. However, what Lu Chen needs right now is not gold coins, but a second spirit ring suitable for him. Chapter 19. Blue-Silver Grace. Lu Chen's first spirit ring had absorbed a 1,000-year crimson blood grass spirit ring, so he believed his second spirit ring would be enough to absorb this 4,000-year cloud mist tea tree spirit ring. Now, the only thing standing before Lu Chen was the lake at his feet. It was impossible for there to be no accompanying spirit beast around the cloud mist tea tree. Looking at the clear, rippling lake, Lu Chen felt extremely vigilant. This place was definitely not as safe as it appeared. Lu Chen put down his backpack and walked into the forest. After half an hour, he returned to the lake carrying the corpses of 2 nether wolves. Lu Chen used his second spirit, the black iron sickle, to slit the throats of the 2 nether wolves. Blood gushed out instantly, and the smell of blood filled the entire lake. He casually tossed the bleeding nether wolves by the lakeshore and hid himself. Lu Chen was very patient and would never act rashly. He hid in the shadows and waited patiently for over 10 minutes. Finally, ripples appeared on the once calm surface, and a massive creature floated up from beneath the water. Seeing the huge creature, Lu Chen took a sharp breath. It was an iron-armored crocodile. Looking at its strong limbs, thick scales, and sharp teeth glinting coldly, one could tell this iron-armored crocodile was not to be trifled with. After careful observation, Lu Chen thought, this iron-armored crocodile is 4 meters long and has at least 4,000 years of cultivation, similar to the cloud mist tea tree. It seems to be the accompanying spirit beast of the cloud mist tea tree. To absorb the spirit ring of the cloud mist tea tree, it seems this iron-armored crocodile must be dealt with. In Lu Chen's sight, the iron-armored crocodile smelled the blood and quickly crawled onto the shore. It opened its massive mouth, took the 2 nether wolf corpses, and turned to return to the lake. Lu Chen certainly wouldn't let it return easily. Once the iron-armored crocodile returned to the lake and started making waves, he would have no way to deal with it. Only while it was on shore could he fight it. Even if he couldn't kill it, he had to at least drive it away. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen rushed out, caught up to the iron-armored crocodile in a few steps, grabbed its tail, and pulled it back with all his strength. Roar! The iron-armored crocodile realized late that its tail was caught. It quickly spat out the nether wolf and let out a roar. Then it twisted its body frantically, trying to break free from Lu Chen's restraint. Lu Chen's muscles tensed, and he shouted, "Up you go!" Who would have thought that in a contest of strength, the iron-armored crocodile would actually fall behind? Lu Chen swung it by its tail and threw it into the nearby forest. Boom! The massive body of the iron-armored crocodile was thrown into the forest, stopping only when it hit a large tree. The violent impact left the iron-armored crocodile dazed. Lu Chen looked solemn. He quickly gave chase and, with a thought, summoned his second spirit, the black iron sickle. The vast spirit power in his body continuously poured into it, making the black iron sickle glow with a cold light. While the iron-armored crocodile was still dazed, Lu Chen rushed into the forest and swung the black iron sickle, stabbing it into one of the crocodile's eyes. Arg! The intense pain instantly snapped the iron-armored crocodile awake. Its ferocity was fully triggered, and it lunged forward with all its might. Although Lu Chen tried his best to dodge, the impact still grazed him, knocking him back 6 or 7 steps. Lu Chen grimaced in pain and looked at his abdomen. His clothes were torn, and the skin on his stomach was scraped, looking a bit bloody. Although it wasn't very serious, it reminded him once again that when facing a spirit beast of several thousand years, one must be extremely careful. Lu Chen took a deep breath, gripped the black iron sickle, and charged again. He dodged the iron-armored crocodile's bites and lunges while swinging the black iron sickle at various parts of its body. Clang, 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 clang. The scales of this iron-armored crocodile were unbelievably hard. When Lu Chen's black iron sickle struck them, it only produced a series of sparks and couldn't break its defense at all. Ultimately, this was because Lu Chen's black iron sickle hadn't been augmented with a spirit ring yet. As an ordinary spirit, its attack power was insufficient. In the forest, the man and the crocodile fought intensely. Eventually, Lu Chen found an opportunity and used the black iron sickle to blind the iron-armored crocodile's other eye. With both eyes blinded, the iron-armored crocodile finally felt fear. It let out a bluffing roar and then fled in a panic. Having finally driven away the iron-armored crocodile, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He retracted his second spirit, the black iron sickle, and summoned his first spirit, the blue-silver grass. As a blue glow gradually shone, a blue-silver grass with blood-colored patterns grew out of thin air in his palm. A faint ripple of spirit power emanated, and a magnificent purple spirit ring slowly rose from beneath his feet. First spirit ability, blue-silver recovery. Lu Chen activated his first spirit ability. His blue-silver grass martial soul swayed gently, emitting clouds of blue light mist. Lu Chen bathed in the blue light mist, and his injuries recovered quickly. A moment later, the minor injuries on Lu Chen's body were completely healed. Having recovered from his injuries and driven away the iron-armored crocodile, it was finally time for Lu Chen to reap the rewards. He walked to the lakeshore, swam to the island in the center, and eagerly approached the cloud mist tea tree. He summoned his second spirit, the black iron sickle, again and cut down the defenseless cloud mist tea tree. With a crash, the cloud mist tea tree fell. Its life came to an end, and a dense purple light was released from its trunk. After several transformations, it finally condensed into a purple spirit ring. Lu Chen's spirits rose at the sight. However, he didn't absorb the spirit ring immediately. Instead, he took a packet of powder from his robe, a powder used to repel snakes, insects, and rodents. Although the iron-armored crocodile wasn't dead, its eyes had been blinded by him. Lu Chen scattered the powder in a circle around him. This would interfere with the iron-armored crocodile's sense of smell, preventing it from finding him again. After doing this, Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, circulated his meditation method, communicated with his blue-silver grass martial soul, and began to absorb the 4,000-year spirit ring of the cloud mist tea tree. The deep purple, magnificent spirit ring floated over, circled the blue-silver grass martial soul, quickly shrank, and merged into it. A surge of spirit power full of vitality spread out, causing the blue-silver grass martial soul to tremble violently. It began to grow at a visible rate, undergoing a new round of evolution. At the same time, a massive amount of spirit power flowed back into Lu Chen's body, traveling through his meridians and finally gathering in his dantian. However, under the suppression of his own spirit power, no chaos occurred. After refining and absorbing it, it completely merged into his own spirit power. It took about 40 to 50 minutes for Lu Chen to complete the absorption of the second spirit ring. He opened his eyes and first felt his own spirit power. As expected, it had surged to level 30, allowing him to directly absorb a third spirit ring. Then he summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul, and two magnificent purple spirit rings rose slowly from beneath his feet. Both the first and second spirit rings were purple spirit rings. Such a spirit ring configuration would likely be unbelievable to anyone who heard of it. As for his blue-silver grass martial soul, after the second round of evolution, its stems were thicker and its leaves wider. Besides the blood-colored patterns, it also emitted a faint, unique fragrance and a dense aura of life. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. The change is significant. The previous blue-silver grass martial soul was just a low-tier spirit, but now it's at least an intermediate spirit. 2,000-year plant spirit rings have been a great help to its evolution. And my second spirit ability, Blue-Silver Grace, can eliminate fatigue and restore energy, including physical strength and spirit power. All of these can be restored. The first spirit ability restores health, the second restores spirit power. For the next third spirit ability, it's time to add a buffing ability. Chapter 20. 8,000-year sun-facing flower. On the island in the middle of the lake, Lu Chen retracted his spirit, stretched vigorously, and his bones popped like roasting beans. Through his tattered clothes, one could see clearly defined muscles. With his blue-silver grass martial soul having successively absorbed the first and second spirit rings, not only had his accumulated spirit power gradually been released to level 30, but his physique had also been significantly strengthened. In terms of pure strength, Lu Chen was not even inferior to some spirit beasts, but lacking sharp fangs and claws, he lacked corresponding means of attack. To improve his attack capabilities, Lu Chen currently only had two ideas. One was to attempt to create his own spirit ability during battle. The second was to attach a spirit ring to his second spirit, the black iron sickle. Lu Chen instantly rejected the second idea. Attaching a spirit ring to his second spirit now, even if it were a millennium spirit ring, would be very uneconomical. Considering this, he could only try the first idea, to attempt to create some spirit abilities during upcoming battles. Lu Chen rubbed his chin, his eyes flashing with a sharp light as he thought. If I am to create a spirit ability, since my blue-silver grass martial soul has absorbed spirit rings, its toughness has greatly increased. I can try to train in binding techniques. Binding, isn't this a plant's instinct? Even if I cannot completely bind the opponent, as long as I can delay their movements, I can create opportunities to attack. Another thing is, by compressing and releasing spirit power, alternating between these two states, I should be able to unleash considerable power. Anyway, with the blue-silver recovery and blue-silver grace skills, I am not afraid of getting hurt. At worst, I'll just try a few more times, and I will eventually succeed in creating a spirit ability. Thinking of this, Lu Chen had gradually made a plan. In his heart, as he was about to turn and leave, he looked back at the fallen cloud mist tea tree. A 4,000-year-old cloud mist tea tree is worth at least 400,000 gold coins. Unfortunately, for me right now, what I need is not gold coins, but a suitable second spirit ring. Therefore, I have to cut you down. However, these tea leaves cannot be wasted. After leaving the Douluo Great Forest, these tea leaves will be quite precious. I can give them to Mom and Dad, Grandpa Old Jack, and the teachers at Nuoding Academy. After speaking, Lu Chen walked towards the fallen cloud mist tea tree and began to pick the freshest tea leaves from the top of the tree. Lu Chen spent 3 days performing some simple processing on the fresh tea leaves he had picked. Unfortunately, he was not a tea master and did not know how to properly process the cloud mist tea leaves. Therefore, the tea leaves he processed were at most of medium quality, and their final value was greatly discounted. Lu Chen sighed repeatedly. What a pity, such a pity. Carrying this feeling of regret, Lu Chen took a large bag of cloud mist tea leaves, left the island in the middle of the lake, put his pack back on, and began searching for the next suitable spirit beast. The process of finding a suitable spirit beast is never smooth sailing. It requires a lot of time and energy to find one suitable for oneself in the dangerous Douluo Great Forest. More than a month passed unconsciously. While searching for spirit beasts in the Douluo Great Forest, Lu Chen began to consciously try to create his own spirit abilities in addition to searching for beasts. Whether it was the binding technique of the blue-silver grass or the compression and release technique of spirit power, he slowly figured out a few things, but he still lacked practical experience and could not be sure of their feasibility. Just at this time, Lu Chen discovered a sun-facing flower that was 1.8 meters tall on a hillside. In the Douluo Great Forest, looking at the plant-type spirit beast from afar, which resembled a sunflower, a look of joy could not help but appear on Lu Chen's face. A sun-facing flower. After the sun comes out during the day, its flower disc will always face the sun, allowing it to absorb and store solar energy. After the sun sets at night, the sun-facing flower will fall into a deep sleep, but the solar energy stored during the day can condense into a layer of blazing sun shield. Isn't this exactly the shield skill I wanted? And looking at the size of this sun-facing flower, it has at least 8,000 years of cultivation, which is within the age range I can absorb. Lu Chen's first spirit ring and second spirit ring had absorbed the spirit rings of a 1,000-year crimson blood grass and a 4,000-year cloud mist tea tree, respectively. Since he was able to successfully absorb these millennium spirit rings, Lu Chen was confident that he could successfully absorb the spirit ring of this 8,000-year sun-facing flower. After deciding to hunt this sun-facing flower as his third spirit ring, Lu Chen put down the pack on his back and walked towards the location of the sun-facing flower. It was still broad daylight, with a scorching sun hanging high in the sky. The flower disc of the sun-facing flower was facing the sun. This was its most active time. Lu Chen walked towards the sun-facing flower, and the sun-facing flower noticed Lu Chen. The sun-facing flower was not like the delicate crimson blood grass or the cloud mist tea tree, it possessed quite remarkable strength. Perhaps sensing Lu Chen's killing intent, the flower disc of the sun-facing flower trembled slightly and then turned towards Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately became vigilant. Sure enough, in the next instant, 3 explosive seeds were sprayed from the flower disc of the sun-facing flower, shooting towards Lu Chen's position. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately reacted, pushing off with his feet to leap to the side, dodging the 3 explosive seeds. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 explosive seeds landed where Lu Chen had originally been standing. 3 explosions occurred instantly, and scorching flame energy ravaged the area, blasting the surrounding few meters into scorched black. The small flowers and grasses on the ground burned rapidly in the explosion, and in no time, they turned into ashes all over the ground. Seeing this, a look of surprise appeared on Lu Chen's face. His understanding of the sun-facing flower came from the introductions of the teachers at Nuoding Academy. Now that he had seen the sun-facing flower with his own eyes, he was surprised to find that it was even more powerful than he had imagined. If this move of explosive seeds had hit him directly, he feared it would have burned him instantly. Although he was surprised by the power of the sun-facing flower, Lu Chen had no intention of retreating. Instead, he could use the explosive seeds of the sun-facing flower to train his footwork. In the next instant, 5 more explosive seeds were sprayed from the flower disc of the sun-facing flower. Lu Chen quickly bent his knees slightly, circulated his spirit power to his feet, and kept compressing it within his soles. Then, like a rocket launching, he released the compressed spirit power. However, due to a moment of carelessness, the compressed spirit power exploded. Although it allowed him to use the force to launch himself, the direction of the launch was completely out of his control. Furthermore, as the spirit power exploded, it mangled his soles, and a piercing pain shot straight to his brain, making him grimace in pain. With a bang, Lu Chen, who had been launched, finally slammed onto the ground, rolled a few times, and finally came to a stop. Despite having various flaws, regardless of how it happened, after the compressed spirit power was released, it had launched him away, successfully. Dodging the 5 explosive seeds. Bang, 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 bang. 5 explosion sounds rang out one after another, and the waves of fire that were set off made Lu Chen look disheveled. His clothes were scorched black. His already tattered clothes were burned with holes of various sizes by the sparks that flew over. His hair was roasted until it was a bit dry, and his face was roasted bright red. Lu Chen did not care about these things. He looked at the sun-facing flower with a firm expression. Come again. As long as I try a few more times, I will definitely be able to master this. Burst Step. Chapter 21. Burst Step and Cannon Fist. Bang, bang, bang. For the entire day, the sound of explosions had not ceased. The sun-facing flower truly suffered a great deal. Its innate ability, Burst Seed, was used by Lu Chen to train his footwork. Throughout the day, the sun-facing flower had sprayed over 100 burst seeds, exhausting itself completely. In the end, not only did it fail to kill Lu Chen, but under high-intensity pressure, Lu Chen's footwork became increasingly agile. It was fortunate that the sun-facing flower, being a plant spirit beast, lacked organs like a mouth, otherwise, it would surely be cursing up a storm right now. As the sun gradually slanted westward, the vitality of the sun-facing flower grew weaker. When the last ray of sunlight dissipated, the sun-facing flower seemed to fall into a deep sleep. However, the sleeping sun-facing flower was not completely without resistance. A golden light bloomed from within its flower disc, immediately forming a golden energy shield that completely enveloped the sun-facing flower itself. Seeing this, Lu Chen, who looked disheveled and covered in dust, stopped, panting heavily. His clothes were scorched, and there were burn marks all over his body. His skin was barely intact, and his face grimaced in pain. As soon as sweat seeped out, it was immediately baked dry. One could see how agonizing this process of training footwork was for Lu Chen. The next moment, Lu Chen summoned his first blue-silver grass martial soul. A stalk of blue-silver grass with blood-colored patterns, emitting a faint, exotic fragrance and permeated with a rich life force, grew out of thin air. 2 magnificent purple spirit rings slowly rose beneath Lu Chen's feet. They were the mark of his status as a spirit grandmaster. Others had 1 white and 1 yellow spirit ring, or 2 yellow spirit rings, but he had 2 purple spirit rings. If this were to spread, it would surely cause a massive stir in the spirit master's world. First, spirit ability, blue-silver recovery. Second spirit ability, blue-silver grace. As Lu Chen finished speaking, the 2 purple spirit rings bloomed with light. His spirit power poured into his blue-silver grass martial soul, and the blue-silver grass martial soul began to sway gently, emitting bursts of blue light mist. Bathed in that blue light mist, the injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his fatigued spirit was also greatly relieved, while his physical strength recovered rapidly. As for his spirit power, although it had been consumed to a certain extent due to using his spirit ability, his golden finger was that he became stronger through breathing. With every breath, he could absorb the energy of the world. Recovery was faster than consumption, ensuring his spirit power never showed signs of depletion. After about 3 minutes, Lu Chen had recovered to his peak state, looking vibrant. His body was unscathed, and there were no traces of burns visible at all. Let's go get something to eat first. After I come back, I'll use the sun-facing flower's solar shield to train the cannon fist I've envisioned. Burst Step and Cannon Fist were the self-created spirit abilities that Lu Chen had pondered over the past month. The principles of both self-created spirit abilities came from the compression and release of spirit power. Burst step involved compressing and releasing spirit power in the feet to increase his speed. Cannon fist involved compressing and releasing spirit power in the hands to form an energy shockwave used as an attack method. Theoretically, there were no problems. What was lacking was a large amount of practice to make these two self-created spirit abilities truly take shape. The current 8,000-year-old sun-facing flower was simply the best sparring partner for Lu Qian. Lu Qian's first spirit ability could recover injuries, and his second spirit ability could eliminate fatigue and restore energy. This allowed Lu Qian to quickly recover his body after being injured or overexerting himself, then continue training. He believed that it wouldn't be long before his two self-created spirit abilities could exert their effects in actual combat. Returning to the present, as the sky darkened, the entire forest appeared very eerie and silent. The calls of some unknown birds drifted over, giving people a creepy feeling. Fortunately, Lu Qian was used to it. He returned to the location of his pack, collected some wood, and lit a campfire. He took out some dried meat he had made from his pack, used a knife to cut it into small pieces, and added some wild vegetables he had dug up nearby, placing them in a small pot to stew. Before long, a fragrant meat soup was ready. After Lu Qian was full, he crossed his hands behind his head and lay down to watch the stars in the sky for a while. Thinking that he had only been out for a few months and had already obtained his first and second spirit rings. And he was also working on self-created spirit abilities. Once the self-created spirit abilities were successful and he killed this sun-facing flower, his blue-silver grass martial soul would be able to obtain its third spirit ring. Soon, I am one step closer to getting my revenge. A flash of intense hatred burst from Lu Qian's eyes. Thinking of the humiliation that Tang Hao and Tang San, father and son, had brought upon him and his parents, he felt a gnashing of teeth. Even after so many years, he simply could not let it go. Tang Hao, Tang San, you two just wait. I will definitely make you father and son suffer a fate worse than death, and regret coming into this world. After uttering these harsh words, Lu Qian jumped up from the ground, tore off his tattered shirt, revealing his sturdy chest and well-defined abdominal muscles. Lu Qian stretched his hands and feet, then strode toward the sun-facing flower. At this moment, the sun-facing flower was asleep, but a solar shield had already unfolded. Around it, cannon fist. Lu Qian clenched his right fist, whispered in his mouth, and channeled his spirit power to his fist to compress it. With the experience from the day, the process of compressing spirit power went very smoothly. After all, the principles of burst step and cannon fist were actually the same. They both relied on the process of spirit power compression and release. As the spirit power was highly compressed, Lu Qian's clenched right hand trembled slightly. On the surface of his fist, waves of spirit power fluctuations spread out uncontrollably. Lu Qian's eyes widened, and as he punched out violently, he completely released the compressed spirit power on his fist. Boom! Lu Qian punched the solar shield, and the golden energy barrier rippled faintly. Although Lu Qian's punch failed to completely shatter the solar shield, it caused a significant impact on it. Seeing this, joy appeared between Lu Qian's brows. It looks pretty good. This power is much greater than my simple punch, but it still needs further improvement. I need to compress the spirit power further, just like a spring. Only by compressing it harder will the rebound force be greater. Also, I need to control the angle of the spirit power release. The force must be concentrated. The more concentrated it is, the greater the power. The more scattered it is, the smaller the power. Continue. When I can shatter the sun-facing flower's solar shield with one punch, my self-created spirit ability, Cannon Fist, will be truly formed. As his voice fell, Lu Qian quickly withdrew his fist, then continued to repeat the previous action, charging up, punching, one punch after another hitting the sun-facing flower's solar shield. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Qian was like an indefatigable robot, practicing his punches until the second half of the night before he went back to rest. And this kind of training lasted for 20-something days. Chapter 22. Level 40 Spirit Power. The sun-facing flower, having been tormented by Lu Qian day and night for over 20 days, looked somewhat wilted at this moment. It feebly spat out 3 burst seeds in the direction of Lu Qian. Burst step. Lu Qian reacted instantly, channeling his spirit power to the soles of his feet to compress it. The moment that compressed spirit power was released, The ground was crushed into a deep footprint, and Lu Chen was propelled directly outward, dodging the 3 burst seeds. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions of the 3 burst seeds did not harm Lu Chen in the slightest. After Lu Chen's long and arduous practice, this self-created spirit ability, Burst Step, could now be applied in actual combat. Having been propelled into midair, Lu Chen, like a great rock spreading its wings, used the momentum of his descent to rapidly pounce toward the sun-facing flower. Facing the menacing Lu Chen, the sun-facing flower instinctively activated its sun shield. Its flower disc bloomed with a wisp of golden light, forming a golden energy shield that completely enveloped it. Lu Chen raised his hand and clenched his fist, channeling streams of spirit power along his meridians to his fist to compress them. Cannon Fist. Just as he neared the sun-facing flower, Lu Chen threw a fierce punch, and the spirit power, compressed to its limit, was released through his fist, forming a terrifying energy shockwave. Boom! Accompanied by a loud blast, terrifying energy fluctuations scattered, and the golden energy shield covering the sun-facing flower, ultimately unable to withstand the power of that punch, shattered completely. The scattered fragments of the shield dissolved rapidly in the air, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Lu Chen's formidable cannon fist, having shattered the sun shield, struck the flower disc of the sun-facing flower with undiminished power. Crack, 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 crack. Under the force of Lu Chen's punch, this 8,000-year-old sun-facing flower had its flower disc shattered, thoroughly torn apart, with its broken body parts scattered everywhere. After shattering the sun-facing flower, Lu Chen landed on the ground, looked at his fist, then at the shattered sun-facing flower, and couldn't help but smile. Excellent. Burst Step is enough to double my speed, and the immense power of Cannon Fist finally gives me the ability to truly fight against those high-level spirit beasts. Meanwhile, the sun-facing flower, its flower disc destroyed, had reached the end of its life, and thick streams of purple energy were released from its broken body. After several shifts, that massive purple energy condensed into a deep purple spirit ring, and the terrifying energy fluctuations emitted by the spirit ring rippled through the air. This was an 8,000-year-old spirit ring. It was almost the highest grade 1,000-year spirit ring. And today, Lu Chen would use this 8,000-year-old spirit ring as the third spirit ring for his blue-silver grass martial soul. Looking at this purple spirit ring, Lu Chen dug a hole on the spot, moved a stone over, crawled into the hole, and then used the stone to block the entrance. Although it was a bit sleazy, it had the advantage of being safe. Lu Chen sat cross-legged underground, closed his eyes, activated his meditation method, connected with his blue-silver grass martial soul, and began to absorb this 8,000-year-old sun-facing flower spirit ring. In an instant, the purple spirit ring floated over, draped itself over his blue-silver grass martial soul, then contracted and merged into it. A massive surge of spirit power, extremely masculine and scorching, yet filled with the aura of life, instantly swept over his blue-silver grass martial soul. Under the nourishment of that life aura, his blue-silver grass martial soul began to tremble violently, growing robustly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and began its third round of evolution. Each absorption of a spirit ring was a small evolution for the martial soul. Different spirit rings naturally led to different directions of evolution. To ensure the martial soul evolved correctly, the spirit rings to be absorbed naturally had to be carefully selected. Lu Chen's martial soul was blue-silver grass. Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to find 9 blue-silver grass spirit beasts of suitable age, hunt them, and absorb their spirit rings. For this reason, he could only settle for the next best thing. Every spirit beast he hunted was a plant-type spirit beast full of vitality. Although absorbing the spirit rings of these plant-type spirit beasts could not evolve the blue-silver grass into a legitimate blue-silver emperor, it could evolve the blue-silver grass into a variant blue-silver emperor. It was hard to say which of the two was superior. The legitimate blue-silver emperor's strength lay in its purity. The variant blue-silver emperor's strength lay in its all-encompassing nature. By fusing the characteristics of 9 great plant-type spirit beasts into one, the variant blue-silver emperor might not necessarily be inferior to the legitimate blue-silver emperor. Returning to the present, the process of Lu Chen absorbing this 8,000-year-old sun-facing flower spirit ring could be considered quite smooth. There was a massive amount of spirit power sleeping within his body, and under the suppression of his own spirit power, the 8,000-year-old sun-facing flower spirit ring did not cause any trouble and was completely suppressed. After about an hour, Lu Chen completely finished absorbing the third spirit ring for his blue-silver grass martial soul. He opened his deep, dark eyes, raised his head, pushed with his hand to lift the giant stone above him, and breathed in fresh air. Afterward, Lu Chen jumped out of the hole, spread his arms, and took a deep breath. Now, he felt that his condition was better than ever before. A moment later, Lu Chen sensed his own spirit power, and as he expected, his spirit power had surged to level 40. Moreover, in his view, a mere level 40 spirit power was definitely not his limit. He had been transmigrated to the Douluo continent for 9 full years, and thanks to his golden finger that made him stronger just by breathing, his spirit power was constantly rising every moment. Especially since 3 years ago, when he learned the meditation method and discovered it could double his cultivate speed, his diligence in cultivate was second to none in the entire Nuoding Academy. Now, after accumulating so much, it was finally time for him to reap the rewards. Lu Chen suddenly smiled coldly. I remember when I left Nuoding Academy, the way Tang San looked at me was as if he were looking at a dead man. He probably thought that by hunting spirit beasts alone, I would definitely die in the process of hunting them. But who would have thought that not only did I not die, but I am living well, and in just a few short months, I have successfully absorbed 3 spirit rings and become a spirit elder. Hey, Tang San, just you wait. When I return, I will let you know what it means to be in agony. As his voice fell, Lu Chen summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul again to observe what changes had occurred to it. Aside from becoming taller and stronger, his blue-silver grass martial soul actually emitted a layer of soft golden halo on its surface. This greatly surprised Lu Chen. His blue-silver grass martial soul felt increasingly approachable and divine. Meanwhile, after he summoned his martial soul, 3 purple spirit rings rose from beneath his feet, purple, purple, purple. Such a terrifying spirit ring configuration was something only Lu Chen could achieve on this continent today. Lu Chen sensed the ability of that third spirit ring. Not bad. Blue-silver protection. Each time the ability is activated, it can condense a layer of golden shield, with defense power directly proportional to one's own spirit power. The stronger one's own spirit power, the stronger the defense of blue-silver protection. Those with spirit power lower than mine can almost never break the defense. Those with spirit power close to mine must use a full strength attack to have a chance to break the defense, and for those with spirit power higher than mine, even if they can break the defense, one shield can still negate one attack. Chapter 23. Storage Spirit Tool. Lu Chen retracted his spirit, taking one last look at the incomplete sun-facing flower to ensure nothing was missed. He walked back to where his pack was, slung it over his shoulder, and chose a random direction in the Stardow Great Forest to head off. His tone carried a hint of anticipation. Time to set out and find my 4th spirit ring. My first was 1,000 years, my second 4,000, and my third 8,000. My 4th spirit ring should be enough to absorb something between 10,000 and 15,000 years old. It's just that for spirit beasts over 10,000 years, one has to endure the backlash of their soul's resentment during absorption. This soul shock is a real headache. My physique is strong enough and my spirit power is deep, but whether my mental force can withstand the soul shock is still an unknown. Lu Chen frowned, a look of contemplation appearing on his face. The shadows of the trees swayed as sunlight pierced through the canopy, leaving mottled patterns of light and shadow on the ground. As the wind blew, the sound of rustling leaves echoed all around. Whether it was an illusion or not, as Lu Chen walked through the forest, he constantly felt as if someone were watching him, or perhaps paying him their respects. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled, his gaze turning wary. What's going on? Is there a spirit beast trying to ambush me from the shadows? After several rounds of investigation, Lu Chen found no hidden spirit beasts, there were only patches upon patches of blue-silver grass. Blue-silver grass. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly widened. He leaned down, the damp scent of soil hitting his nostrils, but his attention was entirely focused on the blue-silver grass on the ground. He carefully brushed the blue-silver grass with his hand, and immediately, a sense of closeness was transmitted from the blue-silver grass. Lu Chen was greatly surprised by this. It really is the blue-silver grass. Is it because my blue-silver grass martial soul evolved, or because my mental force has strengthened? I can actually vaguely perceive the subtle emotions of the blue-silver grass. Lu Chen felt both pleasantly surprised and confused. His brow furrowed and relaxed periodically. After some thought, Lu Chen exhaled and said, "Regardless, this is a good thing. I've absorbed 3 spirit rings, and my blue-silver grass martial soul has undergone 3 rounds of evolution. It's much stronger than ordinary blue-silver grass now. Plus, when I was absorbing the spirit rings, it might have tempered my mental force to a certain extent. The combination of the two allows me to feel the emotions of the blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass in the Stardew Great Forest is endless. With my vague connection to the blue-silver grass, finding a suitable spirit beast for myself will be much more convenient." Lu Chen felt his spirits lift. Subsequently, while traveling, he began to communicate with the blue-silver grass by the roadside, soothing their emotions while inquiring about the surroundings. Plant spirit beasts were different from animal spirit beasts. Due to their physical structure, animal spirit beasts were more likely to develop intelligence, whereas plant spirit beasts were mostly driven by instinct. These roadside blue-silver grasses couldn't describe anything to Lu Chen in detail. They lacked that level of intelligence, but they could still respond to Lu Chen with some simple information. Like safety, or danger. Being able to obtain this information was enough to satisfy Lu Chen. At least in the Stardew Great Forest, with these eyes and ears, he could judge danger in advance. Because the 4th spirit ring Lu Chen wanted had to be at least between 10,000 and 15,000 years old, he had to search for such plant spirit beasts. Therefore, he had to leave the outer region and head towards the mixed zone of the Stardew Great Forest. The outer region was already so dangerous, and the mixed zone was packed with 10,000-year spirit beasts, doubling the level of danger. With these blue-silver grasses acting as his eyes and ears, even if Lu Chen entered the mixed zone, he wouldn't accidentally stumble into the territory of some powerful spirit beast. It took 3 days. Only then did Lu Chen move from the outer region into the mixed zone. A vast, primordial aura rushed at him, carrying the dampness of soil and a faint scent of decay. To ensure his safety, Lu Chen immediately began communicating with the nearby blue-silver grass. Through their feedback, he gained a general idea of the situation in this area. Danger. This was the unanimous emotion transmitted to him by the nearby blue-silver grass. Lu Chen instantly became alert. He summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul, and 3 purple spirit rings, purple, purple, and purple, rose from beneath his feet. Blue-silver protection. As the 3rd spirit ring lit up, his spirit power poured into his blue-silver grass martial soul, which then radiated light, propping up a blue barrier around him. This was Lu Chen's 3rd spirit ability. Blue-silver protection. Lu Chen put a shield on himself before treading lightly to search the surroundings. Following the guidance of the blue-silver grass, he arrived at the source of that danger to investigate. He saw that in this area, a layer of turf had been torn from the ground. Numerous flowers, grasses, vines, and thorns had all been shredded to pieces. Quite a few trees had been snapped in half. Since trees that required an adult's embrace to encircle could be snapped like that, one could imagine what kind of behemoth had caused such destruction. Not far ahead, Lu Chen saw a few bloody scraps of cloth, as well as some mangled flesh and shattered bones. Additionally, there was a glittering metal bracelet. A hint of curiosity appeared on Lu Chen's previously heavy face. He walked over, ignored the mangled flesh and shattered bones, and picked up the metal bracelet. It was a silver-white metal bracelet that felt heavy in his hand. The material was definitely extraordinary. 6 jade stones were embedded in the bracelet, each one extremely warm and smooth to the touch, clearly not common items. Lu Chen toyed with the metal bracelet in his hand as a bold guess rose in his mind. This couldn't be a storage spirit tool, could it? Lu Chen immediately began to test it, trying to inject a trace of spirit power into one of the jade stones on the metal bracelet. In the next instant, his consciousness seemed to be pulled into a narrow space. The space wasn't large, only about 2 cubic meters. He was right. This was indeed a storage spirit tool. If one jade stone had 2 cubic meters of space, and there were 6 jade stones embedded on this metal bracelet, then there was a total of 12 cubic meters of space. This wasn't small. A storage spirit tool with 12 cubic meters of space would fetch an astronomical price of at least several 100,000 gold coins at an auction house. And it was the kind where there was demand but no supply. Lu Chen quickly checked the entire space of the storage spirit tool. Inside were some scattered gold coins, silver coins, and bronze coins, as well as 2 black cards, some books, a change of clothes, a dagger, snake repellent powder, healing medicine. Lu Chen flipped through the books and found a red diary. Through the records in the diary, he learned that its owner was the clan chief of a certain spirit master family in the Douluo kingdom. This time, he had come to the Douluo Great Forest and invited a few friends to help him hunt the spirit beast needed for his 6th spirit ring. As it stood, they had probably been completely wiped out. All that remained was some mangled flesh and bone, and a metal storage spirit tool. Although he had gained a storage spirit tool for free, Lu Chen wasn't as happy as he had imagined. The scene before him served as another reminder that the Douluo Great Forest was fraught with danger. Once he let his guard down, his end would also be to die in the mouth of a beast. Putting the storage spirit tool on his hand, the metal bracelet automatically adjusted its size to fit his wrist perfectly, not feeling like a burden at all. Lu Chen naturally loved it. He then dug a hole in the ground, gathered the mangled flesh and bones, and buried them in the pit. Since he had taken someone's storage spirit tool, he should at least let them rest in peace. Afterward, Lu Chen quickly left the area. Chapter 24:13, 000 Year Pure Heart Lotus. Time flew by, and it had already been half a month since Lu Chen arrived in the mixed zone of the Douluo Great Forest. During this period, by communicating with the blue-silver grass, Lu Chen had found several 10,000-year plant spirit beasts, such as some carnivorous flowers, and some bloodthirsty thorns. These plant spirit beasts were very good. If he absorbed their spirit rings, they would certainly bring good control or attack abilities to his blue-silver grass martial soul. But this went against Lu Chen's original idea. He wanted his blue-silver grass martial soul to follow a support path from beginning to end. Now that he had healing, mana regeneration, and shielding spirit abilities, in his subsequent plans, he also needed detoxification spirit abilities, self-buffing spirit abilities, and even spirit abilities that could forcibly save him from the brink of death. All of this was in preparation for attaching spirit rings to his 2nd spirit in the future. The spirit abilities he envisioned for his 2nd spirit were all those with extremely terrifying power, ones that would kill or maim at the slightest touch, or even result in mutual destruction with the enemy. Therefore, when attaching spirit rings to the blue-silver grass, there was no need to add control or attack abilities. On this day, following the guidance of the blue-silver grass, Lu Chen arrived at a lake in the mixed zone. He hid behind a large tree and poked his head out to look at the lake, only to see a lotus flower with 7 colors in the center of the lake. The lotus was graceful and delicate, rising from the mud without being stained, clean and clear without being bewitching, shimmering with a glistening luster, and emitting a sanctity capable of purifying evil. Seeing that lotus, Lu Chen felt his mental force stir, and a gleam of joy flashed in his eyes. Pure Heart Lotus, it actually turns out to be this kind of spirit beast. This is a super plant spirit beast known for being able to purify all filth, darkness, and evil. Looking at the size and number of petals of this Pure Heart Lotus, it has approximately 13,000 years of cultivation. The attributes fit, the age fits. This is the most suitable spirit beast to be my 4th spirit ring. Absorbing the spirit ring of the Pure Heart Lotus will definitely bring me a powerful purification spirit ability. In the future, Tang San's strange poisons will certainly not be able to poison me. The moment Lu Chen saw the Pure Heart Lotus, he decided to make it his 4th spirit ring. After making the decision, Lu Chen did not rush out but continued to hide in the dark to observe. About 10 minutes later, a crane cry came from the sky, followed by a giant white crane with a wingspan of over 8 meters and a body length of over 6 meters descending from the sky, landing precisely in the lake. A flowing tassel white crane. Seeing this spirit beast, Lu Chen felt secretly fortunate. Fortunately, he hadn't rushed out, otherwise, he would have definitely ended up fighting the flowing tassel white crane. Looking at the size of this flowing tassel white crane, its cultivation was at least over 15,000 years. The opponent was a spirit beast extremely skilled in speed, and it also held the advantage of flight. Lu Chen felt that if he were to fight the flowing tassel white crane, it wouldn't just be a simple case of not being able to win. With the opponent's terrifying speed, he probably wouldn't even be able to run away. While at the academy, Lu Chen had heard from Xiaowu about the flowing tassel white crane. It was a spirit beast with a cleanliness obsession, liking things clean and hating filth. The Pure Heart Lotus could purify all filth, darkness, and evil, so the water quality of this lake with the pure heart lotus must be the cleanest within 1,000 miles. So it was not strange at all that it could attract the flowing tassel white crane. Seeing this stainless, pure white spirit beast, Lu Chen suppressed the restlessness in his heart and, using the surrounding patches of blue-silver grass, exerted his full effort to conceal his aura. He wanted to hunt the pure heart lotus as his fourth spirit ring, but he didn't want to have a direct conflict with the flowing tassel white crane at all. Therefore, he could only wait. And this wait lasted for 5 whole days. During these 5 days, Lu Chen observed the habits of the flowing tassel white crane with great patience. When it went out to hunt and when it returned to play in the water, Lu Chen remembered everything clearly. After making full preparations, when the flowing tassel white crane went out to hunt on the 6th day, Lu Chen rushed out without hesitation. Burst step. Lu Chen rushed to the lakeside and used the burst step ability, stepping heavily on the ground to leave a deep footprint, and with the help of the rebound force, he leapt directly into midair. Like an eagle swooping for prey, Lu Chen pounced toward the pure heart lotus. The pure heart lotus instinctively sensed something was wrong, and its flower bud bloomed, spraying out a beam of pure white light. Facing this pure white light, Lu Chen did not dodge or avoid it. The purification ability of the pure heart lotus targeted filth, evil spirits, and darkness. Lu Chen was currently using pure physical strength and was not afraid of purification at all. Sure enough, the pure white light fell on Lu Chen and did not cause him any harm at all. Lu Chen smiled happily at this. The pure heart lotus itself had no offensive capabilities. Cannon fist. Rushing out from the pure white light, Lu Chen swung his fist at the pure heart lotus. His massive spirit power was channeled into his fist, and after high compression, it emitted an awe-inspiring momentum. Boom! Lu Chen punched the flower bud of the pure heart lotus, releasing a terrifying energy shockwave, and the 7-colored flower bud was instantly smashed. Broken petals scattered on the water surface. Lu Chen also fell into the water with a splash. He raised his right hand and summoned his second spirit, the black iron sickle. A steady stream of spirit power was poured into it, causing the black iron sickle to flash with a chilling cold light. Lu Chen held the black iron sickle in his right hand while holding the broken flower bud with his left, and swung the black iron sickle to cut off its roots as well. Once the roots were severed, this 13,000-year-old pure heart lotus completely lost its life, and strands of black light were released, transforming after a few changes into a black spirit ring. Black and bright, black and profound, black as if it could swallow everything. This was a true 10,000-year spirit ring. Lu Chen felt his breathing quicken slightly. Holding the body of the pure heart lotus in his arms, he swam quickly to the shore. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen ran toward the depths of the forest. Once the flowing tassel white crane returned and found the pure heart lotus gone, it would definitely go crazy. It would never have a clean lake to play in again. About 40 minutes later, Lu Chen was panting, having run at least dozens of miles away. Now the flowing tassel white crane shouldn't be able to find him easily. Lu Chen spent some more time finding a crack in a cliff, squeezed himself in, and barely managed to fit. Twisting his body, Lu Chen sat on the ground with difficulty, looked at the pure heart lotus body he had brought back, gritted his teeth, and said, "The spirit beast has already been killed. If I don't absorb the spirit ring now, it will be a complete waste." Moreover, compared to animal spirit beasts, plant spirit beasts are harder to develop intelligence, and their souls are correspondingly weaker. The soul shock shouldn't be very strong. After making up his mind, Lu Chen closed his eyes, operated his meditation method, communicated with his blue-silver grass martial soul, and began to absorb the black spirit ring of the pure heart lotus. The pitch-black spirit ring drifted over slowly, settled onto the blue-silver grass martial soul, and quickly shrank as it merged into it. A wave of incomparably holy spirit power, filled with the aura of life, rapidly swept out, filling his blue-silver grass martial soul. His blue-silver grass martial soul underwent a visible, massive change, beginning its 4th round of evolution. After more than an hour of long absorption, although there were some twists and turns in the process, Lu Chen finally succeeded in absorbing it. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice with some lingering fear, "This is soul shock. It really is hard to deal with." Fortunately, the spirit ring I absorbed was from a plant spirit beast, so the soul shock was not particularly strong. Moreover, my mental force had also been strengthened to a certain extent during the previous 3 spirit ring absorptions, which is why I was able to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring in one go. The price is huge, but the harvest is gratifying. My 4th spirit ability, blue-silver purification, can dispel all abnormal statuses, including poisoning, disease, curses, and the erosion of various elemental powers. This is simply perfect. As for my spirit power, it has also reached level 50, and I can go look for my 5th spirit ring. The vast spirit power sleeping in my body has also gradually been liberated by more than half, and my true spirit power should be revealed soon. Chapter 25. 25,000-Year Demon Spirit Tree. After regaining consciousness, Lu Chen checked his body from head to toe and discovered that after absorbing his 4th spirit ring, nourished by this 10,000-year spirit ring, his physique had strengthened further. He clenched his fist tightly and felt an inexhaustible amount of strength within his body. At the same time, his mental force had also been tempered. With the aid of his blue-silver grass martial soul, he could communicate with the surrounding blue-silver grass over a wider range. In the past, he could at most communicate with blue-silver grass within a range of 200 to 300 meters. But now, he could already communicate with blue-silver grass within a range of 2 to 3 kilometers. Whether it was searching for suitable spirit beasts or avoiding potential dangers in advance, this ability could play a greater role. Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction at this. Afterwards, he began to examine the torso of the pure heart lotus, splitting it in two, cutting the whole thing in half, and looking it over carefully. Finally, he sighed disappointedly. No spirit bone. Thinking about it, that is normal. Spirit bones are rare and hard to come by. Even if the pure heart lotus is a 10,000-year spirit beast, the chance of it producing a spirit bone is less than 1 in 10,000. I have already obtained a suitable spirit ring. I shouldn't be greedy and hope the pure heart lotus could also produce a spirit bone. One should be content. Putting down the broken body of the pure heart lotus, Lu Chen wiggled his body and squeezed out of the rock crevice, coming outside to breathe in some fresh air. Lu Chen adjusted his mindset, rubbed his stomach, and said, "Time to get something to eat to celebrate obtaining my 10,000-year 4th spirit ring, and then it is time to set off to find my 5th spirit ring." Half a month later, somewhere in the mixed zone of the Stardow Great Forest, Lu Chen swung the black iron sickle in his hand, hacking away the vines and thorns blocking his path. While struggling forward in the forest, he communicated with the surrounding blue-silver grass. "You were saying there is an evil big guy ahead, very terrifying, that eats spirit beasts, and I should be careful." I understand. In any case, as long as that evil big guy is a plant-type spirit beast, that is fine. I am just going to take a look from afar. I will not provoke it on my own. Through communicating with the surrounding blue-silver grass, Lu Chen knew that not far ahead, there was a plant-type spirit beast that ate animal-type spirit beasts. It was a very evil big guy, extremely dangerous. These blue-silver grasses had limited intelligence and found it difficult to describe the specific situation of that plant-type spirit beast. But since it was a plant-type spirit beast, Lu Chen still decided to go take a look. After half an hour of traveling, Lu Chen arrived at the territory of that plant-type spirit beast. The moment he stepped in here, Lu Chen felt a chill. It was very strange. Clearly, the sun was still hanging in the sky, yet it was unreasonably cold here. Lu Chen looked at the surrounding soil, which presented a dark red color and gave off a rich, foul stench. The plants growing on this land were a bit too lush compared to plants in other places. But Lu Chen always felt that these vigorously growing plants exuded a sense of evil that made one feel uneasy from the bottom of their heart. 3rd spirit ability, blue-silver protection. Lu Chen was very vigilant, and the moment he felt uneasy, he summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul. He saw a stalk of blue-silver grass, glowing with a golden halo and exuding a holy aura, growing and circling around him. And at his feet, the purple, black spirit ring configuration, which was extremely shocking to the heart, rose up from under his feet. His 3rd spirit ring suddenly lit up. After he poured his spirit power into the blue-silver grass martial soul, the blue-silver grass martial soul bloomed with light, propping up a blue barrier around his body. With this energy shield, Lu Chen felt slightly at ease and then slowly continued to walk forward. After walking less than 100 steps, Lu Chen saw the true face of that plant-type spirit beast. It was a towering giant tree reaching 25 meters in height, with lush branches and leaves. From the branches to the leaves, everything presented a dark red color. Looking from afar, that huge dark red canopy looked just like a heart, exuding evil. Lu Chen widened his eyes in surprise. Demon spirit tree, it really is just as the blue-silver grasses said, this is an evil big guy. The demon spirit tree produces demon spirit fruits. This kind of fruit has an exotic fragrance and will attract animal-type spirit beasts to eat it. Animal-type spirit beasts that eat the demon spirit fruit will have their potential stimulated by the demon spirit fruit, and their strength will directly increase exponentially. But correspondingly, the animal-type spirit beasts that eat the demon spirit fruit will also have their inner killing instincts stimulated. Those animal-type spirit beasts with stimulated killing instincts will constantly kill each other. The spirit beast that survives to the end still has a chance to leave. The other spirit beasts that die will become the blood food for the demon spirit tree. The demon spirit tree devours the flesh and blood of these spirit beasts, obtains their life essence, turns it into its own nutritional fertilizer, makes itself grow vigorously, and produces more demon spirit fruits the following year. Lu Chen showed a look of hesitation, thinking about whether to hunt the demon spirit tree to serve as his fifth spirit ring. Judging from its cultivation, this 25-meter-tall demon spirit tree had a cultivation of at least over 25,000 years. As his fifth spirit ring, it was undoubtedly very suitable. However, the evil nature of the demon spirit tree did not quite fit the direction of the spirit rings he had previously absorbed. Therefore, Lu Chen was very hesitant. After a long while, he made up his mind and thought, although this demon spirit tree is evil, that is because it constantly devours the flesh and blood of spirit beasts. The demon spirit fruit of this demon spirit tree is an excellent ability that can stimulate potential within the body and allow a spirit beast's strength to increase exponentially. Isn't this exactly what I want, a skill that can amplify strength? The powerful inclusivity of blue-silver grass is enough to a certain extent, neutralize the evil nature of the demon spirit tree. And the best part is that my fourth spirit ring ability, blue-silver purification, does not originally have any attack capability, but it is extremely effective against evil spirit beasts like the demon spirit tree, giving me the opportunity to calmly defeat it. If it were another 10,000-year plant-type spirit beast with different attributes, with just my meager means, I might not necessarily be able to defeat them. Having comprehensively considered all aspects, Lu Chen finally decided to hunt the demon spirit tree and let it serve as his fifth spirit ring. Lu Chen raised his hand and pointed at the demon spirit tree in front. Go. The next instant, under Lu Chen's control, his blue-silver grass martial soul began to grow rapidly. Thick branches, like snakes and pythons, traveled forward, surrounding the demon spirit tree. Lu Chen's blue-silver grass exuded a holy aura from its entire body, which made the inherently evil demon spirit tree gradually feel a bit uneasy. Rustle, rustle, the demon spirit tree reacted instantly. One after another, thick root systems broke through the ground. On those roots, one could see dense barbs, making one's scalp tingle. Hanging on those barbs were the withered bones of various spirit beasts. Having grown to 25,000 years, in its lifetime, the demon spirit tree did not know how many spirit beasts it had eaten. These withered bones were only a very small part of them. Those root systems growing barbs quickly entangled with Lu Chen's blue-silver grass, tightly wrapping around each other. Lu Chen's blue-silver grass suffered a small loss. The root systems of the demon spirit tree, carrying dense barbs, pierced the surface of Lu Chen's blue-silver grass and began to devour Lu Chen's spirit power. Noticing this situation, Lu Chen immediately responded, fourth spirit ability, blue-silver purification. As his voice fell, his fourth black spirit ring lit up with dazzling light, emitting a terrifying fluctuation that made people feel oppressed. Lu Chen's spirit power was like floodwater from an open sluice, continuously pouring into the blue-silver grass martial soul. His blue-silver grass martial soul, from branches to leaves, bloomed with shining blue light, holy, pure, bright. Ah! In Lu Chen's ears, it seemed as if a faint, ethereal scream came. Those demon spirit tree roots that were originally still showing off their ferocity, under the illumination of that blue light, unexpectedly trembled violently one after another. Whoosh, 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 strands of eerie, evil, black tinged with red chi volatilized from the root systems of the demon spirit tree. That was the combination of resentment, evil qi, blood qi, death qi, and other evil and filthy qi. Under Lu Chen's blue-silver purification, it was practically meeting its nemesis, with absolutely no power to resist. Seeing this, Lu Chen was overjoyed and controlled more blue-silver grass branches to surround the demon spirit tree, layer upon layer. Relying on the purifying power of blue-silver purification to suppress the power origin of the demon spirit tree, without those resentment, evil qi, blood qi, death qi, the demon spirit tree no longer had the ability to show off its ferocity, completely collapsed, and fell into a weakened state. Chapter 26. Blue-Silver Blessing. Under Lu Chen's full control, his blue-silver grass martial soul, having absorbed 4 spirit rings and undergone 4 evolutions, displayed extremely powerful resilience. Thick branches, like serpents and pythons, tightly bound the demon spirit tree, suppressing it into a state of extreme weakness with the purifying power of blue-silver purification. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen unleashed his self-created spirit ability, Burst Step, arriving in front of it in a few leaps. He raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, erupted with all his strength, and smashed it toward the demon spirit tree. Cannon Fist. Thick spirit power was channeled to his fist. After being highly compressed, it radiated an imposing aura. As Lu Chen slammed his fist into the demon spirit tree, a terrifying energy shockwave swept out, leaving a deep punch mark directly on the trunk. Not only that, the energy shockwave penetrated into the interior of the demon spirit tree, wreaking havoc inside its body. The trunk trembled violently, emitting a creaking sound, sounding quite overwhelmed. What a demon spirit tree! Since one punch can't break you, then I'll hit you 10 times, 100 times, until I break you. Lu Chen's eyes were bright. As his words fell, he attacked left and right, smashing punch after punch toward the demon spirit tree's trunk. Bang, 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 bang. The dull thuds of his fists hitting the trunk were almost incessant. Even though Lu Chen's fists became a bloody mess, and his finger bones and hand bones began to develop fine cracks due to the recoil force, the feeling of pain rushed straight to his crown. Although he tried his best to suppress it, the corners of his eyes still twitched from time to time, showing that physical pain is not so easy to suppress. Even so, Lu Chen continued to throw punches, his movements never stopping for a moment. Pain kept his brain clear. Hatred filled him with motivation. This demon spirit tree was doomed today. It must become his 5th spirit ring. No one could stop him. Crack, boom. Lu Chen didn't count whether he had thrown dozens or hundreds of punches. But under his relentless attacks, the demon spirit tree finally became overwhelmed. The trunk snapped with a crack and fell to the ground with a boom. This 25,000-year-old demon spirit tree had already been weakened by the suppression of blue-silver purification, and now that its trunk had snapped, it breathed its last. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A surging, vast black light was released from the demon spirit tree's trunk. That eerie, evil energy made the air become viscous. The energy fluctuations it emitted made one feel oppressed. As the black light transformed several times, it finally condensed into a black spirit ring. Seeing this, Lu Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. Hard work pays off. He had finally killed the demon spirit tree. Even though the fists of his left and right hands had become a bloody mess, and his finger bones and hand bones had developed fine cracks due to the recoil force. Fortunately, it was all worth it. First spirit ability, blue-silver recovery. Second spirit ability, blue-silver grace. As Lu Chen successively unleashed his first and second spirit abilities, the blue-silver grass surrounding him swayed gently, releasing waves of blue light mist. Bathing in that blue light mist, his cracked finger bones and hand bones began to heal rapidly, and his bloody, mangled fists began to scab over and recover quickly. At the same time, the fatigue of his mind and body was greatly relieved under the soothing of blue-silver grace, gradually returning to its peak state. That cool, refreshing feeling washed over him, finally suppressing the burning pain. Lu Chen chuckled and said, "The spirit beast I chose is truly excellent. Whether it's blue-silver recovery or blue-silver grace, they are both quite practical abilities. I hope this demon spirit tree won't disappoint me either, and will bring me a skill that meets my expectations." Having gradually recovered, Lu Chen prepared to absorb his 5th spirit ring. However, before that, Lu Chen first dug a pit in the ground. It became more disgusting the more he dug. he saw that underground, there were layers upon layers of unknown numbers of spirit beast remains piled up. As Lu Chen dug, these spirit beast remains were all exposed, and the foul stench almost hit him in the face. Lu Chen frowned the entire time he was digging. Although it looked disgusting, it was for the sake of safety. Lu Chen had no other choice. He jumped into the deep pit, sat down cross-legged, then raised his hand and grabbed upward, controlling the branches of his blue-silver grass to extend outward. They tightly wrapped around the demon spirit tree's body, dragging the trunk to completely block off the large pit. All of this was for safety, to avoid being disturbed by any spirit beasts that might suddenly run out while he was absorbing the spirit ring. After making full preparations, Lu Chen closed his eyes, operated his meditation method, communicated with his blue-silver grass martial soul, and began to absorb this 25,000-year-old demon spirit tree spirit ring. In the next instant, that spirit ring floated down, set itself upon his blue-silver grass martial soul, and quickly shrank, merging into the spirit. Evil, oppressive, bloody, filthy. Lu Chen frowned. The feeling this spirit ring gave him could be said to be very bad. He had never had this feeling before when absorbing spirit rings. But there was no turning back now. Lu Chen had no choice but to mobilize his own spirit power and began to suppress the demon spirit tree's spirit ring with all his might. And using the powerful tolerance of his blue-silver grass martial soul, he worked to dissolve and neutralize the evil of the demon spirit tree spirit ring. Fortunately, he already had experience absorbing 10,000-year spirit rings. Although absorbing this 25,000-year-old demon spirit tree spirit ring made him feel significant pressure, the absorption process was still relatively smooth. Eventually, relying on the powerful tolerance of the blue-silver grass, he gradually expelled the evil nature of the demon spirit tree spirit ring and began to absorb the massive spirit power contained within the spirit ring, as well as the origin of the spirit beast that contained the breath of life. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. The counterattack launched by the demon spirit tree's soul resentment had no effect under Lu Chen's focused mind, and in the end, its soul completely dissipated. After more than an hour of long absorption, this 25,000-year-old demon spirit tree spirit ring finally transformed into Lu Chen's fifth spirit ring. After successfully absorbing the spirit ring, Lu Chen opened his eyes instantly. He controlled the branches of his blue-silver grass to move the demon spirit tree trunk above his head aside, and then leapt out of the large pit. Lu Chen breathed in a mouthful of fresh air and felt a sense of relief from the bottom of his heart. The foul-smelling pit just now had truly disgusted him. If it hadn't been for safety considerations, he would never have hidden in such a place. After relaxing slightly, Lu Chen began to observe his blue-silver grass martial soul. This look was incredible. He saw that his current blue-silver grass martial soul was somewhat translucent throughout. It no longer looked like a plant, but rather like it was carved from jade. Lu Chen was overjoyed. After absorbing 3,000-year spirit rings and two 10,000-year spirit rings, my blue-silver grass martial soul is definitely no longer ordinary blue-silver grass. Even if it hasn't evolved into the blue-silver king yet, it should be infinitely close to the blue-silver king. It looks okay. After absorbing the demon spirit tree's spirit ring, it didn't make my blue-silver grass evil. It still is peaceful and calm, exuding a rich breath of life. Now my spirit power has skyrocketed to level 60. I can still absorb a 6th spirit ring. Haha, a 6-ring spirit emperor who is over 9 but under 10 years old. If I told this to anyone, who would believe it? Relying on my golden finger that makes me stronger just by breathing, I am confident that I can become a titled Douluo before the age of 15, and perhaps even become the number 1 in the world before the age of 20. As for the god position, with this golden finger of mine, becoming a god is a certainty. As for this 5th spirit ring, it really brought me a good spirit ability, blue-silver blessing. It guides the power of life into the body and can increase all attributes by 100%. Attack, defense, speed, strength, and all-around boost. This can almost double one's strength. It really is worthy of being a 25,000-year spirit ring. It perfectly inherited the demon spirit tree's abilities, yet without being tainted by the demon spirit tree's evil. Very good, I am very satisfied. Chapter 27. Slaughter Absorption, Right Leg Bone. Lu Chen waved his hand and retracted his blue-silver grass martial soul. At the same time, the 5 spirit rings beneath his feet, purple, 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 black, black, vanished into thin air. Lu Chen did not leave immediately. He turned around to look at the remains of the demon spirit tree, having already sensed something while he was absorbing the spirit ring earlier. Within the remains of the demon spirit tree, something still lingered that was echoing with his fifth spirit ring. Lu Chen's expression showed a hint of excitement. Anything that could echo with a spirit ring was most likely a spirit bone. Lu Chen strode over, raised his right hand, and grabbed forward, summoning his second spirit, the black iron sickle. Walking up to the remains of the demon spirit tree, Lu Chen channeled his spirit power into the black iron sickle, causing it to gleam with a chilling, ominous light. Then, he swung the black iron sickle, hacking at the remains of the demon spirit tree. Crack, crack, crack. The remains of the demon spirit tree were quite tough. Lu Chen swung the black iron sickle several times in succession before he finally managed to hack a long, narrow gap into its hard body. Through that gap, a blood-red light shone outward. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt his breath hitch. This was indeed a spirit bone. At this moment, Lu Chen was incredibly excited. This was the first time he had ever seen a spirit bone. He reached out his hand and extracted the source of the blood-red light from the gap. It felt ice-cold to the touch, and he could feel a surge of intense energy fluctuations, though it also carried a hint of evil and malevolence. Lu Chen opened his palm to look. It was a blood-red right leg bone, not entirely complete, consisting only of the lower leg portion. This was normal. After all, the demon spirit tree only had a cultivation of 25,000 years. To produce a spirit bone at all was already a pleasant surprise. There was no point in hoping for anything more. The most important thing now was to figure out what abilities this right leg bone possessed. After absorbing his fifth spirit ring, Lu Chen's mental force had been tempered once again. At this moment, he attempted to probe his mental force into the spirit bone, trying to determine its abilities. The moment his mental force entered the right leg bone, a frantic will to slaughter erupted from within the bone, attempting to erode his mind and leave him controlled by the will to slaughter. However, Lu Chen's will was firm, and he successfully resisted it. As his mental force made contact with this will to slaughter, the abilities of this leg bone emerged in his mind. To avoid being eroded by the will to slaughter, once Lu Chen understood the leg bone's abilities, he quickly withdrew his mental force, not daring to make any further contact with that will to slaughter. Phew! Lu Chen exhaled a long breath and steadied himself, then thought with a frown. The skill of this right leg bone is called slaughter absorption. It can devour corpses and flesh to improve the host's physique and enhance the host's cultivation. It is a direct inheritance of the demon spirit tree's ability to devour the corpses and flesh of spirit beasts. It is an incredibly evil ability, and its frantic will to slaughter can also affect the host's will. I don't need this kind of spirit bone. I have my golden finger that makes me stronger just by breathing. There is absolutely no need for me to use slaughter absorption to devour the corpses or flesh of humans or spirit beasts. Although a spirit ring and spirit bone from the same spirit beast can exert the greatest effect on a single person, I don't think I will absorb this slaughter absorption right leg bone. It does me more harm than good, and it could potentially affect my will. Besides, the age is a bit low, it's only a 25,000-year spirit bone. I'll just keep it as a collection, perhaps it will be useful in the future. With this thought, Lu Chen put the slaughter absorption right leg bone away into his silver bracelet. Having absorbed the spirit ring and put away the spirit bone, Lu Chen took one last look at the remains of the demon spirit tree before turning around and leaving the area, feeling satisfied. Half a month later, somewhere in the mixed zone of the Stardow Great Forest, Lu Chen was hiding behind a tree, utilizing the surrounding patches of blue-silver grass to fully conceal his aura, making himself seem just like another piece of blue-silver grass commonly seen by the roadside. At this moment, he watched quietly as a 30,000-year man-faced demon spider used its spider web restraint skill to capture an 8,000-year ice crystal deer. After being trapped, the ice crystal deer appeared panicked and struggled, but the spider web was coated with the potent venom of the man-faced demon spider. Under the erosion of the potent venom, the ice crystal deer gradually lost its ability to resist, its breath fading as it fell unconscious. Only after the ice crystal deer had fainted did the man-faced demon spider stroll over leisurely and feast heartily, devouring the body of the ice crystal deer. About half an hour later, the entire body of the ice crystal deer had been consumed by the man-faced demon spider. Only a pool of blood remained on the ground, Other than that, not even a scrap of bone was left. Having finished its meal, the man-faced demon spider walked contentedly toward the depths of the forest. Lu Chen communicated with the surrounding blue-silver grass, and after confirming that the man-faced demon spider had truly left, he slowly stepped out from behind the large tree. Lu Chen glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, sighed in his heart about the cruelty of the Stardo Great Forest, and then continued on his way to find a suitable sixth spirit ring for himself. He had been in the Stardo Great Forest for such a long time that he had already witnessed the predation between spirit beasts many times. Thanks to the evolution of his blue-silver grass martial soul, which allowed him to communicate with the multitude of blue-silver grass in the Stardo Great Forest, it had helped him a great deal, whether he was searching for target spirit beasts or hiding his tracks when encountering danger. Otherwise, just now, after the man-faced demon spider finished eating the ice crystal deer, it would certainly have turned around and launched an attack on him. Having long mixed in the mixed zone of the Stardo Great Forest, Lu Chen encountered many 10,000-year spirit beasts every day. Being able to remain safe and sound was all thanks to having the blue-silver grass as his eyes and ears. After leaving this place, guided by the blue-silver grass, Lu Chen ascended a majestic mountain peak. Upon reaching the summit, he saw a huge pine tree growing there. The pine tree was tall and towering, reaching straight into the clouds. Its trunk was winding and vigorous, its branches and leaves lush and dense. A heart-palpitating, vast spirit power, along with an aura of life that brought peace to one's heart, emanated from this pine tree. Lu Chen looked the pine tree up and down, then said with a face full of surprise, "Everlasting spring pine. Haha, my sixth spirit ring has finally been found. According to my estimate, this everlasting spring pine has a cultivation of over 48,000 years, very close to 50,000 years of cultivation. It is perfectly suitable as my sixth spirit ring. The characteristic of the everlasting spring pine is that its life force is extremely tenacious. Within 10,000 years, it can remain ageless and immortal, evergreen for 10,000 years. Every 10,000 years, it will enter a period of decay, with withered yellow branches and leaves and a rotting trunk. But as long as it can survive this period of decay, its body can once again rejuvenate with vitality. Just like rebirth, the everlasting spring pine that has survived the period of decay can quickly restore its vitality, and the life force contained within its body will also undergo a qualitative transformation compared to before. Isn't this exactly what I want? A powerful life force that can recover even in a near-death state. A 48,000-year everlasting spring pine is simply the most suitable sixth spirit ring for me." Chapter 28. 48,000-year everlasting spring pine. Since he had already made the decision to make this everlasting spring pine his sixth spirit ring, Lu Chen acted decisively. Third spirit ability, blue-silver protection. Fifth spirit ability, blue-silver blessing. Lu Chen summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul. Crystal clear and radiating a soft golden halo, the blue-silver grass martial soul, permeated with a rich aura of life, grew and coiled around him. Purple, 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 black, black, 5 soul-stirring spirit rings emerged one after another beneath Lu Chen's feet. In an instant, his third purple spirit ring and his fifth black spirit ring shone with light one after the other. As his blue-silver grass martial soul shone with light, a blue barrier rose around Lu Chen's body, thanks to his third spirit ability, blue-silver protection. With his fifth spirit ability, blue-silver blessing, a rich force of life was released from the blue-silver grass martial soul and poured into Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen immediately felt strength surging endlessly from within his body. His body underwent a massive transformation. His original height of 1.8 meters rapidly grew to 2 meters, and his muscles swelled and bulged, each one filled with explosive power. Lu Chen felt that his condition had never been better. He had never felt so full of power as he did now. This was his fifth spirit ability, blue-silver blessing, which channeled the force of life into his body, increasing all his attributes by 100%, attack, defense, strength, speed. Lu Chen felt that he was now practically a humanoid spirit beast, and the explosive power within him made him feel as if he could do anything. Kill. With a roar, Lu Chen dashed toward the everlasting spring pine like a thunderbolt, his entire body resembling a high-speed tank, carrying an unstoppable momentum as if he could crush any enemy. The everlasting spring pine clearly sensed Lu Chen's aggressive and malicious approach. Its trunk trembled violently, and infused with spirit power, its originally soft, needle-like leaves instantly became as hard as fine steel. Swish, swish, swish. Under the control of the everlasting spring pine, the pine needles on its body shot through the air like hidden weapons. Because there were so many, they densely covered the entire sky. Seeing this density of attacks, Lu Chen felt his scalp tingle. There was nowhere for him to dodge. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and charge toward the everlasting spring pine, braving the pine needles that were cutting through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Those pine needles, hard as fine steel, fell like raindrops onto the blue barrier, causing the energy shield to fluctuate violently, almost reaching the verge of shattering instantly. Lu Chen frowned. This 48,000-year everlasting spring pine certainly had some tricks up its sleeve. In a flash, he quickly responded. Blue-silver protection. Relying on his profound spirit power, Lu Chen used blue-silver protection 7 times in a row, erecting a total of 7 blue barriers around his body. As the first blue barrier shattered, the dense swarm of pine needles pierced straight toward the second blue barrier, covering the sky and earth. Bang, bang, bang. Under the continuous barrage of pine needle attacks, the second, third, and fourth blue barriers around Lu Chen shattered one after another. However, taking advantage of this time, Lu Chen rushed in front of the everlasting spring pine. He swung his fist, wildly circulating the spirit power within him, which felt as if it were boiling. Cannon fist. Lu Chen threw a punch with the force of a thunderbolt, striking heavily onto the trunk of the everlasting spring pine, instantly leaving a deep fist mark on it. A ferocious energy shockwave swept out, penetrating into the interior of the everlasting spring pine's trunk, causing its entire tree body to shake violently. Creak. Sounds of being unable to bear the weight came from inside the trunk of the everlasting spring pine, as if something within its trunk had broken. Seeing this, Lu Chen was overjoyed. It was effective. As long as his attacks were effective, he would eventually be able to kill the everlasting spring pine. His eyes narrowed, and he attacked with both hands, punching the trunk of the everlasting spring pine again and again without pause. Boom, boom, boom. Under Lu Chen's heavy blows, the entire trunk of the everlasting spring pine began to bend to one side, showing signs that it was about to break. In this critical moment, the everlasting spring pine changed its strategy. Seeing that the pine needles could not kill Lu Chen, it mobilized its roots. Instantly, the earth trembled, and thick roots broke through the soil, winding toward Lu Chen like serpents and pythons. Lu Chen glanced at them from the corner of his eye, then manipulated the blue-silver grass, extending branches to entangle with those thick roots. One branch of blue-silver grass entangled one root of the everlasting spring pine. If one wasn't enough, then 3 branches of blue-silver grass would entangle one root of the everlasting spring pine. In short, he used the branches of the blue-silver grass to hold tightly onto the roots of the everlasting spring pine, preventing them from affecting him. Lu Chen also became ruthless. Under the effect of blue-silver blessing, his attack, defense, strength, speed, all doubled, which gave him the confidence to kill the everlasting spring pine. At this moment, he didn't care whether his body could withstand this power. He recklessly poured all his strength onto the trunk of the everlasting spring pine. A few punches, a dozen punches, dozens of punches, hundreds of punches, several hundred punches. In the end, Lu Chen didn't even know how many punches he had thrown. And the everlasting spring pine in front of him, finally, under Lu Chen's continuous punches, snapped with a crack, completely breaking in half at the waist, and fell to the ground with a boom. A faint, indistinct cry of sorrow slowly drifted into Lu Chen's ears. This everlasting spring pine had finally died at Lu Chen's hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An incomparably rich black light was released from the trunk of the everlasting spring pine. That energy was terrifying, causing the air to become viscous. After several transformations, it condensed into a deep black spirit ring. This was a 48,000-year spirit beast spirit ring. Looking at this spirit ring, even though he was panting and covered in sweat, Lu Chen laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. After venting all the joy in his heart, Lu Chen began to treat the injuries on his body. First spirit ability, blue-silver recovery. Second spirit ability, blue-silver grace. Bathed in a blue mist of light, Lu Chen's mental and physical fatigue was greatly alleviated, and his bloodied and mangled fists quickly scabbed over, soon recovering to a pristine state. Lu Chen, who had just been exhausted and had bloodied hands, recovered to his peak state in the blink of an eye. As for the consumed spirit power, Lu Chen could absorb the energy of heaven and earth just by breathing. The speed of his spirit power recovery far exceeded the speed of its consumption. After recovering his body, Lu Chen looked at the black spirit ring with shining eyes. He couldn't wait to absorb it to truly become a 6-ring spirit emperor. However, before that, Lu Chen, just like before, vigilantly dug a hole in the ground, then crawled into it, and used the blue-silver grass to drag over a stone to completely block the entrance. After doing all this, Lu Chen finally felt completely at ease. Chapter 29. Blue-Silver King. Lu Chen circulated his meditation method, communed with his blue-silver grass martial soul, and began to absorb the 48,000-year everlasting spring pine spirit ring. Under his summons, the black spirit ring floated over rapidly, settled onto his blue-silver grass martial soul, and quickly contracted, merging into it. Boom! A massive surge of spirit power, filled with the aura of life, swept through the blue-silver grass martial soul. Stimulated by this life aura, Lu Chen's blue-silver grass martial soul trembled slightly, beginning its 6th round of evolution. Lu Chen's blue-silver grass martial soul had undergone 5 rounds of evolution so far. This was the 6th round, and also the most intense one. The crystalline blue-silver grass was trembling violently, and a vigorous origin of life was condensing within the blue-silver grass. This was an unprecedented transformation. It caused his originally ordinary blue-silver grass martial soul to emit a trace of kingly majesty. Meanwhile, inside Lu Chen's body, he was undergoing a severe test. The energy contained within this 48,000-year spirit ring was too terrifying. After it fed back into Lu Chen's body, even he had to use all his strength to barely suppress it. The dormant spirit power within his body was completely unleashed this time. His true spirit power had shockingly reached over level 60. In the past, relying on this level 60 spirit power, Lu Chen could easily absorb any spirit ring. But this time, the age of the spirit ring Lu Chen was absorbing was as high as 48,000 years. Even with level 60 spirit power, absorbing it was still quite difficult for Lu Chen. Fortunately, he had repeatedly exceeded his limits to absorb spirit rings in the past, which greatly strengthened his physique, giving him the foundation to absorb this 48,000-year spirit ring. Time passed second by second. Lu Chen's absorption of the spirit ring this time was very slow. Perhaps it also had something to do with the transformation of his blue-silver grass martial soul. This evolution of the blue-silver grass martial soul would definitely be beyond imagination. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After 3 full hours, at a certain moment, an invisible ripple was suddenly released from Lu Chen's blue-silver grass martial soul. This invisible ripple spread rapidly, centering on Lu Chen and covering several kilometers in all directions. Within this range of several kilometers, all the blue-silver grass were cheering and leaping, and the other plants were filled with awe. They were paying tribute to the birth of a king. This invisible ripple was none other than the blue-silver domain. At that moment, on the mountaintop, with a loud boom, a massive rock was sent flying, and Lu Chen leapt out from the pit he had dug. Around his body, stalks of blue-silver grass swirled, crystalline and translucent, emitting a golden halo and suffused with a rich aura of life. And beneath his feet, 6 spirit rings were rhythmically pulsing up and down. Purple, 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 black, 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 a truly shocking spirit ring configuration. Lu Chen suddenly said softly, "Retract." The next instant, the invisible ripple centered on him rapidly retracted from all directions, all of it pouring into his martial soul. Lu Chen carefully sensed that power. A domain, this is a blue-silver domain. My blue-silver grass martial soul has actually awakened a blue-silver domain. Is this still blue-silver grass? This must be a blue-silver king. It hasn't been easy. I worked so hard, exceeding the age limits to absorb 6 plant spirit rings, and finally evolve the blue-silver grass into a blue-silver king. A 1,000-year plus crimson blood grass. A 4,000-year plus cloud mist tea tree. An 8,000-year plus sun-facing flower. A 13,000-year plus pure heart lotus. A 25,000-year plus demon spirit tree. A 48,000-year plus everlasting spring pine. Although Lu Chen had only absorbed 6 spirit rings, the combined age of these 6 spirit rings had just barely reached the level of 100,000 years. An ordinary blue-silver grass martial soul would not necessarily evolve into a blue-silver king just by absorbing 6 spirit rings, but if the age of the absorbed spirit rings reached 100,000 years, it would inevitably evolve into a blue-silver king. Lu Chen's expression became excited. My 6th spirit ability is named Blue-Silver Will. It uses the mind to control the body and is the ultimate manifestation of vitality. As long as the mind has not given up, even if the body is in a near-death state, it can still move and erupt with power beyond imagination. It's very powerful. In other words, as long as I don't want to die, even if I get my head cut off or my heart pierced, I still won't die. Not only can I cling to life, but I can even continue to fight. The first 6 spirit abilities I chose have all met my expectations well. Blue-Silver Recovery restores injuries, Blue-Silver Grace eliminates fatigue, Blue-Silver Protection erects a shield, Blue-Silver Purification dispels abnormal status effects, Blue-Silver Blessing gives a 100% all-attribute boost, and Blue-Silver will directly locks onto the last drop of blood. For the next, 7th spirit ability, no matter what spirit beast spirit ring I absorb, only one ability will awaken, Blue-Silver Avatar. This is the most important ability for a spirit master. For me, the best choice is the Blue-Silver King of the Blue-Silver Forest. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Now that my spirit power has been completely unleashed, my spirit power has reached level 69. I am only one step away from level 70 spirit power, and I could break through at almost any moment. But wanting to kill the Blue-Silver King is not that simple. The Blue-Silver King is an 85,000-year-old spirit beast, and its strength is unfathomable. Now that my Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul has evolved to the Blue-Silver King level and I've luckily awakened the Blue-Silver Domain, finding the Blue-Silver Forest is actually not difficult, but wanting to kill the Blue-Silver King is exceptionally difficult. Unless I am willing to attach a spirit ring to my second martial soul, or find a helper to help me suppress the Blue-Silver King during the battle. Lu Chen took a deep breath. The Blue-Silver King must be killed. My Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul has already evolved to the Blue-Silver King level, but to evolve further and become a true variant Blue-Silver Emperor, absorbing the Blue-Silver King's spirit ring and obtaining its spirit beast origin and Blue-Silver bloodline might be the most critical link. On the current continent, if there is anyone who can help me suppress the Blue-Silver King without making me subject to others, it is only that person. The person Lu Chen was referring to was none other than Douluo Bo, who held the title of Poison. Douluo Bo's strength was not bad, he was a level 91 titled Douluo. This famous unfortunate soul of the Douluo continent controlled the ice and fire yin-yang well, a garden of immortal herbs, yet could not solve the poison from his own martial soul. As long as Lu Chen wooed him a little, he would be able to gain a powerful helper at the titled Douluo level. Killing the Blue-Silver King would then have a 100% chance of success. Thinking of this, Lu Chen frowned again. He looked at the exaggerated spirit ring configuration beneath his feet. Purple, 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 black, black, black. These terrifying 6 spirit rings of his could not be easily shown to others once he went to the outside world. Almost in an instant, Lu Chen thought of the camouflage ability of the Blue-Silver Domain. The Blue-Silver Domain awakened just in time, otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to go out easily with this spirit ring configuration. While speaking, Lu Chen activated the Blue-Silver Domain, and an invisible ripple spread rapidly. Under the camouflage of the domain's power, his 6 spirit rings began to change, from purple, 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 black, black, black to yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, a relatively normal spirit ring configuration. Also, I am too young. A 6-ring spirit emperor at such a young age is too eye-catching outside. Since the camouflage ability of the Blue-Silver Domain can disguise spirit rings, it should be able to disguise me as well. Lu Chen immediately began to try. He used the Blue-Silver Domain to shroud his body. Under his attempt, his face immediately began to change. His originally black long hair gradually turned blue, and a head of long blue hair hung behind his head like a waterfall. His young face gradually became covered in a layer of mist, and after the mist dissipated, what was revealed was the face of a strange middle-aged man. As for his height and build, he did not make too many adjustments. The more he adjusted, the easier it was to be exposed. He already had a height of 1.8 meters, a burly build, and a sturdy physique. This was the appearance of an adult. After disguising his spirit rings and completely changing his appearance, Lu Chen smiled and said, "After changing like this, I can go out with peace of mind." Chapter 30. Douluo Bow. Using the newly awakened blue-silver domain, Lu Chen, who had disguised his true appearance, checked the trunk of the everlasting spring pine. After confirming it did not produce a spirit bone, he turned and left with great regret. Half a year had passed since Lu Chen arrived at the Douluo Great Forest. In these 6 months, Lu Chen had undergone earth-shaking changes. From a tiny spirit scholar without a single spirit ring, he had continuously hunted spirit beasts, eventually absorbing 6 spirit rings to become an auxiliary spirit emperor with level 69 spirit power. The change was so great that it was enough to make people dumbfounded. Looking across the entire Douluo continent, only Lu Chen could achieve the transformation from a spirit scholar to a spirit emperor in half a year. He was currently in the mixed zone of the Douluo Great Forest, a place that was originally teeming with 10,000-year spirit beasts. However, thanks to the blue-silver grass acting as informants, Lu Chen did not encounter any spirit beasts on his way out. It took him 5 days to successfully leave the Douluo Great Forest. Lu Chen stretched, and thinking about the experiences of the past half-year, he felt very emotional. Now, if he were to return to Nuoding Academy, suppressing Tang San would be an easy task. However, behind Tang San was Tang Hao, a titled Douluo, and the Clear Sky Douluo who possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring and the title, Clear Sky. For now, Lu Chen was still no match for Tang Hao. He was still far from strong enough to take revenge. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, and he thought with infinite hatred in his heart. Tang Hao, Tang San, you father and son had better cherish your time now. I am already a level 69 spirit emperor, and the day I come to collect my debt from you is not too far away. Thinking of this, Lu Chen resolutely headed north towards the Sunset Forest in the Dio province. Lu Chen was currently at level 69 spirit power, and he planned to successfully make contact with Douluo Bow before breaking through to level 70 spirit power. Once he broke through to level 70 spirit power, he could invite Douluo Bow to accompany him to hunt the Blue-Silver King. Making contact with Douluo Bow would be too easy. The spirit poison that he and his granddaughter were suffering from was simply the best breakthrough point. Lu Chen had 2 methods. The first was his 4th spirit ability, Blue-Silver Purification. This was a spirit ability that could dispel negative statuses, and poisoning was also a negative status. His Blue-Silver Purification should be effective on Douluo Bow. As long as he could detoxify Douluo Bow, winning him over would be simple. If Blue-Silver Purification proved useless, Lu Chen had a second method, guiding Douluo Bow to consume the immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang well to achieve detoxification. However, if he did that, his value to Douluo Bow would be greatly diminished, and he would have to put in more effort to win him over. After 3 days of traveling, Lu Chen arrived at a small town called Theo. Originally, he did not want to waste too much time on the road. But looking at his tattered clothes, Lu Chen decided to stay in this small town for a day. He browsed the clothing stores in Theo and bought himself a dozen or so new outfits of various styles. People rely on clothes, just as horses rely on saddles. In the future, when adventuring on the continent, he would still need a few good outfits to keep up appearances. Furthermore, Lu Chen was not short of money now, and he wouldn't be stingy about buying some clothes. The silver bracelet storage soul guidance device he had picked up contained several thousand gold coins scattered inside, as well as 2 black gold coin prepaid cards. According to Lu Chen's estimate, there must be over 100,000 gold coins on the prepaid cards. In the future, when Lu Chen adventured on the continent, he would generally not need to worry about money. In the evening, Lu Chen checked into an inn, asked the attendant for hot water, and had a comfortable hot bath that night, completely washing away the wear and tear of the past half year. The next day, after a makeover, Lu Chen, now wearing a brand new blue robe, set off again and headed towards the Sunset Forest. It took half a month for Lu Chen to truly arrive at the Sunset Forest. Walking through the Sunset Forest, Lu Chen released his blue-silver domain. An invisible wave quickly spread out, soon covering a radius of 10 kilometers. Under the shroud of the blue-silver domain, the blue-silver grass in the Sunset Forest suddenly became active. They cheered and jumped, absorbing the life energy of the blue-silver domain while bowing in Lu Chen's direction. It was as if they were on a pilgrimage. For these blue-silver grass, just absorbing a little bit of the life energy released by the blue-silver domain was of great benefit, enough to accelerate their growth. At this moment, Lu Chen issued an order through his consciousness. I want to find a place in the sunset forest where ice and fire energies are intertwined, which is very suitable for the growth of plant spirit beasts. Find that location for me. Upon receiving the order, these blue-silver grass immediately took action. They communicated in a unique way and began to inquire about the place where ice and fire energies are intertwined. Because blue-silver grass, as a type of spirit beast, were like weeds on the side of the road, they were numerous and found everywhere. There was no place in this sunset forest without blue-silver grass. Therefore, in less than half an hour, the location of the ice and fire yin-yang well had been discovered by these blue-silver grass. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised by this. Found the ice and fire yin-yang well. Take me there quickly. Under the guidance of these blue-silver grass, Lu Chen quickly rushed towards the location of the ice and fire yin-yang well. In a short while, Lu Chen arrived at a remote mountain range. According to the information provided by the blue-silver grass, the ice and fire yin-yang well was in the valley of the mountain range ahead. Because he was about to face the poison Douluo Dugu bow, Lu Chen took a deep breath, braced himself with full focus, and walked firmly step by step towards the mountain range ahead. Soon reaching the mountainside, Lu Chen suddenly stopped. He saw that the air in front was filled with a layer of green miasma, which was chilling just to look at. Poison array, Lu Chen murmured in a low voice, and immediately summoned his blue-silver king spirit. The blue-silver king, crystal clear, emitting a soft golden halo, and permeated with rich life energy, grew encircled around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, the 6 spirit rings, after being disguised, also rose one after another from under his feet. 4th spirit ability, blue-silver purification. In an instant, Lu Chen's blue-silver king spirit burst forth with a blue light, holy, pure, bright, it seemed capable of purifying all evil. Under the illumination of the blue light, that layer of emerald poison miasma instantly melted away, just like winter snow meeting the warm sun. At the same time, inside the ice and fire yin-yang well, a thin old man wearing a black robe, with dark green long hair covering half of his face, opened his pair of emerald green eyes, which were greenish and carried a sense of emptiness. A cold, chilling voice came from his throat. Interesting. My poison array has been destroyed. To think someone could actually find this place, I wonder who is so bold. As the words fell, the old man in the black robe flashed and disappeared from where he was. One could tell from his tone. This person was Dugu Bo. Chapter 31. Dugu Bo's Choice. Dugu Bo, dressed in a black robe, flashed through the air, breaking through the wind, and quickly arrived outside the valley. Standing on a large rock, he looked towards the spot where his poison formation had been broken, and in an instant, an expression of extreme astonishment appeared on his face. From his perspective, a strange middle-aged spirit emperor wearing a blue robe had summoned a spirit he had never seen before, and with a mere 1000-year 4th spirit ability, had actually purified his jade phosphor serpent poison. It was not that Dugu Bo was boasting, but looking across the entire spirit master's world, those who could break his jade phosphor serpent poison could be counted on one hand. Yet today, a 6-ring spirit emperor had broken his jade phosphor serpent poison. This caused a glimmer of killing intent to bloom within Dugu Bo's emerald green pupils. The jade phosphor serpent poison was his foundation. A spirit master who could break the jade phosphor serpent poison was an existence he would absolutely not allow to exist. Thinking of this, Dugu Bo's figure instantly flashed out. He wanted to kill this spirit emperor to eliminate future trouble, but out of curiosity regarding this spirit emperor's spirit and spirit ability, he did not immediately make a move. He, remarkable. The current spirit master's world really does see the new waves pushing the old. You actually managed to break this old man's jade phosphor serpent poison. Not bad, truly not bad. Although he spoke words of praise, the killing intent in his tone was enough to make anyone shudder. Lu Chen heard this voice and also felt a chill in his heart. He knew the main character had appeared. Whether or not he could successfully win over Dugu Bo depended on this single attempt. He looked forward, and the figure of an old man in a black robe walked slowly out from the emerald green poison formation. On those gaunt cheeks, a pair of emerald green Hollow-looking eyes were staring at him without blinking, which made Lu Chen's expression tighten. Facing a titled Douluo, he dared not be the least bit careless. Lu Chen opened his mouth, suddenly remembering that he had disguised his true appearance, so he deliberately used a low voice to say, "Jade phosphor serpent poison. Your Excellency is the poison Douluo, Senior Dugu. So this place already has an owner, it was my rudeness. Please forgive me, Senior. I will leave right away. I am truly sorry for the abrupt intrusion." After finishing, Lu Chen withdrew his spirit, appearing as if he were about to turn and leave. Lu Chen knew that at this moment, he had to pretend to have stumbled upon this place by accident. Only then could he minimize Dugu Bo's wariness to the greatest extent. If a lone wolf like Dugu Bo knew that he had come specifically for him, Dugu Bo would inevitably develop extreme wariness towards him. This would be detrimental to his future attempts to win him over. Seeing that Lu Chen was about to leave, Dugu Bo flashed forward, chasing him down, quickly passing Lu Chen and blocking the path down the mountain. A hideous smile tugged at his face, and with eyes that seemed to be smiling yet not, he stared at Lu Chen, his tone playful as he said, "Since you've come, why the rush to leave? This old man has been in seclusion here for years, how did you find your way here? Speak." By the end, the chilling killing intent in Dugu Bo's tone was released without any concealment. On Lu Chen's disguised face, a perfectly appropriate expression of nervousness appeared. Facing poison Douluo Dugu Bo, being nervous was normal, not being nervous would be absolutely abnormal. Lu Chen adopted a defensive posture and then quickly explained, "My spirit is special and can resonate with plants. Because of some special sensations, I stumbled in here by accident. If I had known this was Senior's territory, I would never have intruded. If I have caused any offense, I ask for Senior's magnanimity. If Senior is unwilling to forgive me, I can also help Senior detoxify as an apology." Hearing what Lu Chen said earlier, an expression of contemplation appeared on Dugu Bo's face. In the valley where he was in seclusion, there were indeed some special plants growing, including precious medicinal herbs and deadly poisonous grasses. Many of them he did not even recognize, so he dared not pick them lightly. But upon hearing the last sentence Lu Chen said, Dugu Bo's expression changed drastically, and he flashed right in front of Lu Chen. Pressing one hand onto Lu Chen's shoulder, his pupils flickering with a predatory light, Dugu Bo looked at Lu Chen and said, word for word, "Do you know what you are saying?" Just then, as Dugu Bo looked at Lu Chen's face, he felt as if he were looking at flowers through the mist, unable to see it clearly. He frowned and mobilized all his mental force, attempting to see through Lu Chen's true appearance. Unfortunately, it was as if there were layers of fog, and he could not completely see through Lu Chen's disguise. Lu Chen's disguise came from the blue-silver domain. For ordinary spirit masters, they naturally could not tell he had used a disguise. However, facing high-level spirit masters like Dugu Bo, because their mental force far exceeded the current Lu Chen's, it was difficult for Lu Chen to completely deceive Dugu Bo. But as long as the blue-silver domain remained, Lu Chen's disguise would continue to exist. Even a high-level spirit master like Dugu Bo could only use his profound mental force to detect that Lu Chen had used a disguise, but he could not see through his true face. Dugu Bo scoffed and said, "Still a guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Your disguise is quite clever, but unfortunately, it cannot deceive this old man's eyes." Lu Chen felt his heart sink. Dugu Bo had actually seen that he had used a disguise. He had indeed underestimated a titled Douluo. However, his blue-silver domain was still effective, so Dugu Bo should not have seen through his true face. Lu Chen took a deep breath and said calmly, "After all, when away from home, one must be on guard. A few small tricks are just for self-protection. As for what I said just now, I can try to help Senior detoxify. I am a support soul master, and among my spirit abilities, I have one that detoxifies. The one that broke Senior's poison formation just now was that very detoxification spirit ability. When Senior first appeared, I had already noticed that Senior's complexion was overly pale, your aura was chillingly unlike that of a normal person, and there was also the color of your hair, beard, and pupils. Judging from various signs, I believe Senior has been poisoned. During rainy days, your ribs must ache terribly, and it flares up once at the hour of the rat and once at the hour of the horse, each time lasting at least half an hour, with pain throughout your whole body like needle pricks. I can try to help Senior detoxify. If I succeed, then naturally it is a happy outcome for everyone. If I fail, then there is no loss for Senior. Senior can think it over carefully. I am not willing to joke with my own life either. Du Gubo's expression was uncertain. Lu Chen's judgment of him was not off at all. Du Gubo was indeed poisoned, and it was his own jade phosphor serpent poison. Even the symptoms of the flare-ups were judged with extreme accuracy. This gave Du Gubo the illusion of being seen through. A dignified titled Douluo, actually seen through by a spirit emperor. This made Du Gubo somewhat annoyed. But thinking carefully, the person in front of him not only broke his jade phosphor serpent poison but also pointed out the symptoms of his poisoning in one sentence. Perhaps, the person before him could really help him detoxify. For the sake of his own life, Du Gubo quickly made a decision. He released the palm pressed onto Lu Chen's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Fine, this old man will let you try. If you can detoxify me, then today's matter will be wiped clean, and this old man will even owe you a favor. If you cannot detoxify me, for trespassing on my place of seclusion and toying with me, you will not be leaving the Sunset Forest alive today." Chapter 32 Brother Dugu, Brother Lan Chen. Big Brother Dugu, Brother Lan Chen. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. The situation was tilting in his favor. As long as he could detoxify Du Gubo, he would earn Du Gubo's favor. The favor of a titled Douluo. It was something countless people yearned for but could never obtain. Hunting the 85,000-year blue-silver king to use as his 7th spirit ring would no longer be an impossible dream. With Du Gubo's help, everything would become reality. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "Very well, since Senior trusts me, I will attempt to detoxify you. The detoxification process may be accompanied by pain. I hope Senior will not resist." A glimmer of expectation appeared in Du Gubo's eyes, though it was overshadowed by a threatening look. "I hope your method is truly effective, otherwise, this old man will not let you off." Following that, Du Gubo, unafraid of Lu Chen playing any tricks, spread his hands and stood before Lu Chen, looking completely unguarded. After all, he was a titled Douluo. Even if he were the weakest titled Douluo, he was still not someone a spirit emperor like Lu Chen could compare to. He was not in the slightest afraid that Lu Chen would suddenly attack. Seeing this, Lu Chen once again summoned his spirit, the Blue-Silver King. Beneath his feet, his 6 disguised spirit rings rose one by one: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. This relatively normal spirit ring configuration did not attract much of Du Gubo's attention. Instead, it was Lu Chen's spirit that caused Du Gubo to marvel. Lu Chen's Blue-Silver King spirit was simply the most perfect and noble plant spirit Du Gubo had ever seen. Its entire body was crystalline and translucent, a clear azure blue. It did not look like a normal plant at all, but rather something carved from jade. Its surface radiated a soft golden halo and was permeated with a rich aura of life. Du Gubo's body, long tormented by severe poison, felt as if it had encountered sweet dew in a drought just by drawing near the plant spirit and absorbing those wisps of life energy, feeling a sense of clarity throughout his entire being. The next instant, under Lu Chen's control, the branches of the Blue-Silver King spirit extended one by one, binding themselves around Du Gubo's body. Lu Chen's mind stirred. 4th spirit ability, Blue-Silver Purification. Under the continuous infusion of his spirit power, the Blue-Silver King spirit bloomed with a dazzling light. That light, holy and pure, and filled with life energy, poured into Du Gubo's body. Du Gubo's expression changed instantly. His body, riddled with holes from the erosion of the severe poison, began to frantically absorb the energy pouring into it. Soft and warm, it was refreshing to the heart and soul. Du Gubo felt a bit dazed. His cold, icy body had not felt this warm in a very long time. Under the nourishment of that energy, his skin, flesh, meridians, organs, and bones, all radiated a brand new vitality. However, the good times did not last long. The jade phosphor serpent poison entrenched in his body reacted violently to this life energy and began to spontaneously resist. Hiss! Du Gubo suddenly widened his eyes and gasped. The jade phosphor serpent poison began to flare up, causing him unbearable pain throughout his body. A terrifying aura erupted uncontrollably from his body, turning into a wild gale that swept in all directions, lifting the fallen branches and leaves on the ground into the sky. Lu Chen was closest to Douluo. Under that terrifying aura, his eyelids twitched, and his whole body tensed up, fearing that Douluo might lose control of himself. Senior, endure. After Lu Chen's reminder, Douluo panted heavily like an ox, cold sweat streaming down both sides of his cheeks. I must endure. Douluo thought viciously. His hands were clenched into fists, his teeth tightly gritted, as he endured the excruciating pain radiating from within his body. As time ticked by, the desperate resistance of the jade phosphor serpent poison finally reached its limit. Under the encirclement and interception of the life energy, the jade phosphor serpent poison was forced into a corner and eventually neutralized by the life energy. The neutralized jade phosphor serpent poison gradually dissipated into nothingness. Noticing this situation, Douluo felt overjoyed and pleasantly surprised. The jade phosphor serpent poison that had tormented him for decades might actually have a day where it could be resolved. Douluo had the urge to shed tears of an old man. However, at this very moment, the life energy that had been continuously pouring into his body suddenly stopped. Douluo was stunned. Seeing the jade phosphor serpent poison about to be neutralized, stopping at such a moment created a feeling of being left hanging. It made him so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. Douluo instantly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Chen with an unfriendly gaze. But what he saw was a panting Lu Chen. Lu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained to Douluo. Senior, my spirit power is limited, I can only do this much for today. After all, you are a titled Douluo. The severe poison accumulated in your body is like a disease attached to the bones. It is not so easy to completely resolve. Of course, it was not that Lu Chen had truly run out of spirit power. It was that once Douluo's poison was completely resolved, his own value would be greatly diminished. This was what they called cultivating an enemy to maintain one's own importance. Only while Douluo was suffering from the severe poison would Lu Chen's value rise. Lu Chen knew clearly that he was not here to do good deeds, he was here to rope in Douluo to be his thug. Therefore, he could not be foolish enough to help Douluo purge the severe poison completely in one go. Douluo was so angry his teeth itched. He admitted that what Lu Chen said made sense, the severe poison in his body was not accumulated in a single day, and it could not be resolved in a single day. But this feeling of the detoxification being stopped halfway was truly agonizing for him. Douluo took a deep breath, exhaled deeply, inhaled again, exhaled again. After repeating this several times, back and forth, he finally calmed his mood. After realizing Lu Chen's value, Douluo completely changed his attitude. His face was smiling, his eyes looked at Lu Chen eagerly, and he proactively comforted him. I understand, I completely understand. I still do not know how to address you. Upon hearing this question, Lu Chen thought for a moment, then replied with composure. My name is Lan Chen. Senior, the poison in your body is too deep, it cannot be purged in a day or two. We need to plan for the long term and use half a month to completely purge the severe poison from your body. He did not ask about the origin of the severe poison Douluo was suffering from. After all, he and Douluo had only met for the first day. In the process of getting to know someone, it is very taboo to speak deeply when the acquaintance is shallow. They did not have any friendship yet, and probing into the other party's background at this time would easily cause resentment. Moreover, the poison Douluo was suffering from originated from his spirit and spirit ring. Even if he purged the severe poison from Douluo, it would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause, and the severe poison would make a comeback in the future. When that time came, Douluo would still have to beg Lu Chen. Regarding Douluo's situation, if Lu Chen were even a little more black-hearted, he could completely exploit him for a lifetime. However, Lu Chen was not that black-hearted yet. In the future, when his friendship with Douluo deepened, he could teach him the true method to treat the root cause. Douluo did not know what Lu Chen was thinking, and he continued enthusiastically. No rush. This old man has been tormented by the severe poison for so long, I don't care if it's resolved a day earlier or a day later. I am happy today to have met Brother Lan Chen. Let's go to my residence in Heaven-Do City, and we shall have a good drink. In such a short time, Lu Chen had already become brother in Douluo's mouth. It was evident that Lu Chen's value had already been acknowledged by Douluo. Lu Chen appeared very happy. I am honored by seniors' regard. Then I will boldly call you Big Brother Douluo. Today, I will certainly accompany Big Brother Douluo to drink to our heart's content. With Lu Chen calling him Big Brother Douluo and Bo calling him Brother Lan Chen, the relationship between the two was instantly brought closer. Afterwards, the two of them walked away with their arms around each other's shoulders, left the Sunset Forest, and headed towards Heaven Do City together. Chapter 33. Spirit Poison. Heaven Do City. This is the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, the most prosperous place in the entire Heaven Do Empire. Bo has a residence of considerable size in Heaven Do City. However, because he needs to suppress the severe poison, he lives at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well all year round and rarely returns to his residence in Heaven Do City. Today, because of Lu Chen, part of the severe poison in his body has been neutralized. He no longer needs to stay at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well every moment. Therefore, Bo led Lu Chen back to this residence in Heaven Do City. Of course, there is another reason. Bo does not want the secret of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well to be exposed, and he wants to let Lu Chen feel how much he values him. That is why he brought him back to his own home. Residence. After returning home, Bo asked his servants to go to the market and quickly buy some side dishes for drinking. As for himself, he went to the cellar to bring out a jar of liquor he had brewed himself. This was good stuff. The snakes, insects, and medicinal herbs soaked in the liquor were all things he had caught and gathered himself. Drinking a cup can nourish the tendons and bones and strengthen the body. It is a top-tier medicinal liquor. Usually, Bo couldn't bear to take it out. At this moment, in order to entertain Lu Chen, Bo brought out his hidden stash. He poured a cup for Lu Chen and then poured one for himself. Raising his wine cup, Bo said enthusiastically, "Brother Lan Chen, hurry and taste this. This is liquor I brewed myself. Last time Prince Shui Xing wanted some, I couldn't bear to give it to him. Today, to celebrate our brotherhood, we will finish this entire jar." Under Bo's enthusiastic invitation, Lu Chen also raised his wine cup. Logically speaking, he is only 10 years old, and he shouldn't be drinking at this age. But given his physical fitness, drinking a little alcohol is not a problem. Lu Chen still spoke in that low voice. "Many thanks for your hospitality, Brother Douluo. Then this younger brother will not stand on ceremony." After speaking, Lu Chen raised the wine cup to his lips, tilted his head back, and poured the liquor into his mouth. The crisp, clear liquor slid down his throat and into his stomach. It made one feel warm inside the belly. There were also wisps of weak energy gradually spreading from his abdomen, reaching his internal organs and all his limbs and bones, nourishing his entire body's tendons and bones. This medicinal liquor is really good. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he praised loudly. Brother Douluo's liquor is truly good liquor. Bo also showed a look of pride. He naturally knew the liquor he brewed himself was good. Then Bo poured another full cup for Lu Chen. "Haha, as long as Brother Lan Chen likes it, today we won't stop until we're drunk." The two of them, one cup after another, soon drank half a jar of the liquor. The atmosphere gradually became lively. Seeing that the timing was about right, Bo looked at Lu Chen's disguised face and asked tentatively, "Brother, with the relationship between us brothers, you might as well drop your disguise. Being cautious outside is one thing, but there is nothing to be reserved about here with your big brother." Although Lu Chen had drunk quite a bit, his physical fitness was strong and his metabolic ability was good, so he was not drunk at all. At this moment, hearing the inquiry, he feigned grief and said, "Brother, you don't know. I have a potential enemy. Back then, he not only bullied me but also bullied my parents, making me hate him to the bone. Unfortunately, his strength is formidable, and I am no match for him. Over these years, I have changed my appearance to avoid this person. Please forgive me, brother. Before I have the strength to confront that enemy, I dare not show my true face." This was half truth, half false. Lu Chen indeed has an enemy, namely the father-son pair Tang Hao and Tang San. This pair of father and son took away his spot as a work-study student and bullied his parents, making him hate them to the core. But the reason he hid his true face was actually because he was too young. A spirit emperor under 10 years old was just too shocking. This could not be easily exposed, otherwise he would have no peace forever. Bo raised his eyebrows and said somewhat protectively. Brother Lan Chen's enemy is my enemy. I wonder what kind of strength that enemy of yours has. As a titled Douluo, I have few rivals on this continent. With my strength, it should be enough to deal with that enemy of yours. When Lu Chen heard this, he thought of Tang Hao. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid that won't do. That person is extremely powerful, not comparable to an ordinary titled Douluo. Brother Dugu might not be able to beat him. Lu Chen spoke very tactfully. Compared to Tang Hao, Dugu Bo was simply incomparable. Dugu Bo was shocked to hear this. As a dignified titled Douluo, there was an enemy he couldn't even deal with. That could only be an even more powerful titled Douluo. Dugu Bo was silent for a moment. This Lan Chen could actually provoke a titled Douluo. One must know that on the continent, titled Douluo are few and far between, and every one of them is an existence that countless people look up to. This Lan Chen's background is even more mysterious than he imagined. Dugu Bo looked deeply at Lu Chen. He stopped mentioning the previous matter and no longer insisted on seeing Lu Chen's true face. He continued to exchange cups with Lu Chen. When the liquor in the jar gradually bottomed out, Dugu Bo, full of the smell of alcohol, spoke as if complaining. Brother, to tell you the truth, the poison in my body comes from my spirit. We spirit masters of the jade phosphor snake lineage, although we possess terrifying poisonous toxins, this poison also harms others and ourselves. The severe poison I suffer from can still be suppressed with spirit power, but my poor granddaughter Yan Yan is now also tortured by the poison. She does not have as deep a spirit power as I do. Every time she is tortured by the severe poison, it is agonizing. Today, brother, your ability made me feel extremely pleasantly surprised. My spirit power is profound, so I can still suppress the severe poison, and I am not in a rush to completely neutralize it. But my granddaughter cannot wait any longer. I would like to ask you, brother, to take action and first help my granddaughter neutralize the severe poison. Hearing Dugu Bo say this, Lu Chen laughed heartily and agreed. Brother, you are being too polite. Since I address you as brother, then your granddaughter is my granddaughter. If my own granddaughter is suffering from severe poison, I will definitely do my utmost to treat her. Once I recover my spirit power, I will accompany you, brother, to go and treat our granddaughter. Dugu Bo was overjoyed. Lu Chen was so straightforward, not even mentioning any conditions, which moved him quite a bit. Recognizing this brother was well worth it. Dugu Bo is both righteous and evil on the continent, acting only according to his own heart. He repays kindness, and he also definitely repays grudges. Lu Chen's promptness gave him the intention to truly befriend him. Dugu Bo raised his glass again and said with a smile, Brother, thank you for being willing to take action to treat her. Stay at my place for the night, and tomorrow we will go to the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. My granddaughter is currently studying at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. As long as you, brother, can cure the poison on her, I will press my granddaughter's head down and make her acknowledge you as her grandfather. From now on, we will be one family. If you, brother, need anything, just say the word. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will definitely get it. Done. Lu Chen's smile became even richer. This was the effect he wanted. With Dugu Bo's full effort, hunting an 85,000-year-old blue-silver king would absolutely not be a problem. He said with a smile, Brother, rest assured, I will definitely do my best. That night, Lu Chen stayed at Dugu Bo's place. And the next day, Lu Chen accompanied Dugu Bo to the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Chapter 34. Dugu Yan, the granddaughter. Heaven Do Imperial Academy. This is an academy directly funded by the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire. The dean of this academy is none other than the current emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Emperor Shui Yi. Of course, Emperor Shui Yi does not manage the academy directly. The daily operations are handled by the academy's 3 committee members. The chief committee member Meng Xunji, the second committee member Bai Baoshan, and the third committee member Ji Lin. All 3 are 8-ring spirit Douluo, experts second only to the 9-ring titled Douluo. Just as Dugu Bo arrived at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy with Lu Chen, these 3 committee members immediately sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Dugu Bo. The Academy Plaza. 3 elderly figures dressed in black robes with gold patterns appeared on the plaza in just a few flashes. Upon seeing Dugu Bo, the 3 bowed politely, Greetings, Your Excellency Jade Phosphor. After the salute, the leader of the three, committee member Meng Xunji, stepped forward. Staring at Douluo without blinking, he said in a deep voice, "May I ask what brings Your Excellency Jade Phosphor here?" There was, of course, a reason why the three committee members were so nervous. This is the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Everyone inside is a proud son of heaven, the future of the entire Heaven Do Empire. A dangerous fellow like Douluo arriving at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy without notice, if he harbored malice, he could slaughter all the students of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy in an instant. Although the probability was small, the three committee members had to be on guard. This was their duty. Protecting the academy was their bounden duty. Douluo glanced at the three. After all, they were three spirit Douluo. He couldn't deny them face, so he explained casually, "I have taken a younger brother. Today, I am bringing him to visit my granddaughter. You don't need to be nervous, just go about your business. Don't mind us." Hearing Douluo's explanation, the three committee members breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately after, the three committee members' curious gazes shifted in unison toward Lu Chen, filled with a mix of inquiry and contemplation. To be considered a younger brother by Douluo, this person must be truly extraordinary. As Spirit Douluo, committee member Meng Xunji, committee member Bai Baoshan, and committee member Ji Lin possessed strong mental force. When they looked at Lu Chen, they had a feeling of looking through mist, unable to see him clearly. The three instantly realized that Lu Chen was using a disguise. However, like Douluo, although they could detect that Lu Chen was disguised, they could not see through his true appearance. Committee member Meng Xunji took the initiative to greet him. "I am committee member Meng Xunji, an 86th level control system spirit Douluo, and the chief committee member of this Heaven Do Imperial Academy. May I ask how to address Your Excellency? To be able to call Your Excellency Jade Phosphor brother, you must surely be an extraordinary person." After he finished speaking, committee member Bai Baoshan and committee member Ji Lin also introduced themselves. Then, all three pairs of eyes turned to Lu Chen. In the Spirit Master's world, it is not all about fighting and killing, it is more about worldly wisdom and social relationships. Now that the three committee members had introduced themselves, if Lu Chen didn't say something, it would be a bit rude. After all, this was the etiquette of Spirit Masters. Lu Chen twitched his lips and swept his gaze over the three committee members. Since they wanted to probe for information, he would have to reveal a little. Lan Chen, a 69th level support system Spirit Emperor. The great names of the three committee members are like thunder in my ears. I have heard of them, and it is a pleasure to meet you today. Committee member Meng Xunji looked at Lu Chen thoughtfully. To have 69th level spirit power at such a young age, and to be a support system spirit master, brother Lan Chen is truly a promising youth. Lu Chen's disguised appearance was that of a middle-aged man around 30. To possess 69th level spirit power at around 30 years old, looking across the entire continent, he was undoubtedly one of the best. Their teacher at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, Qin Ming, had just broken through to 60th level spirit power at around 30 years old. And that had already left them amazed. They hadn't expected someone to break through even faster than Qin Ming. At the same age of around 30, he was already at 69th level spirit power. Committee member Meng Xunji, committee member Bai Baoshan, and committee member Ji Lin all had some ulterior thoughts at this moment. Could they recruit such a genius? But at this moment, Douluo spoke up. "Ahem, I still need to take my younger brother to visit my granddaughter. You three committee members don't need to accompany us." After saying this, Douluo took Lu Chen and walked past the three committee members, heading toward the teaching building of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. After the two left, the three committee members looked at each other and then began to discuss in low voices. Committee member Meng Xunji said, "This person is extraordinary. He looks to be around 30, yet he has 69th level spirit power. It is a pity that it is not his true face. To be able to call Your Excellency Jade Phosphor brother, how could he have been unknown before? Lan Chen, has anyone of you heard this name?" Committee member Bai Baoshan shook his head and said, "Never heard of it. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. A 69th level support system spirit emperor cannot be completely unknown, unless that name is fake and he is deliberately hiding his identity." Committee member Ji Lin finally spoke up. His spirit is very unusual. My Azure Vine spirit felt a faint sense of suppression in his presence. A spirit that can suppress the azure vine must be a top-tier plant spirit. The three shared their thoughts, and with a little bit of speculation, they immediately figured out why Lu Chen was hiding his true identity. A 69th level support system spirit emperor, about to cross the threshold of level 70, would soon become a support system spirit saint. This was a good thing, but also a bad thing. On the current continent, the one known as the #1 support spirit in the world is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. While the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda has powerful support effects, it also has limitations. It can only hold 7 spirit rings, capping it at a 79th level spirit saint. Even with this limitation, it firmly sits in the position of the #1 support spirit on the continent. No other support spirit can challenge their status. This is due to the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, who has spent years suppressing and even killing other support spirit masters. At this moment, the 3 committee members believed they had figured out the reason why Lu Chen was hiding his true identity. Committee member Meng Xunji sighed and said, "It is a pity. Such a brilliant genius has been forced to the point of hiding his name. That sect master is truly too overbearing. If we want to recruit this Lan Chen, perhaps only His Majesty can intervene. I will report the situation to His Majesty exactly as it is. As long as His Majesty mediates, that sect master will not dare to be too oppressive. Perhaps at that time, this Lan Chen will be able to restore his real name." Committee member Bai Baoshan and committee member Jilin nodded in deep agreement. Meanwhile, at the teaching building, with Du Gubo intervening, Du Guyan, who was still in class, was immediately given a day off by her teacher. With purple hair and green eyes, charming and alluring, and full of youthful vitality, Du Guyan walked out of the classroom, hugged Du Gubo's arm, and acted like a spoiled child. "Grandpa, how do you have time to visit me today?" Du Gubo's face was full of doting affection. Since his son and daughter-in-law died, this granddaughter had become his only sustenance. She had been pampered since she was a child, and he had given all his warmth to Du Guyan. After Du Gubo confirmed that Lu Chen could neutralize the jade phosphor serpent poison, the first thing he thought of was to have Lu Chen detoxify Du Guyan. At this moment, Du Gubo introduced them. "Younger brother, this is my granddaughter, Du Guyan. You can just call her Yan Yan. Yan Yan, this is my newly sworn younger brother, named Lan Chen. You should call him Grandfather Lan Chen." Lu Chen felt strange inside. He was only 10 years old, and Du Guyan looked to be about 15 or 16. To have 15 or 16-year-old Du Guyan call his 10-year-old self grandfather. Lu Chen found it ridiculous. Once Du Guyan discovered the truth in the future, she would probably want to kill him. But at this moment, Lu Chen, feeling a bit mischievous, looked at Du Guyan and said with a smile, "Yan Yan." Du Guyan had been spoiled by Du Gubo since she was a child. How could she be willing to call someone grandfather for no reason? She was about to refuse, but she saw her grandfather's stern expression. She was somewhat reluctant, looked at Lu Chen, and called out, "Grandfather Lan Chen." Chapter 35. Detoxifying Du Guyan, Binding Treatment. Du Gubo stroked his beard and said, "There are too many eyes here, let's find another place to talk in detail." Afterward, Lu Chen, Du Gubo, and Du Guyan left the place together. Inside the classroom, the curious students, under the teacher's repeated reprimands, returned their attention to the lesson. On the other side, after leaving, Lu Chen, Du Gubo, and Du Guyan found an empty classroom. After checking and confirming that there were no outsiders around, Du Gubo looked at Du Guyan and said with a serious expression, "Yan Yan, today I brought Brother Lan Chen to the academy not only to visit you but also to ask Brother Lan Chen to detoxify you. I have experienced it personally. Brother Lan Chen can neutralize the jade phosphor serpent poison in our bodies. From now on, we grandfather and granddaughter will finally no longer have to suffer the torture of the jade phosphor serpent poison." Hearing Du Gubo say this, Du Guyan was greatly shocked. Being clever and quick-witted, she soon understood. No wonder her grandfather, a dignified titled Douluo, was willing to address this Lan Chen as a brother and even insisted that she acknowledge him as a grandfather. It turned out it was all because Lan Chen could neutralize the jade phosphor serpent poison. Du Guyan was now 16 years old and possessed level 35 spirit power, which didn't even compare to Dai Mubai, who spent his days carousing, Dai Mubai had level 37 spirit power at 15. Everything was because Du Guyan suffered from the torture of the jade phosphor serpent poison every day, which not only wasted a large amount of time for cultivate but also made her fear becoming stronger through cultivate. Because the deeper her spirit power was, the deeper the jade phosphor serpent poison would erode her, which prevented Du Guyan from fully unleashing her talent. Du Guyan understood Du Gubo's good intentions and was no longer so resistant to Lan Chen. If Lan Chen could treat her jade phosphor serpent poison, then acknowledging him as a grandfather was not unacceptable. Du Guyan looked at Lu Chen, her emerald eyes flashing with some anticipation, and she asked with curiosity in her tone. Then, Grandfather Lan Chen, how will you treat the jade phosphor serpent poison in my body? Lu Chen calmly said in response. Please, Brother Dugu, guard the classroom door and do not let anyone in to disturb us. Yan Yan, I will now use my spirit ability to neutralize the jade phosphor serpent poison in your body. This process will be accompanied by some pain. You must endure it and not resist my treatment. After Lu Chen finished speaking, Du Gubo patted his chest and guaranteed that he would absolutely not let anyone enter to disturb them. Afterward, he gave Du Guyan a reassuring look, signaling her to follow Lu Chen's arrangements. Then, Du Gubo went to the classroom door. With a titled Douluo guarding it, even the 3 committee members of the academy would be blocked outside if they came. At this moment, only Lu Chen and Du Guyan remained inside the classroom. In front of Du Guyan, Lu Chen summoned his blue-silver king spirit. The moment that unique blue-silver king spirit appeared, it attracted Du Guyan's gaze. Under Lu Chen's control, the blue-silver vines rapidly extended and stretched out, binding themselves around Du Guyan's body. The life force emitted by the blue-silver vines made Du Guyan feel a wave of warmth, which also made her look forward to Lu Chen even more. Immediately, 6 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, rose from beneath Lu Chen's feet. As Lu Chen moved his mind, 4th spirit ability, blue-silver purification. His 4th spirit ring shone. Under the continuous infusion of Lu Chen's spirit power, his blue-silver king spirit bloomed with a blue light, holy, pure, and full of life force. These blue lights surged into Du Guyan's body, beginning to nourish her flesh, organs, meridians, and bones, allowing all her organs to regain their vitality. That warm feeling made Du Guyan feel as if she were soaking in a hot spring. It was very comfortable, and she even wanted to moan out loud. However, not long after, the life energy that surged into Du Guyan's body found the jade phosphor serpent poison entrenched within her. At this moment, the life energy instantly prepared itself, surrounding and intercepting the jade phosphor serpent poison, wanting to completely purify it. The jade phosphor serpent poison, of course, would not surrender without a fight. The snake poison instantly flared up, rampaging inside Du Guyan's body. This caused Du Guyan to grunt, and fine cold sweat began to seep from her fair forehead. Pain. It was too painful. Du Guyan was not Du Gubo, she did not have such strong willpower. At this moment, she was crying and shouting, wanting to stop the treatment. Lu Chen, of course, would not let her have her way. As he moved his mind, the blue-silver vines binding Du Guyan instantly began to tighten, bundling her up. Another blue-silver vine wound up along Du Guyan's slender neck, plugging her crying mouth as well. Du Guyan was bound like a zongzi, with a blue-silver vine stuffed even into her mouth. She could not move, she could not call out, and could only cry softly with muffled sounds. At this moment, Du Guyan was full of anger, her pair of emerald eyes glaring at Lu Chen fiercely, as if she wished she could bite him. She had never been abused like this before. This Lan Chen actually dared to tie her up and even plug her mouth. This was something Du Guyan had never experienced. Now Du Guyan felt very uncomfortable. The jade phosphor serpent poison was flaring up, causing her extreme pain throughout her body, but under the nourishment of the life energy, every one of her organs regained vitality, and her body felt as warm as if she were soaking in a hot spring. This feeling of warmth mixed with pain made Du Guyan feel very uncomfortable. Yet at this moment, she was bound up by Lu Chen, unable to move or cry out, and could only silently endure it. At the very beginning, Du Guyan was still glaring fiercely at Lu Chen, looking as if she wished to bite him. But as time passed second by second, Du Guyan slowly became strange. She gasped softly in her mouth, like a complaint or a plea. This process of being forcibly bound for treatment, the feeling of pain mixed with pleasure, made a kind of strange joy arise in her heart. Douluo Yan's pair of emerald eyes gradually became moist, shimmering with waves, glowing with a soft charm. And inside Douluo Yan's body, the rampaging jade phosphor serpent poison was finally cornered by the life energy. Afterward, the life energy began to swarm, reacting with the jade phosphor serpent poison to neutralize it, purifying the jade phosphor serpent poison into nothingness. Douluo Yan was not Douluo. The jade phosphor serpent poison entrenched in her body was not that stubborn. Therefore, after some effort, Lu Chen purified the jade phosphor serpent poison completely. Without the erosion of the jade phosphor serpent poison, Douluo Yan felt completely relieved and could no longer feel any pain. Continuous life energy surged in, nourishing her limbs and bones, and her internal organs. Douluo Yan closed her eyes, tilted her head slightly, and enjoyed the nourishment of the life energy, her body feeling a pleasure from the inside out. I must be crazy. This thought arose in Douluo Yan's heart. On this day, she was bound and forcibly treated, obtaining a pleasure that was both painful and happy. At the very beginning, she only felt anger and shame, but now, she was instead enjoying it, thoroughly reveling in it. If this isn't crazy, what is? As the treatment was completed, Lu Chen raised his hand and retracted the blue-silver vines that were binding Douluo Yan. Douluo Yan's body went limp, she couldn't muster any strength and sat down on the floor with a thud, still panting. Softly, her eyes revealing a lingering aftertaste. Chapter 36. Heaven Do Crown Prince. After the treatment was complete, Lu Chen called out toward the doorway, "Brother Douluo, the poison has been neutralized." Upon hearing this voice, Douluo, who had been waiting anxiously outside the door, rushed back into the classroom without a moment's hesitation. With a pained expression, he stepped forward quickly, helped Douluo Yan up from the ground, and asked with concern, Yan, how do you feel? Has the jade phosphor serpent poison in your body been neutralized?" Douluo Yan panted softly, and with Douluo's support, she swayed as she stood upright. "Grandfather, the jade phosphor serpent poison has been neutralized, it is just." Regarding what Douluo Yan experienced during the process of treating the jade phosphor serpent poison, and the psychological changes she went through, Douluo Yan truly found it difficult to speak about. Douluo did not care about anything else. With a relieved expression, he said, "Good, as long as the serpent poison is neutralized, a little pain is something that can be endured. Yan, what makes me happiest right now is that I no longer have to worry about your life being in danger. In my life, I have already experienced the grief of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person once. If I were to experience it again, I dare not imagine how insane I would become." Hearing Douluo mention this touched Douluo Yan deeply. She had lost her parents when she was very young. Her father had eventually passed away due to the backlash of the jade phosphor serpent poison, and her mother had followed him shortly after. She had originally thought that her own future would be the same as her father's, passing away one day due to the backlash of the jade phosphor serpent poison. Now, it was better, the jade phosphor serpent poison in her body had been neutralized. Her fate had truly been changed. Although she felt embarrassed to speak about her inner psychological changes, Douluo Yan still expressed her gratitude to Lu Chen. "Grandpa Lan Chen, thank you so much." Lu Chen nodded with a smile. Although being called Grandpa felt a bit strange, after hearing it so much, he had more or less gotten used to it. Then, he said with a solemn expression, Yan, the toxic poison in your body has now been mostly neutralized. But I heard from Brother Douluo that this poison of yours comes from your spirit. As long as you continue to cultivate the jade phosphor snake spirit, I fear this poison will sooner or later return. I also do not have a good method to solve this problem once and for all. For now, the only way is for me to help you clear the toxic poison from your bodies every once in a while. Although this treats the symptoms but not the root cause, it is enough to ensure you are not in any danger to your lives." Of course, Lu Chen did not truly have no solution. He wanted to tell Douluo and Douluo Yan that their crisis had not been completely resolved, and if they wanted to continue living safely, they had to rely on him. Lu Chen's actions were indeed not exactly upright, but he had to do it. Act as the villain first, then the gentleman. After all, he had only known Douluo for a few days. To prevent Douluo from crossing the river and burning the bridge, or turning hostile and denying him, he had to ensure that he always remained valuable to Douluo and Yan. Once their friendship deepened in the future, he would naturally help Douluo and Yan solve this problem once and for all. With Lu Chen's reminder, Douluo and Yan also realized this problem. That's right, the toxic poison they were afflicted with did not come from the outside, but from within. It came from the jade phosphor snake spirit they were cultivating. As long as they continued to cultivate the jade phosphor snake spirit, the toxic poison would continue to erode their bodies. This was fundamentally an unsolvable problem. Thinking of this, the way Douluo looked at Lu Chen changed. He realized that if their grandfather and granddaughter duo wanted to live safely in the future, they would have to continue relying on Lu Chen. Douluo laughed heartily. Haha, this is already very good. At least from now on, our grandfather and granddaughter pair will no longer have to suffer from the torment of the toxic poison. Brother Lan Chen, I won't say much more regarding words of thanks. You have neutralized the poison for my granddaughter, and will also neutralize the toxic poison for me. From now on, you are an honored guest of our Douluo family. This kindness will never be forgotten. In the future, if you have any needs, I, Douluo, will definitely do whatever I can. I am happy today. To celebrate Yan Yan's successful detoxification, I will book a table at the Dingshong restaurant. We brothers will have a good drink, and we won't return until we are drunk. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Lu Chen was also very happy and replied with a smile, then I won't stand on ceremony. In the future, if I have to trouble Brother Douluo, I ask for your assistance. Today, I will definitely accompany Brother Douluo to drink to our heart's content. Subsequently, Lu Chen, Douluo, and Yan left the Heaven-Do Imperial Academy together and headed to the Dingshong restaurant in Heaven-Do City. This was the most bustling restaurant in Heaven-Do City. Douluo booked a private room, ordered a table of top-tier food and wine, and pulled Lu Chen to eat and drink. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. At the dinner table, Yan seemed somewhat curious about Lu Chen, constantly asking this and that, wanting to know about his past. Naturally, Lu Chen would not tell the truth, otherwise, what would be the point of his disguise? But he also didn't want to lie, as fabricated lies always had flaws. In response to this, he always remained silent. Whenever Yan asked, Lu Chen would sigh slightly and reveal a complex expression, leaving everything to the imagination. Of Douluo and Yan, an image of a talented and incomparable genius who was envied and suppressed, and thus forced to live under an assumed name, became deeply engraved in the minds of Douluo and Yan. They drank until evening. Lu Chen followed the grandfather and granddaughter, Douluo and Yan, back to the Douluo residence, and stayed there. Meanwhile, committee member Meng Xunji, committee member Bai Baoshan, and committee member Ji Lin of the Heaven-Do Imperial Academy wrote a complete report of today's events, signed their names, and immediately sent it to Emperor Shui Yi's desk. Out of respect for the three committee members, Emperor Shui Yi did not delay and opened the report to read it immediately. After finishing, Emperor Shui Yi sighed expressionlessly. This schoolmaster Ning has actually suppressed dissent to such an extent. A spirit emperor who reached a breakthrough to level 69 spirit power at around 30 years old was actually forced to change his appearance and live under an assumed name. I remember that in the Heaven-Do Imperial Academy, Qin Ming, who is known as the continent's second youngest spirit emperor, only reached a breakthrough to level 60 spirit power at around 30 years old. This Lan Chen's talent is even greater than Qin Ming's. Such a genius must be used by our Heaven-Do Imperial family. Let's leave it to Qing to handle. He is a disciple of Schoolmaster Ning, let him act as a mediator between Schoolmaster Ning and Lan Chen. The Heaven-Do Crown Prince personally stepping forward to resolve the conflict for that Lan Chen and mediate the dispute should be giving Lan Chen enough face. As he finished speaking, Shui Yi had someone send this report to Crown Prince Shui Qinghei's residence overnight. He believed that Shui Qing could understand his intention. Crown Prince's residence. After reading the report, Shui Qing also revealed a look of astonishment. To have level 69 spirit power at around 30 years old means that as long as Lan Chen does not fall, he will definitely be able to become a titled Douluo of the support system in the future. This is enough to shake the status of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda as the continent's #1 support spirit. Tisk tisk, Such talent is truly astonishing. No wonder that teacher of mine would force Lan Chen to change his appearance and live under an assumed name. Such a genius should be used by me. It seems I must go to the Douluo residence tomorrow. Oh right, I also need to invite my teacher to come over. After all, it is to mediate the conflict between Lan Chen and him. Lu Chen would never have imagined that the disguise he initially created would, under the over-imagination of the 3 committee members, develop to the point it had reached today, with the misunderstanding growing deeper and deeper. Chapter 37. Schoolmaster Ning. The next day, Douluo Yan still had to return to school. Douluo Bo felt sorry for his granddaughter and could not bear to see her walking, so he personally took Douluo Yan back to the Heaven-Do Imperial Academy. At the same time, the Douluo residence in Heaven-Do City welcomed 2 special groups of guests. The first was the current crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire, Shui Qing. The second was Shui Qinghei's teacher, the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji. Upon seeing Ning Fengji, Shui Qing beamed and walked up to him, taking the initiative to perform the disciple's salute. He was gentle and elegant, his attitude respectful. Teacher, I am sorry to trouble you with this trip today. Ning Fengji wore a moon-white robe made of extraordinary material. He had a scholarly and elegant temperament, a handsome appearance, and a faint, ever-present smile at the corners of his mouth. He did not dodge or avoid it, accepting Shui Qinghei's salute. After all, Shui Qing was currently the crown prince, not the emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire. And as Shui Qinghei's teacher, he was qualified to accept a salute from him. However, Ning Fengji was also very tactful. After accepting the salute, he immediately stepped forward to help him up, speaking in a gentle tone. Your Highness, there is no need for such formalities. After receiving Your Highness's message last night, I truly felt restless all night. My 7 treasure glazed tile school has always been kind to others, and I never expected that we would unintentionally cause such a huge misunderstanding with a genius spirit master. Forcing someone to change their appearance and hide their identity is my fault. If I can clear up this misunderstanding today, I am willing to apologize to him personally and provide appropriate compensation. The words sounded nice, but deep in Ning Fengji's heart, he felt extremely anxious. The speed at which a support soul master can cultivate is, to a certain extent, weaker than that of a battle spirit master. Yet that Lan Chen actually possessed level 69 spirit power at around 30 years old. Such talent was truly terrifying. As long as this person did not die, he would definitely become a titled Douluo of the support system. Once that time came, the status of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda as the #1 support spirit on the continent would likely be completely lost. Just thinking about this made Ning Fengji feel anxious. He had indeed been restless all night after receiving the message last night. He hadn't expected that despite his constant suppression, such a huge oversight would still occur. To let a support soul master grow to level 69 spirit power without a sound. Ning Fengji already harbored surging murderous intent towards Lan Chen. However, at the moment, both Emperor Shui Yi and Crown Prince Shui Qing intended to protect Lan Chen and bring him under the control of the Heaven-Do Empire's royal family. Ning Fengji could not act too quickly. He could only wait for this storm to pass before finding an opportunity to send Ji Yurong or Chen Xin to completely eliminate Lan Chen, this serious threat. On the surface, Ning Fengji naturally needed to maintain his persona. His face was full of guilt and self-reproach, and he sighed repeatedly, constantly reflecting on himself. This was Ning Fengji, seemingly kind to others, but actually ruthless. The 7 treasure glazed tile school was able to reach its current status, and he deserved much of the credit. Watching Ning Fengji blame himself so much, Shui Qinghei's mouth twitched, but he still comforted him. Teacher, you don't need to blame yourself too much. After all, managing such a large 7 treasure glazed tile school, it is inevitable that some oversights will occur. We came here together today to clear up this misunderstanding. As long as we can provide compensation, I believe Lan Chen will forgive you. Ning Fengji nodded noncommittally. I hope so. While the two were talking, a servant from the Crown Prince's residence stepped forward and knocked on the door. When the gate of the Douluo residence opened, Douluo Bo's butler walked out. The servant spoke neither servilely nor overbearingly, explaining that Shui Qing and Ning Fengji had come to visit Lan Chen. This gave the butler a fright. One was the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, and the other was the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. With these two coming to the door together, how could he, a mere butler, stop them? Since Du Gubo was away, the butler could only carefully invite Shui Qing and Ning Fengji into the mansion's living room, then hurriedly went to notify Lu Chen. Not long after, in a guest room of the Dugu residence. After learning the ins and outs of the situation from the butler, Lu Chen couldn't help but look helpless. Douluo continent was only so big. As long as he exposed his tracks in front of people, being targeted was only a matter of time. Especially since he had come to Heaven Do City. A Shui Qing and a Ning Fengji were like sticky candy, he couldn't shake them off no matter how he tried. No choice, might as well meet them. Fortunately, his spirit had already evolved from blue-silver grass to blue-silver king, and he had awakened the blue-silver domain. Relying on the disguise ability of the blue-silver domain, he had disguised himself. What he exposed to the outside world were all trivial matters. On the surface, he was just an unremarkable, 30-year-old, level 69 spirit emperor of the support system. If people knew that he was less than 10 years old and was already a level 69 spirit emperor, and that his spirit ring configuration was purple, 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 black, 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 then who knew how many people would want to come and silence him? It was fine for now, he had already proven his value to Du Gubo. Du Gubo would definitely protect him. As long as he held out. Until Du Gubo returned, he wouldn't be in any danger. Immediately, led by the butler, Lu Chen went to the living room to meet Shui Qing and Ning Fengji. In the living room, Lu Chen walked in with a calm expression. The images of Shui Qing and Ning Fengji were quite deeply ingrained in people's minds, so after Lu Chen entered, he recognized them both at a glance. A young man who appeared gentle and polite. It was Shui Qing, a middle-aged man who looked scholarly and easygoing. It was Ning Fengji. After Lu Chen entered and was just about to speak, he suddenly felt a strong sense of malice, which made the hair on his back stand up and his muscles tense up. Who was it? Lu Chen's gaze was like electricity, and he looked over instantly. He saw standing behind Ning Fengji a figure over 2 meters tall, looking tall and burly, but with no muscles, just a skeleton frame supporting it. This person had deep-set eye sockets, thin cheeks, sparse hair, and a very ugly face. At first glance, it looked like a skeleton ghost. Bone Douluo, Ji Yu Rong. The moment Lu Chen saw this person, he thought of his identity. His heart tightened instantly. Compared to Chen Xin, who was still upright, Ji Yu Rong was purely a villain. It was also during this period that there was only the term, Fallen Spirit Master, and no term, Evil Spirit Master. Otherwise, Ji Yu Rong would undoubtedly be an evil spirit master. Ning Fengji brought Ji Yu Rong with him. It seems he has ill intentions towards me. Let Ji Yu Rong recognize me first, and next time he will come to kill me. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and buried all his emotions deep in his heart. Now was not the time to turn against Ning Fengji and Ji Yu Rong. He had to endure for now. However, Lu Chen had already noted this matter. After his strength improved in the future, he would definitely give the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, and Ji Yu Rong a big surprise. Lu Chen stopped looking at Ji Yu Rong. Even though he felt his hair standing on end, he pretended that this person didn't exist, took the initiative to lower his posture, performed a salute, and said, "I am Lan Chen. Greetings, Your Highness, greetings, Schoolmaster Ning." Chapter 38 Refusing Recruitment. After Lu Chen took the initiative to greet them, Shui Qing gave a light cough and gave Ning Fengji a look. They were here to resolve the conflict, so they shouldn't let this matter deepen the conflict between them even further. After receiving Shui Qinghe's look, Ning Fengji said with apparent helplessness, "Uncle Bone." Following Ning Fengji's words, Ji Yu Rong let out a huff, neither too light nor too heavy, and then withdrew his killing intent. He lifted his foot to walk to the side and plopped down onto a chair. He had already committed Lu Chen's aura to memory. Although Lu Chen had used a disguise and that face was definitely fake, his aura could not be faked. By remembering Lu Chen's aura today, he would be able to kill him to silence him in the future. After Ji Yu Rong withdrew his killing intent, Lu Chen finally shook off the feeling of being surrounded by malice. The killing intent of a titled Douluo, even now that Lu Chen had become a spirit emperor, still gave him a suffocating feeling. Unless he used his blue-silver domain to resist, he had no good way to cope with it at all. At this moment, Shui Qing stood up, revealing a demeanor of showing respect to the worthy, and said with an apologetic expression, "Mr. Lan Chen, my teacher and I have come today to mediate the conflict between you and my teacher, so that you won't have to hide any more in the future and can openly use your true face and real name to roam the continent. Your talent and aptitude are among the best on the entire continent, which is enough to bring you status, wealth, and honor. Today, I represent the Heaven Do imperial family to invite Mr. Lan Chen to become a consultant for our Heaven Do imperial family." After hearing this, Lu Chen replied with a blank expression, "Mediate a conflict? I thought you came to give me a show of force. Presumably, this gentleman just now is one of the 2 guardian titled Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The famous Bone Douluo. He is indeed unfathomable and makes one feel awe. A conflict. A small person like me, how would I dare to have a conflict with the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Your Highness the Crown Prince must have misunderstood." Shui Qing wore an expression that said, "I already know everything," and spoke with a sincere tone. "Mr. Lan Chen, you don't need to be filled with life qi anymore. Let's speak plainly. You are only around 30 years old, yet you have level 69 spirit power, and you are a support soul master. No matter which power you go to, you will be warmly welcomed. But right now, you have to change your appearance and hide your name, not daring to use your true face or real name. This can only mean one thing: you have a conflict with my teacher. Today, I represent the Heaven Do imperial family to mediate the conflict between you two and invite Mr. Lan Chen to become a consultant for the Heaven Do imperial family. The rest of your life is still long. Mr. Lan Chen cannot dwell in the past forever. We should look to the future and think more about what's to come." Lu Chen finally realized. So, his disguising his true face was misunderstood by these people as him having a conflict with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Just because he was a support soul master, they all assumed he had been suppressed by Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji, oh Ning Fengji. Your reputation in the Heaven Do Empire is truly well known. It is simply comparable to Duan Junction on Shaoxi Mountain. On Shaoxi Mountain, when Shuju's mother refused to say who Shuju's father was, everyone looked at Duan Junction. Now that he, a support soul master, had changed his appearance and hidden his name, he was assumed to have definitely been suppressed by Ning Fengji. One has to say, this Ning Fengji's reputation is quite solid. Lu Chen fell into silence. Previously, he didn't have any conflict with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. But now he did. With the talent he had displayed, Ning Fengji would definitely not let him go. Bringing Ji Yurong along was proof of that. Shui Qing probably counted on this point too. If he didn't listen to Shui Qing and join the Heaven Do imperial family to become a consultant for the Heaven Do imperial family, he would inevitably face endless secret assassinations from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Anger rose in Lu Chen's heart. What did these people take him for? A chess piece that could be manipulated at will. He didn't want to join the Heaven Do imperial family and become a chess piece to be driven by others. With his talent, he would be able to roam the continent freely in the future, and he was not willing to be controlled by others now. Facing Shui Qing and Ning Fengji, Lu Chen spoke slowly. "Sorry, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I am used to being free and easy, and for the time being, I don't want to join any power. As for the conflict with Schoolmaster Ning, you have all misunderstood. There is no conflict between Schoolmaster Ning and me. A small person like me has never even met Schoolmaster Ning before, so how could I have a conflict with him? However, I still thank Your Highness the Crown Prince for your kindness. I have had a very pleasant conversation with Big Brother Dugu, and now we even address each other as brothers. If I happen to encounter trouble, Big Brother Dugu will naturally stand up for me." Bang! As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Ji Yurong slammed the table. His gloomy eyes stared at Lu Chen without blinking, and he spoke with a fake smile. "Hey, don't be ungrateful. We came here today to resolve the conflict because we think highly of you. We gave you a choice, so you should accept it properly. You dare to refuse. If you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, I really want to kill you, and that old poison wouldn't be able to stop me. Don't think that by latching onto that old poison's leg, you can sit back and relax in the future. If I want to crush you to death, it's as simple as crushing an ant." Hearing Ji Yurong's naked threat, Lu Chen's face was extremely cold. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with rage. Again with this. These titled Douluo are truly high and mighty. Tang Hao back then, Ji Yu Rong now, they are all the same. Relying on their powerful strength, they wantonly humiliate others. Lu Chen thought viciously in his heart. I haven't even taken revenge on the father and son Tang Hao and Tang San, and now, Ji Yu Rong also wants to join in the fun. Good, very good. When my strength becomes powerful in the future, I will definitely take revenge on them one by one. Strength. Fundamentally, it's still that my strength is insufficient. Just when Lu Chen decided to endure it for the time being, a powerful aura forcefully burst in from the courtyard outside. The owner of this aura was none other than Douluo Bo. Douluo Bo walked in with large strides. His gaze swept over Shui Qing and Ning Fengji, and finally met Ji Yu Rong's eyes. He stared at the other party with his sinister eyes and said in a cold voice, Old Bone, you are taking advantage of my absence to bully the worthy brother I just recognized. This is really not taking me seriously at all. I admit that your strength is very strong, but I am definitely not someone to be trifled with. If you want to kill the worthy brother I recognized, you must first get past me. You wouldn't want to see me going to your 7 treasure glazed tile school and poisoning everything everywhere, would you? Douluo Bo was also filled with life chi. He didn't expect that just in the time it took to send his granddaughter to school, others would come to his home to bully him. These guys ran to his home and bullied his guests. This was not taking him, Douluo Bo, seriously. Although Douluo Bo only had level 91 spirit power, he was still a dignified titled Douluo with pride and backbone. It was absolutely impossible for him not to fight back after being bullied. Furthermore, Douluo Bo still needed to rely on Lu Chen to detoxify himself, so he definitely could not watch Lu Chen get into trouble. Whoever wanted to touch Lu Chen, Douluo Bo would truly fight to the death. Chapter 39. Schemes from all sides. Facing Douluo Bo's forceful response, Ji Yu Rong was not afraid in the slightest. He instantly stood up from his chair and stood face to face with Douluo Bo. A tyrannical aura erupted from within his body, clashing head-on with Douluo Bo, and even suppressing Douluo Bo slightly. Ji Yu Rong's expression was fierce, already prepared to take action, and he spoke with seething killing intent. Old poison, do not think that just because we are both titled Douluo, you are truly my match, yet you dare to threaten the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Fengji, give me a boost. Today, this old man will wipe out Douluo Bo to prevent this old poison from causing trouble in the shadows in the future. Seeing that the 2 titled Douluo were about to fight, Ning Fengji hurriedly stood up and blocked the space between the 2 titled Douluo to mediate. As the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he naturally had to consider everything for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Douluo Bo was also a titled Douluo. Such an existence, if it could be avoided, was best not to be provoked. This kind of old poison, who was full of poison, if he couldn't be killed in one go, what if he escaped? If he were to sneak near the 7 treasure glazed tile school to poison them, then their 7 treasure glazed tile school would never have a peaceful day again. Douluo Bo could poison a large swath of those low-rank spirit masters, spirit grandmasters, spirit elders, and spirit ancestors in an instant. Ning Fengji did not want to take the risk. Before he had absolute certainty, he would avoid conflict with Douluo Bo. Ning Fengji's voice was gentle yet dignified. Standing between the 2 titled Douluo, he spoke persuasively. Uncle Ji Yu, restrain yourself. We came to resolve conflicts, not to make enemies. This is the residence of Your Excellency Douluo. We are guests, coming to the host's territory and then fighting with the host. Wouldn't that make us seem too overbearing? Furthermore, this is Heaven Do City, the capital of the Heaven Do Empire. His Highness the Crown Prince is here. If you break out in a fight here, how are we to explain it to the Crown Prince? How are we to explain it to His Majesty? Your Excellency Douluo, please rest assured, we come here with no ill intentions. We want to resolve the conflict with Mr. Lan Chen. A genius like this should serve the country, not just change his appearance, hide his name, and hide in a corner unknown to anyone. Ning Fengji's words were righteous and awe-inspiring, as if he were considering others in every aspect. Under his persuasion, both Douluo Bo and Ji Yu Rong retracted their respective aura. Even though they didn't see eye to eye, they had no intention of taking action. This demonstrated Ning Fengji's ability to control the situation and his precise grasp of human nature. After resolving a potentially explosive conflict, Ning Fengji turned his gaze toward Lu Chen. Although in his heart he wished he could kill Lu Chen immediately, on the surface, Ning Fengji acted perfectly. His face still carried an expression of guilt and self-reproach, and he spoke in an apologetic voice. Mr. Lan Chen, I believe you must have a misunderstanding about me and the 7 treasure glazed tile school, otherwise, you wouldn't have hidden your true appearance and true name. But please believe that those were all misunderstandings. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school is large, and sometimes in management, it is inevitable that there will be some oversights, which may have unintentionally caused a conflict with you. Today, let us resolve this misunderstanding. This gold coin storage card contains 1 million gold coins, which you can withdraw at any bank on the continent. Consider it a small token of my sincerity. I hope that the next time we meet, I will be able to see Mr. Lan Chen restore his true appearance and true name, because that would mean you have forgiven us. Speaking of this, Ning Fengji took out a red gold coin storage card from his storage soul guidance device. Without any reluctance, he forced the gold coin storage card containing 1 million gold coins into Lu Chen's hand. That was 1 million gold coins, definitely not a small sum. But for Ning Fengji, a mere 1 million gold coins was not a large amount of money at all. As long as he could exchange it for a good reputation, even if these 1 million gold coins were thrown away, it would be worth it. Furthermore, in the future, as long as Lu Chen was eliminated, these 1 million gold coins would return to the 7 treasure glazed tile school in their original form. Ning Fengji would not lose anything at all. After giving the money, Ning Fengji left the place very freely under the guard of Ji Yurong. After leaving the Douluo residence, Ning Fengji looked back, a glimmer of fierce light flashing in his eyes, and he used his spirit power to transmit his voice to Ji Yurong. Uncle Ji Yu, send people to watch Lan Chen. Even if Douluo is willing to protect him, he can protect him for a while, but he cannot protect him for a lifetime. When this Lan Chen is alone, Uncle Ji Yu, you personally take action, find a good burial spot, and send him on his way. On the Douluo continent, it is absolutely forbidden for a support soul master more powerful than the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit master to appear. Ji Yurong sneered, a glimmer of gratification appearing in his eyes. In this world, there was nothing more pleasing than erasing a genius, and he also replied via voice transmission. Fengji, rest assured, as long as this Lan Chen is alone, that will be the time he loses his life. Ning Fengji nodded with a smile. By then, as long as the person is dead, no one will fuss with us over a dead person. Whether it is Douluo, or His Majesty and the Crown Prince, they will absolutely not fall out with us over a dead person. A dead genius has no value. Meanwhile, in the living room of the Douluo residence, Shui Qing took a deep look at Lu Chen and asked with extreme sincerity. Mr. Lan Chen, do you really not consider becoming a consultant for our Heaven Do imperial family? Lu Chen shook his head with a smile and said, Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness the Crown Prince. I will say the same thing again. I am used to being free and easy, and for the time being, I do not want to join any faction. Upon hearing this, Shui Qing spoke, seemingly somewhat disappointed. It is easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to provide charcoal in snowy weather. It is truly a pity that we were unable to extend a helping hand when Mr. Lan Chen needed it most, and now it is impossible to force Mr. Lan Chen to do things he is unwilling to do. But the door of our Heaven Do imperial family is always open to Mr. Lan Chen. Whenever you have thought it through, you can come to the Crown Prince's residence at any time. I will always keep that consultant position for you. Speaking of this, Shui Qing bid farewell to Douluo and Lu Chen, and then left with the attendants of the Crown Prince's residence. For a support soul master like Lu Chen, who had the chance to become a titled Douluo, Shui Qing would certainly not give up easily. However, he also understood that with Douluo as his backer, Lu Chen would not easily join other factions. However, Shui Qing understood his teacher, and his teacher would absolutely not let it go. Therefore, Shui Qing prepared to wait until the next time when Lu Chen fell into danger, and then he would send people to help. At that time, recruiting Lu Chen would surely be much easier. Furthermore, Shui Qing also wanted to test Lu Chen's abilities through Ning Fengji. Now he only knew that Lu Chen was a support spirit emperor with 69th rank spirit power. As for what his spirit was, and what his 6 spirit abilities were, he knew nothing about these situations. Shui Qing did not yet have an accurate estimate of Lu Chen's value. It was just right to take this opportunity to test him. As long as Lu Chen demonstrated sufficient value, Shui Qing would naturally send experts to save his life at a critical moment. Whether it was Ning Fengji or Shui Qing, they seemed to have left, but in reality, their respective schemes had already been layered upon Lu Chen. Chapter 40. Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Following the successive departures of Ning Fengji and Shui Qing with their people, only Du Gubo and Lu Chen remained in the living room. Lu Chen toyed with the gold coin stored value card in his hand, speaking coldly and expressionlessly. This schoolmaster Ning is truly generous, 1 million gold coins, just given away like that. However, I fear that while I might have the life to take this money, I won't have the life to spend it. At this moment, Schoolmaster Ning is surely already plotting how to kill me. Du Gubo plopped down onto a chair, appearing to heave a sigh of relief at this moment. Although he had spoken very tough words when confronting Ji Yu Rong. But deep down, he was actually anxious. After all, his strength was indeed inferior to Ji Yu Rong's. If Ning Fengji were to provide amplification to Ji Yu Rong, he would definitely be chased and beaten by Ji Yu Rong in a fight. Du Gubo glanced at the gold coin stored value card in Lu Chen's hand and asked curiously. Are you hiding your true face and real name just to avoid the pursuit of the 7 treasure glazed tile school? You said back then that the person you offended was someone even I couldn't afford to provoke. Could it be the 7 treasure glazed tile school's sword Douluo and bone Douluo? Those two are indeed terrifyingly strong. I am not their match in a one-on-one fight. Hearing this, Lu Chen's mouth twitched. He put away the gold coin stored value card. After all, it would be a waste not to take the money, and said with a wry smile. That's just them guessing wildly. The person who had a grudge against me back then wasn't from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, it was someone else entirely. However, looking at the situation now, that schoolmaster Ning of the 7 treasure glazed tile school definitely cannot tolerate me, so this is effectively a grudge now. I never expected to be targeted by schoolmaster Ning of the 7 treasure glazed tile school just because of my identity as a support soul master. Du Gubo's eyes widened immediately, and he supported his forehead with his hand, feeling a splitting headache over this. He said powerlessly, that means you had already formed a grudge with a titled Douluo before, and now you've been targeted by the 7 treasure glazed tile school as well. It's over. These are no ordinary enemies. Just take the 7 treasure glazed tile school's sword Douluo and bone Douluo. I am not their match in a one-on-one, and if Ning Fengji were to provide support from the sidelines, I fear I would be beaten to death by them head-on. Not only will I be unable to protect you, but I'll also be dragged into this. Sigh, fine. Brother Lan Chen, you cured my granddaughter's poison, so I will never stand idly by. Even if it costs me my life, I will definitely keep you safe. Du Gubo's temperament was both righteous and evil. He repaid grudges and gratitude alike. Lu Chen had shown him kindness, so Du Gubo decided to repay that kindness, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was somewhat moved. Although he had only known Du Gubo for a few short days, he had slowly discovered that Du Gubo was worth befriending. Hearing Du Gubo's disheartened words, Lu Chen spoke to comfort him. Big brother Dugu, you don't need to worry too much. We can't afford to provoke those people, but we can always hide, right? Give me a little more time. I am currently at level 69 spirit power. Once I reach level 70 spirit power and obtain my 7th spirit ring and martial soul avatar, my support abilities will definitely not be weaker than Ning Fengji's. Healing injuries, restoring stamina and spirit power, providing shields, detoxifying, all attribute amplification, near-death bursts, my support abilities are very comprehensive. If Ning Fengji is worried that my rise will affect the status of 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit masters, I can only say that his worries are well-founded. Plus, my spirit is not like the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, which can only attach 7 spirit rings. I can still obtain an 8th spirit ring and a 9th spirit ring. By then, my support abilities will sooner or later be able to pin the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to the ground and rub it back and forth. Du Gubo's eyes lit up. He looked at Lu Chen with burning eyes and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, you're right, we can't afford to provoke them, but we can afford to hide. This place has definitely been targeted by now. We will leave tonight. We'll use the cover of night to evade everyone's eyes and ears and lie low for a while. Once you obtain your 7th spirit ring and martial soul avatar, with your support, I will definitely be able to contend with the 7 treasure glazed tile schools sword Douluo and bone Douluo. In the Sunset Forest, I know a good place. It is where I have been in seclusion for many years, and outsiders don't know about it. It's the place you found last time, Brother Lan Chen. We will go there to hide. This Ning Fengji has always held the title of the continent's #1 support soul master. Now I really want to see how wonderful his expression will be once you, Brother Lan Chen, become a spirit Douluo and a titled Douluo. The title of the world's #1 support soul master should change hands. Du Bo's tone became increasingly gloating by the end. At this moment, Lu Chen's eyes were also flashing with brilliance. The place Du Bo mentioned, wasn't it the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well? Under the pressure of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Du Bo decided to take him to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well to lie low. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, that was a must-visit location for anyone who had transmigration to the Douluo continent. It possessed rich ice and fire energy, was extremely suitable for plant growth, and had a great number of immortal herbs and poisonous plants. If he could eat 1 or 2 immortal herbs, Lu Chen would definitely be able to break through to level 70 spirit power faster. Moreover, it could strengthen his origin, consolidate his foundation, and would be entirely beneficial without any harm to him. Lu Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and spoke as calmly as possible. Then I'll trouble you, big brother Dugu. We will leave the city tonight under the cover of darkness, and after evading those eyes and ears, we will temporarily lie low in the Sunset Forest. It just so happens that in the coming period, I still need to detoxify you, big brother Dugu, and I need to find a quiet place. After the two had finished discussing, everything remained normal during the day. When night fell, Du Bo and Lu Chen left Heaven Do City quietly, without alerting anyone, and evaded all eyes and ears. After traveling, they soon entered the Sunset Forest. Under Du Bo's guidance, it was also Lu Chen's first time stepping into the valley where the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well was located. Upon entering this valley, Lu Chen immediately sensed that the surroundings were permeated with rich ice and fire energy. He looked forward and saw that immortal herbs and poisonous plants of various shapes and sizes were growing everywhere on the ground. The quantity was staggering. The deeper they went into the valley, the greater the number of immortal herbs and poisonous plants became. And right in the depths of the valley, there was a pool of red and white spring water. The 2 colors of spring water were clearly demarcated in the spring eye. The red spring water gave off a feeling of intense heat, while the white spring water gave off a feeling of chilling cold. The 2 spring waters with completely opposite forces had strangely converged into one spring eye. This is the Ice and Fire Mandarin Duck Pot. No, it's the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well. Lu Chen clicked his tongue in wonder at the sight. After bringing Lu Chen in, Du Bo thoughtfully instructed. Brother Lan Chen, the ice and fire energy in this valley is extremely violent. Staying too long can easily cause one to explode and die. If you can't hold on, go to the forest outside to ease up. Additionally, many medicinal herbs grow here, but there is no shortage of deadly poisonous plants among them. Although you have detoxification abilities, don't touch them lightly, lest you encounter some fatal poisonous plant and lose your life inadvertently. Also, regarding the spring eye in the depths of the valley, the red spring water is extremely hot, and the white spring water is extremely cold. Don't be curious and touch it, that will also cost you your life. Chapter 41. Choosing Immortal Herbs. Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well. Lu Chen looked at the immortal herbs covering the ground and suddenly said, Big brother Dugu, among the plants growing in this valley, there are many medicinal materials of the immortal herb level. Can I pick them to consume? Hearing this, Du Bo's expression turned serious, and he warned sternly, Little brother, it is not that this old man is stingy. I have already told you just now that among these medicinal herbs, many are deadly poisonous. Even if you have the ability to detoxify, do not rashly touch those herbs. If you happen to touch some deadly poisonous herb, you won't even have the chance to use your spirit ability to detoxify. Lu Chen explained confidently, Big Brother Douluo can rest assured. Do you remember me telling you that my spirit is special and can resonate with plants? It was relying on this ability that I found the vicinity of this valley. I can communicate directly with these plants through my spirit. I can still distinguish which are immortal herbs and which are poisonous herbs. I will only eat 1 or 2 immortal herbs, I will absolutely not touch those poisonous herbs. I still cherish my own life very much. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Douluo was also greatly astonished. There was actually someone who could communicate directly with plants through their spirit. Douluo thought to himself, I have already seen my little brother's spirit last time. It is crystal clear and does not look like a plant at all, instead, it resembles jade. The life aura it emits makes even me feel refreshed. It must undoubtedly be a top-tier plant spirit, which is why it can communicate with plants. After all, one of my little brother's spirit abilities can even neutralize the jade phosphor serpent poison. This is definitely not something an ordinary spirit can do. Thinking of this, Douluo nodded and agreed, since you have this ability, then I won't worry about you. This old man doesn't even recognize all the herbs in this valley. As long as you find herbs that are useful to you, feel free to consume them if you want. You neutralize the jade phosphor serpent poison on Yan Yan, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. A few herbs are nothing. Even if they are immortal herbs, they are not worth mentioning. Douluo was very generous, letting Lu Chen pick the immortal herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Lu Chen was all smiles, his heart filled with joy beyond measure. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and looked at Douluo, saying, Big Brother Douluo, speaking of Yan Yan, she is still at Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Do you want to bring Yan Yan here to avoid the limelight too? The two of us ran out of Heaven Do City under the cover of night. Once those eyes and ears realize it tomorrow, whether it is the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Qing, or the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, I am afraid they will not let this rest. It is very likely that they will turn their attention to Yan Yan. Even if they don't take action against Yan Yan, they will definitely monitor her closely, hoping to find our whereabouts through her. In that case, Yan Yan will be in danger. Taking advantage of the fact that the news hasn't been passed back yet, picking up Yan Yan as soon as possible can also avoid certain bad things from happening. Douluo's complexion changed instantly. A monstrous aura erupted from his body. Douluo Yan was Douluo's only living relative in the world. If anyone dared to touch Douluo Yan, Douluo would fight them to the death. Hearing Lu Chen's speculation, Douluo's expression showed a trace of ferocity, and he said sternly, let's see who dares to touch my granddaughter. I will definitely fight them to the death. For the sake of Douluo and himself, Lu Chen could not let Douluo Yan stay outside alone, so he added more fuel to the fire. Big Brother Douluo, it's better to be safe than sorry. What if the people from the 7 treasure glazed tile school cannot find our tracks? To make up for their faults and avoid punishment, they might go to Heaven Do Imperial Academy to monitor Yan Yan, or even capture her. We have to be on guard. Lu Chen's words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Douluo would not watch Douluo Yan suffer even the slightest accident. His expression became firm, and he finally made up his mind, saying, little brother, be careful in this valley yourself. I will take advantage of the fact that it is not yet dawn to rush to Heaven Do Imperial Academy and bring Yan Yan over. You are right, it is better to be safe than sorry. I cannot gamble with Yan Yan, she is my only precious granddaughter. For a short time, we will avoid the limelight first. Wait until you break through to the 70th level of spirit power and hunt a spirit beast to obtain your 7th spirit ring. With your assistance, I should have the power to fight against Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. At that time, there will be no need to hide. After these words fell, Douluo hurriedly soared into the sky. As his figure flashed rapidly, he left the valley in a few breaths and rushed towards Heaven Do Imperial Academy. After Douluo left, only Lu Chen remained in the ice and fire yin-yang well. He turned around and looked at the vast ice and fire yin-yang well, his eyes shining. Blue-silver domain. Lu Chen activated the blue-silver domain. An invisible fluctuation spread rapidly with him as the center, quickly covering the entire ice and fire yin-yang well. In an instant, in this ice and fire yin-yang well, all kinds of immortal herbs swayed their bodies within the blue-silver domain, swallowing and refining the life aura attached to the blue-silver domain. Threads of faint consciousness were transmitted to Lu Chen's mind through the network of the blue-silver domain. He listened to the voice of every immortal herb. Every immortal herb in this ice and fire yin-yang well was no less than a 10,000-year spirit beast. Unfortunately, due to their body structure, the process of them developing consciousness was extremely difficult. Lu Chen listened to the voices of these immortal herbs through the blue-silver domain and discovered that the consciousness of these immortal herbs was simply like that of a 3-year-old child. Ignorant and very pure. Because of the life aura attached to Lu Chen's blue-silver domain, these immortal herbs had a very good impression of Lu Chen. Under Lu Chen's intentional questioning, these immortal herbs quickly confessed everything they needed to. What were their names? What kind of medicinal properties did they have? Precautions for picking. Precautions for taking them. A series of information, such as this, was quickly mastered by Lu Chen. Octagonal mysterious ice grass. Fiery apricot delicate flower. Yushang Qiluo immortal herb. Hirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. 8-petal immortal orchid. Qiluo tulip. Coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Narcissus jade muscle bone. Yearning heartbroken red. Looking through autumn water dew. Dragon origin fruit. Hunyuan immortal herb. The number of immortal herbs in this ice and fire yin-yang well exceeded Lu Chen's imagination. When he read the book in his previous life, the immortal herbs he knew were only a part of them. There were even more immortal herbs that were not introduced too much in the original plot. Thanks to having already awakened the blue-silver domain, Lu Chen could directly communicate with these immortal herbs through the blue-silver domain to know their names and medicinal properties. Lu Chen looked at these numerous immortal herbs, and gradually became a bit dazzled. For a moment, he didn't know which immortal herb to eat. If I want to quickly increase my spirit power, I could eat the Hunyuan immortal herb. But with my golden finger where I get stronger just by breathing, I don't need immortal herbs to increase my spirit power. If I want to evolve my spirit and improve its toughness, I could eat the ink jade divine bamboo, but my blue-silver king spirit is inclined towards support rather than combat, so improving the spirit's toughness is really not very suitable. Currently, the most important thing for me is to absorb the 7th spirit ring. That is the key to unlocking the martial soul avatar. And the 7th spirit ring I have reserved as that 85,000-year-old blue-silver king in the blue-silver forest. Only the 9th spirit ring of some titled Douluo would absorb an 85,000-year-old spirit ring. If I want to absorb an 85,000-year-old spirit ring as my 7th spirit ring, physical fitness and soul strength are extremely critical issues. It seems I cannot afford to be picky. I will consume the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower, use the power of water and fire to forge a Vajra body, and then take the looking through autumn water dew to greatly increase my mental force. With these two prerequisites, I will have absolute certainty in successfully absorbing the 85,000-year-old spirit ring of the blue-silver king. If nothing goes wrong, I will obtain a most perfect martial soul avatar ability, and even promote the evolution of my spirit again, allowing my blue-silver king spirit to evolve into a true blue-silver emperor martial soul. Chapter 42. Water and Fire Tempering the Golden Body. After a moment of consideration, Lu Chen made his decision. His expression became firm. For him at the moment, increasing spirit power or evolving his spirit were not the most critical things. The most critical thing was to absorb that 85,000-year blue-silver king spirit ring. To this end, absorbing the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower to temper his physique, and absorbing the looking through autumn water dew to strengthen his soul, became the most cost-effective choice. Having made his decision, Lu Chen no longer hesitated. He took off the silver bracelet storage soul guidance device on his hand and threw it onto the ground to the side, then took off his coat and threw it onto the ground as well. Absorbing the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower required jumping into the ice and fire yin-yang well to assist in the absorption. Neither the storage soul guidance device nor the clothes he was wearing could withstand the extreme heat and extreme cold power of the ice and fire yin-yang well. To avoid damage to his belongings, Lu Chen took off the storage soul guidance device and his coat in advance. Then, Lu Chen walked towards the octagonal mysterious ice grass, and according to the method it had told him, he plucked the octagonal mysterious ice grass without damaging its roots. Subsequently, Lu Chen walked towards the fiery apricot delicate flower, and just as before, according to the method it had told him, he plucked the fiery apricot delicate flower without damaging its roots. After picking the immortal herb, Lu Chen let out a long breath. Octagonal mysterious ice grass, fiery apricot delicate flower. They were both immortal herbs and deadly poisonous plants. The extreme heat and extreme cold power they contained were of the same origin as this ice and fire yin-yang well. If there was even the slightest mistake, that extreme heat and extreme cold power would invade his body. Even though Lu Chen had a full set of recovery spirit ability, while there would be no danger to his life, he would still suffer greatly. Lu Chen, being perfectly fine, did not want to suffer that kind of ordeal. The octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower, both immortal herbs, have been picked. I did not damage their roots. In a treasure land like the ice and fire yin-yang well, they should be able to grow back in about 100 years. Now is the time to absorb the two immortal herbs. Water and fire tempering the golden body. I hope you do not disappoint me and will temper a powerful physique capable of containing an 85,000-year spirit ring for me. Thinking of this, Lu Chen summoned his blue-silver king spirit, activated 2 blue-silver vines, and extended them left and right to wrap around the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower. Almost instantly, a layer of frost formed on the blue-silver vines that wrapped around the octagonal mysterious ice grass. At the same time, the blue-silver vines that wrapped around the fiery apricot delicate flower were scorched pitch black. Lu Chen felt a shiver in his heart as he watched, exclaiming at how overbearing the extreme heat and extreme cold power was. Immediately, with a thought from Lu Chen, the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower were pulled in front of him by the 2 blue-silver vines. The moment the 2 immortal herbs touched, the extreme heat power and extreme cold power erupted immediately, eroding towards each other. What was strange was that the 2 powers did not conflict, instead, they merged together, reaching a neutralized state. Now is the time. The extreme cold power of the octagonal mysterious ice grass neutralized the extreme heat power of the fiery apricot delicate flower, and the extreme heat power of the fiery apricot delicate flower neutralized the extreme cold power of the octagonal mysterious ice grass. Lu Chen moved quickly, grabbing the octagonal mysterious ice grass in one hand and the fiery apricot delicate flower in the other, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing vigorously. He swallowed the 2 immortal herbs almost whole. In less than 3 breaths, the medicinal power of the 2 immortal herbs began to take effect. Lu Chen's skin flickered between red and white, and inside his body, he felt alternately as hot as if he were in magma and as cold as if he were in a glacier. Under the interweaving of these 2 forces, Lu Chen felt incredibly uncomfortable. He pushed off hard with his feet, his figure leaping up, and he jumped towards the ice and fire yin-yang well. With a splash, he dove headfirst into the ice and fire yin-yang well. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As Lu Chen jumped into the ice and fire yin-yang well, the yang spring, hot as magma, and the cold spring, cold as ice marrow, instantly enveloped him. The 2 diametrically opposed forces pressed against Lu Chen's body, making him truly experience the feeling of heaven and hell of ice and fire. Fortunately, at this moment, the extreme heat and extreme cold power of the 2 immortal herbs that were raging back and forth inside his body timely protected his internal flesh, bones, organs, and meridians, preventing him from being scalded or frozen by the yang spring and cold spring of the ice and fire yin-yang well. At the same time, under the suppression of the external pressure brought by the yang spring and cold spring, various organs in Lu Chen's body began to accelerate the absorption of the medicinal power of the 2 immortal herbs. In the original plot, when Tang San absorbed the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower, he was merely a spirit elder. Although he successfully absorbed the 2 immortal herbs, during the process, the extreme heat and extreme cold power of the 2 immortal herbs tortured him to the brink of death. Now Lu Chen was much stronger than Tang San. As a 6-ring spirit emperor, and having absorbed spirit rings beyond his limits every time, this had greatly tempered his physique. At the same time, his spirit power of up to level 69 allowed him to absorb the medicinal power of the 2 immortal herbs with even greater ease. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The extreme cold power of the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the extreme heat power of the fiery apricot delicate flower were washing back and forth inside Lu Chen's body. The 2 diametrically opposed forces swept through Lu Chen's entire body in turns. This was torture, but also tempering. Lu Chen's body, under the ravages of the two diametrically opposed extreme forces, gradually became covered in wounds, with frostbite added after scalds. However, with the absorption of the medicinal power of the immortal herbs, his wounded body was being rapidly repaired and, through the tempering, became even stronger. In the process of repair, the extreme cold power of the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the extreme heat power of the fiery apricot delicate flower also merged into his body. His flesh, his bones, his organs, his meridians. If he were to look inside, Lu Chen would find that those body organs that had absorbed the two powers of extreme heat and extreme cold were flickering with a faint, shimmering golden light. Water and fire tempering the golden body. Lu Chen could clearly perceive that his physique was rapidly becoming stronger. Although this process was painful, becoming stronger was extremely pleasurable. Overall, Lu Chen was in pain and happy at the same time. During this process, Lu Chen's spirit power was extremely active, like a rushing river, surging forward rapidly within his meridians, allowing him to accelerate the absorption of the two extreme powers of extreme heat and extreme cold. Pop! As if breaking through some bottleneck, the spirit power in Lu Chen's body naturally broke through the level 70 barrier from level 69 in one fell swoop. This was an unexpected joy. Absorbing the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower would not, in itself, increase spirit power. But during the process of absorbing the immortal herbs, Lu Chen's spirit power circulation accelerated, which, by a stroke of luck, allowed him to successfully increase his spirit power by one level. After Lu Chen broke through to level 70 spirit power, he would be able to absorb the 7th spirit ring and become a 7-ring spirit saint. And Lu Chen's two great spirits, the blue silver king and the black iron sickle. Under the repeated tempering of the two extreme powers of extreme heat and extreme cold, his two great spirits had both gained quite a few benefits. The blue silver king successfully obtained the ability of ice and fire immunity. Although his blue silver king was not used for fighting, the ice and fire immunity ability was still helpful to him. The black iron sickle was originally just the most ordinary spirit, but under such tempering, it seemed as if all impurities had been forged away. The blade flashed with a chilling cold light, and its sharpness was enough to make one shudder. Unknowingly, 3 hours had passed. After 3 hours of absorption, most of the medicinal power of the two immortal herbs, the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower, had already been completely absorbed by Lu Chen's body. The remaining medicinal power also settled within his body. It could be gradually and completely absorbed as he continued to cultivate strength. It surged up continuously. Lu Chen opened his eyes. The pain brought by the two extreme powers of extreme heat and extreme cold had all disappeared, and now he only felt refreshed. Lu Chen waved his fist. The explosive power within his body made him feel invigorated. With such a powerful physique, it was now enough to absorb that 85,000-year spirit ring. Chapter 43. A solution to the spirit defect. Inside the ice and fire yin-yang well, Lu Chen stretched. He had successfully absorbed the medicinal power of two immortal herbs and was feeling very comfortable, wanting to laugh out loud. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he choked on the spring water. He coughed violently twice and hurriedly closed his mouth. Now he finally quieted down. He raised his head, using both hands and feet, and swam towards the surface. The yang spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang well was originally as hot as magma, but for Lu Chen now, he only felt a warmth. The cold spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang well was originally as cold as ice marrow, but for Lu Chen now, he only felt a coolness. This spring water, containing extreme heat and extreme cold, could no longer harm Lu Chen's body in the slightest. But Lu Chen's clothes and pants had been completely destroyed by the yang and cold springs. Lu Chen was soaking naked in the spring water, and now he wanted to return to the shore as soon as possible to take out a new set of clothes and pants to put on. Meanwhile, outside the ice and fire yin-yang well, following Lu Chen's reminder, Douluo Bo, who had gone to the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, had picked up Douluo and brought her back to the ice and fire yin-yang well. Douluo Bo brought Douluo back to the valley, only to find it empty. Douluo Bo widened his eyes in shock and began to search everywhere for traces of Lu Chen. Where is he? Such a big person, how could he just disappear? Douluo Bo searched inside and outside the valley, finally arriving at the location of the ice and fire yin-yang well. He looked at the silver bracelet storage soul guidance device on the shore, as well as the set of clothes Lu Chen had been wearing. Douluo looked at the ice and fire yin-yang well in disbelief, his heart was about to collapse. Brother Lan Chen, why didn't you listen to my advice? This pool of red and white spring water, the yang spring is incredibly hot, and the cold spring is extremely cold. Even I wouldn't dare to step into it easily. For your sake, I have already made an enemy of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, going head to head with Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo. Now I can only hide in the depths of this sunset forest with my granddaughter. I was waiting for you to become a 7-ring spirit saint so you could assist me in a fight against Bone Douluo, so that Bone Douluo would never dare to look down on me again. Now that you're gone just like that, you've ended your troubles, but what are my granddaughter and I supposed to do in the future? Douluo was so angry that he beat his chest and stomped his feet. He felt immense regret. He shouldn't have left Lu Chen alone in the valley. Now it was done for. Lu Chen, ignorant and fearless, had jumped into this red and white spring water and must certainly be reduced to nothing by now. Douluo's heart was truly collapsing. The jade phosphor serpent poison in his body had not yet been completely neutralized. Although the jade phosphor serpent poison in his granddaughter's body had been neutralized, as her cultivation level increased in the future, the deadly poison would sooner or later return, and it would still require Lu Chen to detoxify it time and time again. Now it was all over. Douluo regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He shouldn't have brought Lu Chen to such a dangerous place. Bubble, bubble, bubble. Just as Douluo was howling in grief, bubbles suddenly appeared in the red and white spring water in front of him. Douluo was also startled and immediately lowered his head to look. Then, he saw a figure emerge from the water. It was none other than the disguised Lu Chen. Seeing this, Douluo's eyes went wide, and he pointed his finger at Lu Chen in astonishment. Brother Lan Chen, you aren't dead yet. This is impossible. The extreme heat and extreme cold of this red and white spring water are things even I cannot withstand. How did you endure it? Lu Chen had heard everything Douluo said while under the spring water. To tell the truth, Lu Chen was still very moved. Regardless of his motives, that was Douluo's most direct concern for him. Lu Chen didn't rush to get ashore. He soaked in the ice and fire yin-yang well and explained to Douluo on the shore. Brother Douluo, you forgot what I told you. I can communicate with plants through my spirit. After communicating, I learned information about these immortal herbs. Finally, I ate 2 immortal herbs, the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower. Both immortal herbs were nourished by this spring water, and only by soaking in this spring water can one better absorb the medicinal power of the immortal herbs. Now, under the nourishment of the immortal herbs, my physique is even stronger, and I have obtained a body immune to water and fire. That is the reason I can soak in this spring water. At the end, Lu Chen paused and said somewhat embarrassedly, Brother Douluo, why don't you take Yan Yan to avoid this for a moment? Although my body is not harmed by the spring water, my clothes and pants have been destroyed. With Yan Yan staring here, I'm too embarrassed to get ashore. Upon hearing this, Douluo suddenly realized. He turned his head and saw, sure enough, Douluo looking with great curiosity at the naked Lu Chen soaking in the spring water. Douluo's face darkened instantly. He hurriedly walked over, grabbed Douluo, and walked away. Yan Yan, don't look. We came back at the wrong time. Let's come back later after your grandpa Lan Chen comes out of the red and white spring water and puts on his clothes and pants. Douluo, who was being dragged away by Douluo, kept looking back from time to time, her face showing a lingering interest. Because Douluo discovered that Lu Chen's physique was very good, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with well-defined muscles, each one full of explosive power, and his whole body exuding immense masculine charm. Coupled with the body refining of water and fire, his skin was very delicate, emitting a faint, jade-like luster, which made Douluo feel a little excited. After Douluo was dragged away by Douluo, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned to the shore. He picked up his silver bracelet storage soul guidance device, took out a brand new set of clothes, pants, and shoes, quickly dressed himself efficiently, and put the storage soul guidance device back on his hand. He took out a cord to tie up his long hair. After tidying himself up from head to toe, Lu Chen strode towards the location of Douluo and Douluo. Through the events of this period, especially Douluo Bo bringing Lu Chen to the ice and fire yin-yang well, Lu Chen increasingly approved of Douluo Bo. Therefore, Lu Chen did not intend to enjoy these immortal herbs all by himself. He planned to instruct Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan to each consume an immortal herb to help them advance further. Now that he and Douluo Bo were completely bound together, the stronger Douluo Bo's strength was, the more guaranteed his own safety would be. Before long, Lu Chen found Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan. He smiled and said, "I've made brother Douluo worry. This medicinal garden of yours is simply a uniquely gifted treasure land. With these numerous immortal herbs, just one can allow a spirit master to be reborn and completely transform. I ate 2 immortal herbs and felt that I benefited a lot. With brother Douluo possessing such a treasure land, I have already thought of how to help you completely solve the problem of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Poison's backlash. The backlash of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Poison is a defect of the spirit. For spirit masters of your Jade Phosphor Snake lineage, after attaching a highly poisonous spirit ring to the Jade Phosphor Snake spirit, you need to use martial soul possession to exert combat ability. It should be during the process of possession that the body and spirit fuse with each other, causing the poison of the spirit to enter the body. To solve this problem, I currently have 2 methods. First, use a spirit bone to force all the poisonous toxins that have invaded the body into the spirit bone. In the future, using the spirit bone to store the poison will be able to prevent the poison from invading the limbs, bones, and internal organs. But this method also has certain drawbacks. If your strength becomes stronger and stronger, the accumulated poison will also become more and more, and one spirit bone will not be enough to contain this poison. In the future, you will need to collect more spirit bones. Second, promote the evolution of the spirit. If the Jade Phosphor Snake spirit can suppress those toxins on its own and not let the poison invade the body during possession, then you will have no worries about your life. Spirit evolution is originally a matter full of difficulties, but with these immortal herbs covering the entire valley, as long as you absorb 1 or 2, it can promote the evolution of your spirits. In this way, you can completely get rid of the problem of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Poison's backlash. Chapter 44. Dragon Origin Fruit. As soon as Lu Chen spoke these words, Douluo Bo's originally calm expression suddenly became quite colorful. In a flash, he arrived before Lu Chen, his hands pressing firmly onto Lu Chen's shoulders like iron pincers. Douluo Bo stared at Lu Chen with burning eyes, his voice trembling with an excitement he could hardly suppress. "Brother Lan Chen, you are a genius. You are truly the smartest person this old man has ever met. How did I never think of using a spirit bone to store the poison? But you were right, as my spirit power increases and the poison accumulates, a single spirit bone definitely won't be able to contain it all. A titled Douluo like me would need at least 2, or even 3 spirit bones to ensure the poison doesn't erode my body. As for the spirit evolution." At this point, Douluo Bo paused. His brow furrowed gradually, and his tone became hesitant. "My spirit, the Jade Phosphor Snake, already evolved into the Jade Phosphor Serpent the day I became a titled Douluo. A single stalk of herb, even if it's some kind of immortal herb, cannot possibly cause my spirit to undergo another evolution. In this lifetime, I can probably only use the first method you mentioned, using spirit bones to store the poison. As long as the poison doesn't erode my body, my life won't be in danger." Douluo Bo's expression became firm, and a glimmer of hope appeared in those emerald green eyes. He said earnestly, "But Yan Yan's strength is still weak. She is only a spirit elder. If she could consume an immortal grade herb, perhaps it really could evolve her spirit, allowing her to completely escape the fate of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Poison backwashing into her body. Brother Lan Chen, I leave everything to you. Your spirit can communicate with plants. Please, you must select an immortal grade herb suitable for Yan Yan." Douluo Bo had already resigned himself to his own fate, but he wanted to fight for his granddaughter. After all, Douluo Yan was his only living relative in this world. Under Douluo Bo's intense gaze, Lu Chen pulled back his smile and nodded very solemnly. "Big brother Douluo, rest assured, I will definitely pick the most suitable immortal herb for Yan Yan." While speaking, Lu Chen broke free from Douluo Bo's grip and looked toward Douluo Yan. "Yan Yan, come with me. Let's go select an immortal herb. By the way, there are many immortal herbs here. Any one of them can transform a person, allowing an ordinary spirit master to leap into the ranks of a genius spirit master. Once word gets out, the other spirit masters on the continent and those major powers will absolutely go mad for them. Big Brother Douluo, Yan, and I would likely never know peace again. For our future peace, the existence of these immortal great herbs filling this valley must remain known only to the heavens, the earth, and the three of us. It must absolutely not be revealed to a fourth person. Douluo and Yan were both people who understood the gravity of the situation. Hearing Lu Chen's words and thinking of the terrifying consequences, they both couldn't help but nod. Afterward, Lu Chen led Douluo and Yan back to the location of the ice and fire yin-yang well. The closer they got to the well, the better the quality and medicinal effects of the immortal grade herbs growing there. After a moment's thought, Lu Chen pointed to a unique plant and introduced it. Among the immortal grade herbs nearby, some strengthen the physique and some increase spirit power, but none are what Yan needs most. What Yan needs most is to evolve her spirit and escape the spirit defect of the jade phosphor serpent poison backwash. Therefore, I recommend this immortal herb, the dragon origin fruit. Based on my communication with it, I know this herb grew from the corpse of a great dragon. Generally speaking, only in a place where a great dragon is buried, by absorbing the essence of the dragon's entire body, is there a chance for a dragon origin fruit to form. This immortal herb is extraordinary. Ordinary people, even if they uprooted the whole plant, could not pluck the dragon origin fruit. Only someone possessing dragon clan bloodline can drop their blood onto this dragon origin fruit to gain its recognition. Only then will the fruit fall off on its own, and only the one recognized can absorb its medicinal power. The jade phosphor snake is also rumored to be a type of dragon species. If Yan's blood can gain the recognition of the dragon origin fruit and absorb its power, it would be equivalent to absorbing the entire essence of a great dragon. As long as she evolves into a dragon, that kind of terrifying, heaven-reaching spirit will surely be able to suppress the spirit defect of the poison backwash. Yan, give it a try. In my view, this dragon origin fruit is the most suitable immortal herb for you. If you can't get its recognition, we'll look at other immortal grade herbs. The immortal grade herb Lu Chen recommended was one that had not appeared in the original story. However, ordinary people couldn't pluck this herb, only those with Dragon Clan bloodline had a chance. Although Tang San possessed the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, it had nothing to do with the Dragon Clan. Likely for this reason, he couldn't pluck the dragon origin fruit, so it wasn't even mentioned in the original plot. This ice and fire yin-yang well was actually the burial ground of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. This dragon origin fruit, even if it didn't gather all the essence of the two Dragon Kings, inheriting even a portion would be enough to evolve Douluo's spirit from a jade phosphor snake into a jade phosphorus dragon. After listening to Lu Chen's introduction, the attention of both Douluo and Douluo was drawn to the dragon origin fruit. The trunk of the dragon origin fruit tree was not particularly tall or thick, only about half a meter high and as thick as an adult's arm. The bark appeared extremely rough, showing a simple blue-gray color. Its branches were lush and leafy, looking full of vibrant vitality. At the very top of the dragon origin fruit tree hung a purple fruit the size of a fist. The fruit was full and round, its skin etched with dense patterns that, when connected, formed the image of a great dragon roaring towards the heavens. Roar. The pattern was lifelike, and a soul-shaking roar seemed to truly emanate from the fruit. Douluo's small face instantly turned pale. Her eyes revealed a hint of terror, and she involuntarily took a few steps back. It was Douluo who acted in time, pressing his hand on Douluo's shoulder to prevent her from falling. Douluo panted in small breaths. She had truly been a bit frightened just now. Douluo turned her head to look at her grandfather. Seeing this, Douluo nodded with a firm expression. Gaining Douluo's encouragement, Douluo steadied her mind and looked at Lu Chen, asking, "Grandpa Lan Chen, is it enough to just drop blood onto the dragon origin fruit?" Lu Chen nodded and confirmed. "Use the essence blood from the tip of your tongue. Spit out a few drops onto the dragon origin fruit. Whether you can obtain its recognition depends on the will of heaven." Hearing that she needed to use essence blood from her tongue, Douluo grit her teeth. Finally, she endured the pain, bit the tip of her tongue, and spat out a few drops of essence blood permeated with spirit power fluctuations. The blood dripped onto the dragon-shaped pattern of the dragon origin fruit. In just a few breaths, those drops of bright red essence blood were completely absorbed by the dragon origin fruit, and the dragon pattern upon it erupted with an eerie light. Meanwhile, Lu Chen used his blue-silver domain to begin communicating with the dragon origin fruit's nascent consciousness. He hurried to do some ideological work, using a mix of coaxing and deception to get it to recognize Douluo. Yan. Although Lu Chen said it depended on heaven's will, he would certainly help where he could. After all, Douluo Yan was currently calling him Grandpa. To this end, Lu Chen put in quite a bit of effort. Through Lu Chen's coaxing and the fact that Douluo Yan's essence blood carried the aura of the jade phosphor snake spirit, which, as a dragon species, barely met the requirements, the fruit responded. Although the dragon origin fruit wasn't very satisfied with Douluo Yan's aptitude, for the sake of Lu Chen's face, it trembled slightly a few times before falling off the branch on its own. It didn't fall to the ground but instead tumbled into Douluo Yan's arms. Holding the purple fruit in her hands, Douluo Yan cheered and jumped with joy. Grandpa Lan Chen, look! This dragon origin fruit recognized me. Chapter 45, Transforming Dragon. Watching the cheering Douluo Yan, Douluo Bo praised her with a face full of doting. Yan, you're amazing. Douluo Bo then looked at Lu Chen with a meaningful gaze. As a titled Douluo, his mental force was very sharp. Just now, when Lu Chen communicated with the dragon origin fruit through the blue-silver domain, Douluo Bo had keenly sensed it. He felt curious about Lu Chen's ability to communicate with plants, but more than that, he felt gratitude towards Lu Chen. Perhaps just now, if not for Lu Chen's help, his granddaughter would never have been able to gain the recognition of the dragon origin fruit. Douluo Bo spoke in a grateful tone. Brother Lan Chen, thank you so much for what just happened. Now that the dragon origin fruit has recognized Yan, can she eat this fruit now? Lu Chen nodded with a faint smile and replied, she can eat the dragon origin fruit at any time. The dragon essence contained within the dragon origin fruit is absolutely sufficient to allow Yan's jade phosphor snake to evolve into an infinitely powerful jade phosphorus dragon. Having received Lu Chen's affirmative reply, Douluo Bo looked at Douluo Yan with encouraging eyes, his voice filled with expectation. Yan, hurry and eat this fruit. Grandfather wants to see your spirit evolve and completely rid yourself of the spirit defect where the jade phosphor serpent poison backlashes against your body. Douluo Yan responded, then sat cross-legged on the grass. She took a few deep breaths and, with a mix of anticipation and excitement, ate the dragon origin fruit. The fruit flesh melted upon contact with her mouth. Without even needing to chew, it turned into sweet juice and was swallowed down her throat. In just a short while, the fist-sized dragon origin fruit was completely eaten by Douluo Yan. In an instant, a dense energy fluctuation erupted from within Douluo Yan's body. Waves of purple light surged within her meridians, spreading to her internal organs and throughout her limbs, then piercing through her flesh, causing every inch of Douluo Yan's skin to radiate a rich purple glow. Douluo Yan's face showed a trace of nervousness. She could clearly sense that the energy surging within her at this moment far exceeded her level 35 spirit power. If this energy were to riot, it would inevitably tear her body to shreds, which made Douluo Yan feel somewhat panicked and uneasy. Just at this moment, Lu Chen's gentle voice reached Douluo Yan's ears. Yan, do not be nervous. Since the dragon origin fruit has already recognized you, it will not resist your absorption. You must keep your mind steady, do not let your thoughts wander, and focus on sensing all the changes brought to your body, soul, spirit power, and spirit after the dragon essence of the dragon origin fruit merges with you. Lu Chen's voice seemed to possess some kind of magic. Upon hearing it, Douluo Yan's nervous mood gradually eased. Following what Lu Chen said, she closed her eyes, kept her mind steady, and focused on sensing the unprecedented changes brought to her body, soul, spirit power, and spirit after the dragon essence of the dragon origin fruit merged with her. Every cell in her body was cheering at this moment because the dragon essence of the dragon origin fruit was thoroughly remaking her body. This process was a cleansing of the marrow and a rebirth. To put it more intuitively, this process could also be called dragon transformation. Purple light, shimmering with astonishing energy fluctuations, erupted continuously from Douluo Yan's body, wrapping her entire body inside and forming a massive purple cocoon of light. Within that purple cocoon, Douluo Yan was undergoing an unprecedented transformation, a comprehensive rebirth of her body, soul, spirit power, and spirit. Douluo Bo, standing not far from Douluo Yan, watched as she turned into a purple cocoon of light. Although his expression remained as usual, the anxiety revealed in his eyes showed that his heart must be extremely unsettled at this moment. As the saying goes, care leads to chaos. After all, the person in that cocoon of light was Douluo's only relative. Even with his cold, iron-hard heart, he could not view it with indifference. It was Lu Chen who walked over and consoled him with a relaxed expression. Brother Douluo, carefully sense it. Within that purple cocoon of light, isn't Yan Yan's aura constantly growing stronger? So there is nothing to worry about. For Yan Yan, this is a good thing with 100 benefits and no harm. When Yan Yan comes out of the cocoon, she will surely have finished absorbing the dragon essence, her spirit will have evolved, her jade phosphor snake will have evolved into a jade phosphorus dragon, and she will have completely rid herself of the spirit defect where the jade phosphor serpent poison backlashes against your body. Hearing Lu Chen's consolation, the anxiety in Douluo's heart eased slightly. After a bitter laugh, he said helplessly, Brother Lan Chen, I know what you say makes sense, but after all, she is my only granddaughter. My heart, it has been pounding, and I simply cannot calm down. Lu Chen sighed inwardly. Who could have imagined that Douluo, whom the world feared like a tiger, also had such a tender side? He placed his hands behind his back and continued to converse with Douluo. Brother Douluo, the dragon origin fruit that Yan Yan ate is one of the immortal herbs with the highest quality and best medicinal effects in this entire valley. Actually, there is another immortal herb that I think is also very suitable for you. The name of that immortal herb is Earth Dragon Golden Melon. It is an earth attribute heaven and earth treasure, which also contains a certain amount of dragon essence. Earth attribute is neutral and balanced, one of the gentlest attributes, and it will not conflict with the poison attribute of the jade phosphor snake spirit. Yan Yan has already eaten the dragon origin fruit. I think it would be better for you, Brother Douluo, to eat this earth dragon golden melon. Your jade phosphor snake has already evolved into a jade phosphor serpent. As you said, a mere immortal herb might not be enough to cause the jade phosphor serpent to evolve. However, the earth dragon golden melon can grant you a second attribute, the earth attribute. The poison attribute and the earth attribute will not cause any conflict. By using the earth attribute to suppress the poison attribute, you will also be able to rid yourself of the spirit defect where the jade phosphor serpent poison backlashes against your body. After listening to what Lu Chen said, Douluo's heart stirred. According to this analysis, eating that earth dragon golden melon would indeed be of great benefit to him. At the same time, Douluo could also hear that this was Lu Chen genuinely thinking of him from the bottom of his heart. A few traces of gentleness appeared in his emerald green eyes, and a faint smile hung on his face. Brother Lan Chen, I know of your good intentions, but for now, I still cannot set my heart at ease regarding Yan Yan. After Yan Yan completes her spirit evolution, I will find another opportunity to eat the earth dragon golden melon. In any case, the immortal herbs are all in this valley, so I do not need to rush. Hearing Douluo say this, Lu Chen did not say anything more. Douluo himself was not in a rush, so why should he be anxious on the side? Besides, the immortal herb wouldn't run away. Lu Chen and Douluo stood together, waiting for Douluo to break out of her cocoon. Time passed quickly without them noticing. Soon, the sky brightened, the red sun rose in the east, and rays of warm sunlight shone in from outside the valley, illuminating the interior of the valley. At this time in Heaven Do City, the spies hiding near the Douluo residence only just realized, belatedly, that Douluo and Lu Chen had long since disappeared. Upon discovering this situation, they hurriedly went back to report, some to the Crown Prince's residence, and some to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 46. Heaven Do Weightlifting Champion. Crown Prince's residence. Just after getting up and washing, Shui Qing, who was eating breakfast, heard the report from the informant he had arranged. Douluo and Lu Chen had both completely disappeared. They must have slipped away quietly under the cover of darkness last night. Shui Qing raised an eyebrow at this, neither feeling too surprised nor feeling any anger. Come to think of it, facing such a huge threat like the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, remaining in the open was simply too dangerous. It was better to move from the light into the darkness and hide temporarily. As long as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School couldn't find them, they would be absolutely safe. For Douluo, a dignified titled Douluo, to slip away with someone under the cover of darkness and evade those informants was simply too easy. Shui Qinghei's expression was calm, and he ordered in a composed tone. Get up. This matter cannot be blamed on you. Monitoring a titled Douluo is indeed not that easy. With Lan Chen's talent, as long as he doesn't die in the future, he will sooner or later become a titled Douluo of the support system. My teacher will not let him go easily. For the time being, you don't need to track Douluo and Lan Chen. Go and monitor the 7 treasure glazed tile school in secret. As long as my teacher finds the traces of Douluo and Lan Chen, he will inevitably be unable to resist making a move. When that time comes, we can be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, finding an opportunity to save Lan Chen. With the debt of a life-saving grace, it will be much easier to recruit him later. Hearing Shui Qinghei's orders, the informant he had arranged responded respectfully, then immediately got up to make arrangements. After the person left, wisdom flickered in Shui Qinghei's eyes, and he thought to himself, Lan Chen, your talent truly surprises me, but whether you are worth making my teacher an enemy over depends on your own value, what kind of spirit you have, and what kind of 6 spirit abilities you possess. If your value is sufficient, I will not hesitate to call upon Elder Snakelance and Elder Porcupinefish to save your life. If your value is insufficient, then I am very sorry, but I will not risk exposure to make an enemy of my teacher. I wish to achieve a great cause, and I need capable people to assist me. People without value are not worth my effort. Thinking of this, Shui Qing forcefully shook his shoulders, which were not particularly broad, as if they were pressed down by the weight of 1,000 jun. The 5 major provinces, 4 kingdoms, and 1 grand duchy of the Heaven Do Empire were all resting on his shoulders. As the Heaven Do weightlifting champion, he had to be extremely cautious. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the 7 treasure glazed tile school. As the wealthiest sect on the continent, the 7 treasure glazed tile school had built its entire sect headquarters on a mountain. Looking from afar, it seemed like a mountain city. At the foot of the mountain was the area where commoners lived. They were basically the family, friends, and relatives of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's spirit masters. On the mountainside was the area where outer sect disciples and members of vassal families lived. They were the backbone of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The 7 treasure glazed tile school claimed to have 5,000 spirit masters, the vast majority of whom were outer sect disciples and members of vassal families, all living in the mountainside area. On the mountaintop was the area where inner sect disciples and core family members lived. They were the true upper echelon of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Sect master Ning Fengji usually handled work in the great hall at the mountaintop, while Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, the 2 protector Douluos of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, would guard Ning Fengji's sides most of the time. Just this morning, Ning Fengji came to the great hall at the mountaintop, preparing to handle the day's work. The informant he had sent out just yesterday returned today with an uneasy expression to report. Reporting to the sect master, Poison Douluo and Lan Chen have disappeared from the Dugu residence. It is very likely that they slipped away stealthily under the cover of darkness last night. We failed to detect it in time. Please, sect master, impose punishment. Hearing this, Ning Fengji's good mood from the morning was instantly destroyed. His eyebrows, which slanted up into his temples, furrowed tightly, showing that he was extremely angry. Boom! Before Ning Fengji could say anything, a powerful aura erupted from the body of Bone Douluo, who was guarding nearby, and a visible wave of air expanded outward. On Bone Douluo's skeleton-like face appeared an expression of extreme anger, and he sternly rebuked. What trash! The task assigned to you only yesterday was ruined in just one night. You've been collecting your salary for nothing if you can't even handle such a small matter. Accompanied by Bone Douluo's rebuking words, the visible, fierce air wave slammed into the informant, blasting him away directly. He let out a miserable scream, spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair, and then crashed onto the ground with a thud. Although he didn't die, he looked to have sustained serious injuries. He dared not have any complaints about this. After gasping for breath a few times, his face was full of terror. Ignoring his injuries, he struggled to crawl up, his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground, kowtowing with his head making thumping sounds. Bone Douluo stopped looking at this person. He turned his head to face Ning Fengji, his eyes filled with intense malice, and said in a low voice. Fengji, Lan Chen was taken away by Douluo. It seems Douluo is determined to make an enemy of our 7 treasure glazed tile. School. Since that is the case, we don't need to be polite either. Douluo's granddaughter is still studying at the Heaven-Do Imperial Academy. I will go and abduct her now. Let Douluo bring Lan Chen to exchange with us. One life for one life. Douluo is Douluo's only granddaughter. If we catch Douluo, Douluo will inevitably compromise. This idea of Bone Douluo could be said to be extremely vicious. Using Douluo's granddaughter to threaten Douluo, if Bone Douluo really succeeded and captured Douluo, Douluo might truly hand over Lan Chen for the sake of his granddaughter. Ning Fengji raised his index finger, tapping on the table again and again. He didn't nod in agreement, nor did he shake his head in rejection, he was still considering it. This idea was certainly feasible, but it would also completely offend Douluo. If Douluo held a grudge later, it would be very unfavorable for their 7 treasure glazed tile school. After all, the 7 treasure glazed tile school had a large family and business, while Douluo was a lone individual. Douluo couldn't attack the 7 treasure glazed tile school head-on, but he could find ways to discuss them. Killing a spirit master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school here today, slaughtering a caravan of the 7 treasure glazed tile school there tomorrow, and poisoning the water source near the 7 treasure glazed tile school the day after. These methods, which were impossible to guard against, were enough to make them exhausted and weary of dealing with them. Either don't do it, or do it thoroughly. Ning Fengji was considering whether to use Douluo to lure Douluo and Lan Chen, then take Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to stage an ambush, killing Lan Chen while also killing Douluo and his granddaughter Douluo. Only by completely eliminating future troubles in this way could the 7 treasure glazed tile school truly rest easy. However, at this moment, the informant said tremblingly. Reporting to the sect master, according to the information sent back, Douluo of the Heaven-Do Imperial Academy also suddenly disappeared last night. It is very likely that Douluo took her away together under the cover of darkness. As soon as these words were spoken, Bone Douluo's plan completely collapsed. After all, if they couldn't capture Douluo, how could they threaten Douluo? Malice flared on Bone Douluo's face. He waved his large hand, and a burst of spirit power exploded outward, slamming into the informant again and blasting him away. Crack, 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 accompanied by a series of bone-breaking sounds, the informant's sternum fractured. He rolled his eyes and fainted while still in midair, landing on the ground with a thud. It was clear he was breathing more air out than in and had sustained heavy injuries. Bone Douluo was still not satisfied, and cursed while saying, "Trash, this trash, can't even handle a small matter. Fengji, what do you say we should do now? That Lan Chen is a level 69 spirit emperor of the support system, he will probably break through to level 70 spirit power soon. This person must absolutely not be let off." Ning Fengji's eyes were cold. The usual refined and easygoing demeanor had completely disappeared at this moment. For the sake of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he absolutely would not allow Lan Chen to continue living. Ning Fengji first waved his hand, letting people take away the unconscious informant and clean up the blood on the ground. After that, Ning Fengji stood up, his hands behind his back, like a god presiding over life and death, and said indifferently, "Thinking that by hiding, we, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, wouldn't be able to find them. Naive, too naive. The manpower and financial resources of our 7 treasure glazed tile school are enough to surpass the entire continent. As long as Douluo, Douluo, and Lan Chen appear in any corner of the continent, they will inevitably leave. Traces. Immediately pass down the order to mobilize all the manpower and financial resources of the 7 treasure glazed tile school to collect information on Douluo, Douluo, and Lan Chen across the entire continent. As soon as they are found, we will immediately go to silence them. Lan Chen must die. As for Douluo and Douluo, if they are sensible, we can spare their lives. If they are not sensible, then we will cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. As the continent's #1 support system spirit, this status must absolutely not be shaken in any way. Bone Douluo immediately accepted the order and said, "Fengji, we should have done this long ago. I will go and arrange it now." As the voice fell, Bone Douluo turned and left, clearly going to make preparations. Chapter 47. Jade Phosphorus Dragon. Returning once more to the ice and fire yin-yang well. Ever since Douluo consumed the dragon origin fruit, its staggering medicinal power and dragon essence had formed a massive purple light cocoon. Within that purple cocoon, Douluo Yan's body, soul, spirit power, and spirit were all absorbing the incredible medicinal power and dragon essence of the dragon origin fruit, undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Douluo and Lu Chen had been standing guard beside the purple cocoon. With their profound spirit power, going without food, drink, or relief for a period of time had no significant impact on their bodies. They waited like this for an entire day. Inside the purple cocoon, Douluo Yan's aura continued to climb, seemingly reaching a critical threshold. That astonishing energy fluctuation sent ripples through the air, and the heaven and earth energy in the atmosphere was drawn toward the cocoon, converging upon it. Thump, thump, thump. A dull sound, like the beating of a drum, rang out one after another in rapid succession. The purple cocoon flickered rhythmically. With every pulse of light, the cocoon would give a powerful throb, breathing in and refining the gathered heaven and earth energy. Finally, at a certain moment, a high-pitched dragon roar erupted from within the purple cocoon. Inside, Douluo Yan's aura finally broke through the threshold and began to explode upward like a geyser, reaching an unprecedented level. Hearing this dragon roar, both Douluo and Lu Chen looked over with expressions of excitement. Barring any accidents, this meant Douluo Yan had finished absorbing the medicinal power of the dragon origin fruit, completed her spirit evolution, and was about to burst out of the cocoon. Douluo was especially agitated. His hands were restless, not knowing where to put them, and his emerald green eyes flickered with a light of nervousness and anticipation. Crack, 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 accompanied by the sound of shattering. Fine cracks like spiderwebs began to spread across the purple cocoon. Once those cracks covered the entire cocoon, an endless purple light shot out from within the fissures. Shining under that blinding light, both Douluo and Lu Chen couldn't help but squint their eyes. Only after a long while did the light gradually dissipate. Douluo and Lu Chen opened their eyes and looked toward the original position of the purple cocoon. The purple cocoon had now vanished. What remained was Douluo Yan, who had completed her martial soul possession. At this moment, Douluo Yan exuded an extremely wild aura. Emerald scales grew across the surface of her skin, interlocking with one another to form a complete set of dragon scale armor that covered her entire body. The dragon scale armor fit her body perfectly, not hindering her movements in the slightest while providing formidable defense. On Douluo Yan's forehead, a lozenge-shaped crystal had condensed, extending to the left and right with two sharp protrusions on each side, resembling dragon horns. At the same time, beneath Douluo Yan's feet, 3 spirit rings rhythmically pulsed up and down, yellow, yellow, purple. In the Spirit Master's world, this was the optimal spirit ring configuration. As Douluo's granddaughter, Douluo Yan's 3 spirit rings had been personally selected by him. They were certainly not just there to make up the numbers. Just then, Douluo Yan opened both eyes. In her emerald green pupils, there was no longer the slightest hint of soft charm or seductiveness, there was only boundless sharpness and heroism. Now, although Douluo Yan appeared slender, she gave off a feeling of being filled with power. Looking at the almost unrecognizable Douluo Yan, Douluo asked with a trembling voice. Yan, are you all right? Has the spirit defect of the jade phosphor serpent poison recoiling upon yourself been overcome? Hearing Douluo's voice, Douluo Yan looked over. A smile appeared on her fair face as she explained happily. Grandpa, I feel wonderful right now, or rather, I've never felt this good before. My spirit has evolved. It is no longer the jade phosphor snake, but the jade phosphorus dragon. As a dragon-type spirit, it has definitely entered the category of super spirits. Not only has it given me an extremely powerful physique, but it has also given me unparalleled digestive capabilities. For example, in the future, I can devour any foreign energy, such as fire energy or water energy, and that includes lethal toxins. From now on, the jade phosphor serpent poison can no longer poison me, it will only become nourishment to further increase my spirit power. Besides the spirit evolution, my spirit power has also received a massive boost. I was originally at rank 35, but now I am at rank 40. I feel it doesn't stop there. My spirit power is definitely even higher, but I need to obtain my 4th spirit ring before the spirit power accumulated in my body can be truly released. Beyond that, my body and soul have also each received astonishing improvements. The gains this dragon origin fruit brought me are simply too great. Grandpa Lan Chen, thank you. Thank you so much. Hearing Du Guyan's gratitude, Lu Chen nodded with a smile. He was also quite surprised by Du Guyan's gains. This dragon origin fruit was indeed a heaven and earth treasure that had inherited part of the dragon essence of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. Its staggering effects were breathtaking. At this time, Du Gubo laughed out loud even more joyfully. Ha ha ha, good, that's wonderful. From now on, Yan Yan, you never have to worry about the spirit defect of the Jade Phosphor Serpent poison recoiling on your body again. And with the spirit evolution from Jade Phosphor Snake to Jade Phosphorus Dragon, our lineage now has an even more powerful spirit legacy. Our Dugu family will no longer be Jade Phosphor Snake Spirit Masters, but Jade Phosphorus Dragon Spirit Masters. Dragon-type spirits are symbols of power. Our family's Jade Phosphorus Dragon, haha, is definitely not inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. At this point, Du Gubo's eyes were shining brilliantly as he looked at Du Guyan intently. Also, Yan Yan, you said you're already at rank 40 spirit power. Then we'll go hunt a spirit beast right now to absorb your 4th spirit ring. A 16-year-old 4-ring spirit ancestor, in any power on the continent, that is a seed with the potential to become a titled Douluo. In the future, Yan Yan, you will surely become a titled Douluo as well. Du Guyan nodded. She was also looking forward to seeing what her true spirit power rank would be after obtaining her 4th spirit ring. Then, Du Guyan glanced at Lu Chen, her face turning slightly red as she said, Grandpa, take Grandpa Lan Chen outside first. When I was absorbing the medicinal power of the dragon origin fruit just now, my dress was torn to shreds. If I retract my spirit now, I won't have a stitch of clothing on. You two go wait outside for a bit. Once I've changed my dress, I'll come out to find you. Du Gubo immediately looked solemn and nodded repeatedly, saying, Right, I'll take Brother Lan Chen out. Yan Yan, come out as soon as you've changed. As his voice fell, Du Gubo swung his arm around Lu Chen's neck and said in a very grateful tone, Brother Lan Chen, let's head out first and not disturb Yan Yan while she changes. Also, regarding this matter, I truly thank you. From now on, you are my, Du Gubo's, iron brother. As long as I have a breath left, I will never let anyone harm you. While speaking, Du Gubo took Lu Chen and soared into the air, quickly flying toward the outside of the valley. Gratitude was one thing, but Du Gubo did not want Lu Chen to see his precious granddaughter's jade-like body. Chapter 48. The 4th Spirit Ring of the Jade Phosphorus Dragon. Before long, Du Gubo took Lu Chen and left the Valley of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well. As he was being led away, Lu Chen secretly curled his lips. Du Gubo was guarding against him as if he were a thief, as if he would peek at Du Guyan's naked jade body. Du Guyan called him grandfather. After all, could he really do such a thing? After the two of them left, only Du Guyan remained in the valley. Only then did Du Guyan retract her spirit. The dragon scale armor on her body faded, scale by scale, disappearing beneath her skin. In just a moment, a completely naked, fair, and delicate proud body, as smooth as ivory jade, was exposed in the empty valley. Du Guyan was no longer a little girl, she was already a grown woman. Du Guyan was 16, and on the Douluo continent, every time a spirit master absorbed a spirit ring, it promoted physical development. Therefore, the current Du Guyan had curves in all the right places, her figure well defined, and her entire being exuded a mature charm. Her thighs were rounded, her calves slender, and a pair of small, exquisite jade feet stepped onto the soft lawn. What a breathtakingly beautiful sight. Unfortunately, there was no one to appreciate it at this moment. Du Guyan quickly took out a new set of undergarments, a dress, and crystal shoes from her storage soul guidance device, and began to put them on one by one. About a few minutes later, Du Guyan was fully dressed, but she felt that it was a bit too tight, especially around her chest. For this reason, she had to reach out and rub her chest, adjusting the position of the two soft white mounds so that her chest wouldn't feel so constricted, allowing her to catch her breath properly. Is it because the medicinal power of the dragon origin fruit caused my body to develop further while it was being reborn? It seems to have grown again. It's really a headache, the clothes are almost too small to fit. It seems I need to buy new clothes. As her voice trailed off, Douluo Yan adjusted the position of the two soft white mounds, took a deep breath, and let it out slowly. After confirming that her breathing was smooth, Douluo Yan turned around, put her hands behind her back, and walked outward. Douluo Yan arrived outside the valley and met up with Douluo and Lu Chen. The three of them walked down the mountain together, preparing to head to the sunset forest to find a suitable spirit beast for Douluo Yan to serve as her fourth spirit ring. During the descent, Lu Chen suddenly asked, "Brother Douluo, what kind of spirit beast are you planning to choose for Yan Yan's fourth spirit ring? I can communicate with the plants in the sunset forest and can help you quickly find the spirit beast you need." After Lu Chen raised this question, Douluo Yan also looked at Douluo, because every one of her spirit rings had always been chosen for her by her grandfather. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo spoke in a low voice. Yan Yan's first spirit ring is excitement poison, the second is paralysis poison, and the third is corrosion poison. Excitement poison can increase attack, and paralysis poison can increase defense. They are both auxiliary toxins and cannot be considered highly toxic. I considered that Yan Yan was still young back then and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to absorb a highly toxic spirit ring that was too fierce. Corrosion poison has a strong corrosive effect. This can be considered a highly toxic poison, balancing both crowd control and offensive capabilities. If she continues to follow the path of a control system spirit master, then for the fourth spirit ability, one could choose a poison smoke type skill to interfere with enemies in battle. However, Yan Yan, now that her spirit has evolved from the Jade Phosphor Snake to the Jade Phosphorus Dragon, it would be too much of a waste of this opportunity if she were to purely become a control system spirit master. Therefore, for Yan Yan's fourth spirit ability, let's choose a spirit beast that possesses a large area highly toxic attack skill. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded to show he understood, then he glanced at Douluo Yan and said, "Generally speaking, the fourth spirit ring a spirit master absorbs should be under 5,000 years, but Yan Yan is not an ordinary spirit master. She has absorbed the medicinal power of the dragon origin fruit. Her body, soul, spirit power, and spirit have all undergone a rebirth. Absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring might still be a stretch, but absorbing a 7,000 or 8,000-year spirit ring will definitely be no problem at all. Then I will find a spirit beast with 7 or 8,000 years of cultivation that possesses a large area highly toxic attack skill." Douluo was a bit hesitant at first. After all, he didn't want to see his granddaughter take risks. But after thinking about it, he agreed. The higher the age of the absorbed spirit ring, the more it can maximize the potential of the spirit master, which has unimaginable benefits for the spirit master's future development. Just as Lu Chen said, after his granddaughter absorbed the medicinal power of the dragon origin fruit, her body, soul, spirit power, and spirit had all undergone a rebirth. Exceeding the limit to absorb a fourth spirit ring would not be a big problem. As long as it is a spirit ring under 10,000 years, his granddaughter should be able to absorb it. Douluo agreed in a deep voice. "Then I will have to trouble you, Brother Lan Chen." Subsequently, Lu Chen released the blue-silver domain. Under the constant infusion of his mental force, the range of the forest covered by the blue-silver domain gradually became larger and larger. He communicated with the blue-silver grass within the blue-silver domain, using them to search for a spirit beast that met the requirements. Being within the blue-silver domain, both Douluo and Douluo Yan felt very curious. They looked around, and the grandfather and granddaughter discovered at the same time. Lu Chen, who was in front of them, seemed to have become the king of the forest. The entire forest was his home turf. Douluo's perception was more acute. He discovered that the surrounding blue-silver grass was all trembling slightly, bowing down in the direction of Lu Chen, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Douluo understood in his heart. This power seems to be the legendary domain. The domain of my brother Lan Chen can make the blue-silver grass in the forest submit. Could it be that brother Lan Chen's spirit is actually related to blue-silver grass, but it is certainly not ordinary blue-silver grass, it should be a king, an emperor among blue-silver grass. Blue-silver grass is indeed the most useless of useless spirits, but if it is a king or emperor among blue-silver grass, possessing some magical abilities, it is actually quite reasonable. Brother Lan Chen's method of communicating with plants must rely on this domain. A domain is a method that even I have not mastered. It is truly breathtaking. Douluo was worthy of being a titled Douluo. just by relying on the methods Lu Chen displayed, he guessed the origin of his spirit. Just at this moment, Lu Chen's expression suddenly brightened. "Brother Dugu, Yan, I found it. Come with me." As his voice fell, Lu Chen took the lead and rushed toward a certain direction in the forest. Dugu Bo also felt a boost in spirits. He raised his hand and grabbed Dugu Yan's shoulder, and with Dugu Yan in tow, he quickly chased after him. At their speed, it took less than half an hour to arrive at their destination. A highly toxic swamp filled with a faint, fishy stench. Lu Chen stopped at the edge of the swamp and said to Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan, who had rushed over. "Brother Dugu, Yan, according to the information I obtained from communicating with the plants, in this swamp, there is a poison arrow frog with 8,000 years of cultivation. The poison arrow frog can spit out several, or even a dozen, poison arrows. Those poison arrows contain violent neurotoxins, which can cause the struck prey to lose control of their body in a short period of time. Finally, the poison arrow frog will swallow the prey bite by bite while the prey is conscious. This spirit beast, while a bit ugly, definitely meets the requirements. Brother Dugu, look at that position, the poison arrow frog is hiding in the mud pond in the swamp." Dugu Bo nodded, acknowledging what Lu Chen said. This 8,000-year-old poison arrow frog really did meet their requirements. He followed the direction Lu Chen pointed and saw the poison arrow frog in the mud pond at a glance. Dugu Bo did not hesitate. He placed Dugu Yan beside Lu Chen. "Brother Lan Chen, keep an eye on Yan, I'll go and catch this poison arrow frog." As soon as these words were spoken, Dugu Bo instantly soared into the air and flew toward the direction of the poison arrow frog. The poison arrow frog hiding in the swamp also discovered the enemy, Dugu Bo. It croaked 3 times and prepared to spit out the poison arrows containing the violent neurotoxins. However, the poison arrow frog had really kicked a steel plate this time. Dugu Bo was a dignified titled Douluo. Was he someone that an 8,000-year-old spirit beast could deal with? Dugu Bo didn't even summon his spirit, he just released the spirit power pressure of a titled Douluo, which poured onto the poison arrow frog like a landslide or tidal wave. Before the poison arrow frog could even spit out the poison arrows, it immediately rolled its eyes and fainted. Seeing this situation, a look of disdain appeared on Dugu Bo's face. If it were a 10,000-year spirit beast, he would still have to expend some effort. For a spirit beast under 10,000 years, dealing with it was too easy. Dugu Bo landed, reached out and grabbed one of the poison arrow frog's thighs. Lifted the 3-meter-long poison arrow frog, and turned around to head back toward the position of Lu Chen and Dugu Yan. An 8,000-year-old poison arrow frog, just like that, was easily dealt with. Chapter 49. Jade Phosphorus Poison Arrow Rain. In the blink of an eye, Dugu Bo grabbed the poison arrow frog by its leg and brought it to the edge of the toxic swamp. With a loud thud, Dugu Bo dropped the poison arrow frog, and it landed heavily on the ground. Dugu Bo landed on the ground immediately after, looking at Dugu Yan with a solemn expression. Yan, this is an 8,000-year spirit beast. Normally, the 4th spirit ring of a spirit master is absorbed from those under 5,000 years. Absorbing an 8,000-year spirit ring beyond the limit will indeed bring you a massive boost, but it also comes with certain risks. Consider it carefully yourself. If you are unwilling, Grandpa will never force you. Dugu Yan heard the concern in Dugu Bo's voice and gave a charming, naive smile before saying with a face full of confidence. Grandpa, I am willing to absorb this spirit ring, and I don't think it involves much risk. I know perfectly well how strong my physique is now. Absorbing an 8,000-year spirit ring will definitely not be a problem. After stating her position, Dugu Yan jogged over to the poison arrow frog and looked at this massive spirit beast. Ordinary short knives or swords probably wouldn't be able to kill this 8,000-year spirit beast. Thus, Dugu Yan performed her martial soul possession. Dragon scales emerged from beneath her skin one by one, interlocking to form a set of dragon scale armor. A rhombic crystal also appeared on her forehead, with a sharp point on both its left and right sides, making it look like dragon horns. Yellow, purple, 3 spirit rings gradually rose beneath her feet, and then the 3rd purple spirit ring suddenly lit up. 3rd spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Purple Poison. Dugu Yan took a deep breath, a faint purple glow appearing in her emerald green eyes, and then she spat out a cloud of purple toxic mist. The purple toxic mist spread forward and soon coated the poison arrow frog's body. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The intense corrosive effect caused clouds of white smoke to rise from the surface of the poison arrow frog's skin. Although the poison arrow frog, as a poison attribute spirit beast, possessed a certain degree of poison resistance, it was currently unconscious and completely unable to mobilize the spirit power within its body to resist. The intense pain caused the poison arrow frog's body to begin twitching involuntarily. Suddenly, with a croak, the poison arrow frog snapped its eyes open, its gaze filled with pain and ferocity. It had actually been woken up directly by the pain. After the poison arrow frog woke up, its body began thrashing and struggling violently, instinctively trying to attack Douluo. However, Douluo was still standing right beside her. Seeing the poison arrow frog still struggling, Douluo snorted coldly, and the spirit power pressure of a tidal Douluo poured out once more, pressing down on the poison arrow frog like an overwhelming mountain. Unable to withstand it, the poison arrow frog's eyes rolled back, and it quickly fainted again. Only its body would still twitch a few times from time to time due to the intense pain. In less than a minute, the poison arrow frog's life came to a complete end. Under the corrosion of the purple toxic mist, the poison arrow frog almost turned into a heap of rotten meat, emitting a foul stench that made one frown. In the next instant, an intense purple light erupted from within its body, emitting startling energy fluctuations, finally gathering to form a purple spirit ring. Seeing the spirit ring appear, Douluo did not absorb it immediately but instead looked at Douluo and Lu Chen and said, Grandpa Lan Chen, I'll have to trouble you to be my protectors. After saying this, Douluo sat down cross-legged and, with a beckoning wave of her hand, the purple spirit ring drifted toward her, gradually encircling her body before quickly shrinking and merging into her. Boom! A wave of cold and overbearing energy instantly swept through Douluo's internal body, her limbs and bones, and her internal organs, causing her delicate willow leaf eyebrows to furrow slightly. After all, this was an 8,000-year spirit ring. The energy contained within it was extremely massive and violent. However, Douluo demonstrated her ability to remain calm in the face of danger. Relying on the strength of her jade phosphorus dragon spirit, she withstood the first wave of energy impact. Spirit ring energy follows the principle that the first surge is the strongest, the second is weaker, and the third is exhausted. The first wave of energy impact is always the most fierce and difficult to block. As long as one could endure the first wave of energy impact, the subsequent waves would become increasingly weaker, and enduring them would become easier and easier. Before long, Douluo's absorption of the poison arrow frog spirit ring passed its most dangerous moment and gradually began to get on the right track. Douluo, who had been standing guard nearby, breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. Just now, his heart had truly been in his throat. He had been terrified that his granddaughter would suffer damage to her meridians and dantian, or that her foundation would be wounded because she couldn't withstand an 8,000-year spirit ring. Compared to Douluo's nervousness, Lu Chen appeared much more calm. After all, the immortal herb he had chosen for Douluo was the dragon origin fruit, which inherited part of the dragon essence of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. If Douluo, having absorbed the dragon origin fruit, couldn't even absorb an 8,000-year spirit ring, that would be the truly strange thing. So from the very beginning, Lu Chen had nothing to be nervous about. He even had the presence of mind to greet Douluo before running off into the forest to go hunting. Through the blue-silver grass spread throughout the forest, he found a spirit beast that was a grass chicken of about 250 years in less than 10 minutes. Lu Chen used his blue-silver domain to drive the blue-silver grass, causing it to grow wildly and weave into a large net of blue-silver grass, easily capturing that grass chicken spirit beast. After capturing it, Lu Chen immediately killed it, plucked its feathers, removed its internal organs, washed it clean, and then cut some firewood to set up a campfire for a barbecue upon his return. Seeing Lu Chen so leisurely, Douluo gave him a glare, but soon smelling that faint aroma of meat, Douluo quickly called out, "Brother Lan Chen, don't just think of yourself, leave half for me and Yan Yan." Lu Chen agreed with a smile. No problem. Time passed bit by bit. After approximately 6 hours of absorption, Douluo finally successfully absorbed that 8,000-year poison arrow frog spirit ring. She opened her eyes, exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, and jumped up from the ground full of energy. It seemed that this spirit ring absorption had brought her enormous benefits. Douluo hurriedly asked, Yan, how do you feel? What rank has your spirit power reached? What kind of spirit ability did you obtain? Douluo raised her head and said in a jubilant tone, I feel wonderful, my body is filled with power. My spirit power has currently reached rank 46. I find it incredible that absorbing the medicinal power of the dragon origin fruit actually allowed me to increase by more than 10 ranks of spirit power. Also, my fourth spirit ability is called Jade Phosphorus Poison Arrow Rain. It can condense multiple poison arrows for an attack. The poison arrows contain a violent neurotoxin. As long as they make contact with the skin, they will instantly erode the target's body, causing them to lose control over their own body while remaining conscious. As a special effect of absorbing a spirit ring beyond the limit, the number of poison arrows my fourth spirit ability can condense has no upper limit. As long as my spirit power is sufficient, condensing dozens or even hundreds of them is no problem at all. This kind of large-scale attack is enough to make it impossible for others to even dodge. After hearing what Douluo said, Douluo's face was full of amazement. At the same time, Douluo was also happy for Douluo for obtaining such a massive boost. Right at that moment, Lu Chen strode over to Douluo and Douluo's side, holding up a roasted grass chicken, and said with a smile, Now that Yan has finished absorbing her spirit ring and this grass chicken is roasted, let's eat it together. We haven't eaten a single bite of food since last night until now. Chapter 50. Earth Dragon Golden Melon. A roasted grass chicken, with crispy skin and tender meat, emitting a mouth-watering aroma, was quickly devoured by Lu Chen, Douluo, and Douluo. Fortunately, this grass chicken was a 250-year-old spirit beast and quite large, otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough for the three of them to share. After finishing the chicken and filling their stomachs, the three returned to the ice and fire yin-yang well. Due to the threat from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, it wasn't convenient for them to go outside, so they had to hide in the ice and fire yin-yang well for the foreseeable future. The valley of the ice and fire yin-yang well contained extremely violent ice and fire energy. Whether human or spirit beast, inhaling this energy for a long time would eventually result in death by body explosion. Douluo could rely on his profound spirit power to forcibly suppress this violent ice and fire energy. In the past, he even used this energy to suppress the deadly toxins invading his body. Lu Chen, having consumed the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower, could now bathe or swim in the ice and fire yin-yang well without sustaining any harm. Naturally, the ice and fire energy in the air posed even less of a threat to him. As for Douluo, she had consumed the dragon origin fruit, and her jade phosphor snake had evolved into a jade phosphorus dragon. With a powerful physique and incredible digestion, she could not only refine toxins to increase her spirit power but also refine the ice and fire energy for the same purpose. In the ice and fire yin-yang well, she was like a fish in water. Not only was she safe from harm, but the environment also greatly accelerated her cultivation speed. For various reasons, Douluo, Lu Chen, and Douluo now all possessed the ability to live long-term within the ice and fire yin-yang well. Over the next half-month, every 3 days, Lu Chen would perform his fourth spirit ability, Blue-Silver Purification, to help Douluo purify the toxins in his body. Because the toxins in Douluo's body had accumulated over many years, they were deeply rooted, having penetrated his internal organs and even his bone marrow. Even for Lu Chen, it took half a month and 5 separate treatments to finally completely eliminate the toxins from Douluo's body. On that day, as the toxins were purged from Douluo's body, the bottleneck that had trapped him for years was forcibly broken in an instant. His spirit power broke through from rank 91 to rank 92. It was quite pitiful. Since Douluo absorbed his 9th spirit ring and became a titled Douluo, his spirit power had stagnated at rank 91. No matter how hard he cultivated, his spirit power hadn't grown at all. There were many reasons for this, but the most significant was that the spirit power Douluo painstakingly cultivated every day was used to suppress the toxins in his body. That was why his spirit power had remained stagnant for so many years. Now that he was no longer troubled by the toxins, the spirit power used to suppress them was completely liberated, allowing his spirit power to increase by 1 rank. Douluo was overjoyed. Having completely escaped the burden of the toxins, he felt as if his body had aged 10 years in reverse. He felt comfortable from the inside out. That cold, piercing pain never appeared again. At the same time, his appearance changed. His long, dark green hair had turned completely white. Originally, because his body had suffered from toxic erosion for years, his expression was extremely sinister, and his smile alone was enough to stop a child's crying at night. Now he looked much more peaceful. Against the backdrop of his snowy white hair, he looked like an ordinary old man rather than the fearsome poison Douluo. Not only that, but the 1 rank increase in spirit power made Douluo grin from ear to ear. Ever since Douluo became a titled Douluo, his strength hadn't improved even an inch. Although Douluo didn't say it openly, he felt deep regret in his heart. He didn't want to stay at rank 91 forever and be known by others as the weakest titled Douluo. He was now at rank 92, and because the toxins were completely gone, his spirit power would continue to rise as long as he cultivated diligently. Breaking through to rank 93, rank 94, or even rank 95 was now possible. Just thinking about it made Douluo feel refreshed. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at Douluo and said, "Brother Douluo, actually half a month ago, when I consumed the 2 immortal herbs, the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower, my internal spirit power surged, and I broke through from rank 69 to rank 70. Now that the toxins in your body have been cleared, I would like to invite you to accompany me to hunt a suitable plant-type spirit beast to serve as my 7th spirit ring." Hearing this, Douluo was happy for Lu Chen. He truly considered Lu Chen a brother now, so he immediately laughed heartily and said, "This is a good thing. This old man has no problem with it. I'll call Yan Yan to come along, and we'll set off immediately to find a suitable plant spirit beast for your 7th spirit ring." The 7th spirit ring concerns the martial soul avatar. As a spirit master's most important ring, we absolutely cannot be careless. We must choose carefully. Seeing Douluo agree, Lu Chen also showed a relaxed smile. "There's no rush. Since you are no longer troubled by toxins, Brother Douluo, why not take this time to eat the Earth Dragon Golden Melon? I believe this will surely boost your strength significantly. Not only can it enhance your spirit power, but it might even evolve your spirit. It's better to do this sooner rather than later. In case we encounter danger outside, the stronger you are, the safer we will be." Douluo's heart stirred. He had been so happy about clearing the toxins that he had almost forgotten about this. His granddaughter, Douluo Yan, had eaten a dragon origin fruit, and her body, soul, spirit power, and spirit had all undergone a fundamental transformation. Even if this Earth Dragon Golden Melon wasn't as good as the dragon origin fruit, it certainly wouldn't be far off. If he ate it, there would definitely be a significant improvement. Douluo immediately looked at Lu Chen. "Worthy brother Lan Chen, then I'll have to trouble you to find that Earth Dragon Golden Melon." Lu Chen nodded and said, "It's a small matter." As he spoke, Lu Chen released his blue-silver domain. By communicating through the domain, it took only a moment for him to pinpoint the location of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Lu Chen turned and walked quickly. After about a dozen steps, he stopped at a certain spot, took a shovel out of his storage soul guidance device, and began digging. At the same time, Douluo and Douluo Yan gathered around curiously. Under the watchful eyes of the grandfather and granddaughter, Lu Chen soon unearthed a golden yellow sweet potato-like object. The melon was about the size of 2 fists. Although it was dug out of the soil, it didn't have the slightest earthy smell. Instead, it emitted a faint, fresh fragrance. Lu Chen picked up the Earth Dragon Golden Melon and handed it to Douluo. "Brother Douluo, this is the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. It can strengthen the consumer's control over the earth element and promote the evolution of snake-type and sub-dragon type spirits. The only issue now is that your spirit, the Jade Phosphor Snake, has already evolved into the Jade Phosphor Serpent, which is an extremely high-level spirit. A single Earth Dragon Golden Melon might not be enough to cause a fundamental evolution in your Jade Phosphor Serpent. However, it will definitely increase your strength. There are no special instructions for eating it, you can just consume it directly." Douluo reached out and took the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. "Then this old man won't stand on ceremony." Douluo didn't mind the mud on the melon. He casually wiped it on his robe, lifted it to his mouth, and began to eat. In just a few moments, Douluo had finished the entire Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Instantly, a thick surge of earth attribute energy swept rapidly through Douluo's body. Douluo felt a jolt of energy and sat down cross-legged on the spot, mobilizing his spirit power to begin refining the medicinal power of the earth dragon golden melon.